A little girl traveled from 26 years in the future, disguised as a system, vowing to change her father's inevitable fate in the past. Congratulations, BA. Host has found the love system. This system is designed to help the host find their true love. Their host can gain happiness points from love and exchange them for items, leading to the peak of their life. Sukan suddenly received the love system. However, something was off about this system. It claimed to be from the future, and like a child, it kept calling him Dad. This made him feel like he hadn't just gotten a system, but a daughter. Chapter 1, Binding the Love System. Damn it. Is this Galio crazy? It's 011, and is still stealing my red buff. Motherfer, and is even taking my jungle. As soon as Sukan revived, he saw this scene and angrily cursed. Brother Khan, it's a girl, just bear with it. We'll kick her next time. Wang Ting tried to be the peacemaker. I can't bear it. Sukan opened the voice chat and quickly typed for words. Marksman, speak up. When he saw the icon for Galio light up, Sukan immediately started cursing. Marksman, your mother. What's wrong? My mom? What's wrong with my mom? A cold, elegant, mature voice came from the speaker. Their voice was pleasant, almost magical, as if it could wash away the negative emotions of others. After hearing that, Sukan lost his temper. Nothing, your mom is healthy. Millimeter, thank you, and your mom too. Har 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 har. Wang Ting laughed out loud. Damn. This voice. It's even better than a voice actor's. Is it a voice changer? Saiquan said, surprised. Does the lady have a boyfriend? Yang Wei asked with a sleazy smile. She already turned off her MIC. Sukan gave these two a side eye. Why did she go AFK? Wang Ting asked. After clearing the red zone, Hu stood still under the tower. Hey! I told you not to drag people from the lobby. Unreliable. Sukan said in frustration. Don't ever ask me to help you rank up again. No. Brother Khan. Wang Ting quickly protested. Damn. Dad. Foster father. You're amazing. Saiquan exclaimed. Sukan, controlling Jing, secured the Baron and made an epic 5-kill play. Got it. Sukan casually threw his phone onto the table. Quick, quick, quick. Let's take their base. Yang Wei cheered. No need, they surrendered. Wang Ting laughed. Foster father, want a lotus? Saiquan asked, running over to Sukan with a cigarette. Light it for me. Sukan rested his leg on the table, took the cigarette, and put it in his mouth. All right, foster father. We're screwed. We got caught skipping class. Wang Ting frowned as he looked at a message from a classmate. This is just a fake class, right? Yang Wei asked. The school leaders came to do a surprise check and ended up sitting in our class, Wang Ting explained. Shati. Should we go back? Yang Wei asked. Of course. Sukan said, with no hesitation. Without another word, Sukan, holding a freshly lit cigarette, ran out wearing flip-flops. Professor G, there's an issue with the data. Millimeter. At Qingbei University, in the break room next to a lab, a stunning woman put down her phone and quickly walked into the lab. Everything's done right, she muttered as she checked a few things, frowning. Here she moved to an instrument and studied the data displayed on it closely. This is broken. Get someone to fix it. After less than 10 seconds of observation, she gave her verdict. Huh. The people in the lab were stunned, not believing it. But this is a new machine, just arrived, someone questioned. Where did you buy it from? She asked. From Jinker. Don't cooperate with them anymore. The woman tossed this remark before returning to the break room. The remaining people exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Should we listen to Professor G? What else can we do? Call someone to fix it. Back in the break room, the woman found the game she had been playing was over. This Charney is so good at shooting Huyi, she said, recognizing Sukan's ID. With a 15-2 score, he practically carried the game on his own. Oh, this isn't fun. Lingling, what kind of idea was this? The woman put her phone down, rubbing her temples. She had been working non-stop for over 3 months, only sleeping 5 or 6 hours a night. Finally, she had made progress on this stage of the experiment. But the stress had caused her to lose sleep. Her best friend suggested she play a game to relieve some pressure and let her borrow her account. However, she hadn't felt the joy of gaming at all. Though the people in the game are quite polite, she smiled, and her whole face brightened, making the dim break room seem to glow. Don't judge me just because I'm a sheep. Her phone rang. It was her mother calling. Hello, Mom. Union, you must be done with the experiment by now, right? It's time to come home. There's a small issue, I'll need another day. Look at you. It's been over 3 months since you came home. Be sure to rest. Okay, Mom, I met someone while playing a game today, and I wish them good health for you. Really? Har har har. I'm healthy, don't worry. Who did you play with? A boy or a girl? Bring them home to meet me. Just a random player. Random player. You wouldn't understand if I tried to explain. You brat. You're ignoring your old mom. No, not at all. Outside the classroom, Sukan and his 3 friends were panting at the door. So you're saying all 4 of you got food poisoning and went to the bathroom? The teacher asked, standing at the podium. Yeah. That's exactly it. Sukan confirmed. Then why are you all breathing so heavily? Did you poop yourselves? The teacher asked, eyebrow raised. Yep. Har 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 har. The classroom burst into laughter. Get in here already. The teacher said in exasperation. Okay. The 4 of them sat down in the only available seats in the front row, trying to look like they were paying attention to the lesson. Where are your books? The teacher frowned. The books? I didn't bring any paper, so I used them to wipe, Sukan said, trying to cover up. Har 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 har. Even the 3 roommates couldn't help but laugh along with the whole class. Teacher, this better not happen again. The teacher said with a stern face. Okay. Sukan nodded seriously, finishing the class. Brother Khan, are we going to eat? Wang Ting asked. You guys go ahead, I'm going to take a nap. Sukan turned down Wang Ting's invitation and headed back to his dorm alone. But he wasn't going back to sleep. He had no money for food. He opened his phone and saw several orders from Zhao, his studio boss. This was his living expense. Zhao was the owner of the studio where Sukan worked. Sukan was a top-tier jungler in the national server and had once been ranked first. He made money by boosting accounts, and this was his only source of income. His tuition and living expenses were all paid for by his account-boosting work. Order, give me Jing, I'll carry them. Sukan entered the matchmaking screen and confidently typed out the message. Is this for real? The first player on the team doubted. Sukan, if I can't carry them, I'll die alone. First player, impressive, I believe you. After all, Sukan was the only one left in his family, so he wasn't worried. Welcome to Mobile Legends. As their voice echoed, Sukan couldn't wait to control his hero and quickly end the game. Click. Suddenly, a sweet little girl's voice rang out. Love system binding successful. Sukan felt a sudden, strange sensation in his mind, as if something had appeared out of nowhere, making him dizzy. Congratulations, BA host has banned the love system. This system is designed to help the host find their true love. Their host can earn happiness points from love and exchange them for items, leading to the peak of their life. The little girl's voice continued, rambling on with all sorts of details. Who? Sukan snapped back to reality, startled by the sudden voice. His phone slipped from his hand and crashed to the floor. He jumped up in panic and scanned the room. Chapter 2, Don't mess around, her sweat is redder than my blood. The person is in your brain. You can't find them. The little girl's voice sounded again. What are you? Sukan grabbed a broom next to him, speaking cautiously. I'm not an it. Oh, I'm the system. I already explained this to you, BA, host. The little girl seemed a bit impatient. Is this like one of those systems in novels? Yeah. Then give me $1 billion. Their host needs to complete tasks to open the system shop and exchange items with happiness points. How do I get happiness points? By falling in love, idiot host. I'm broke, who am I supposed to fall in love with? Sukan lowered the broom and relaxed his guard. Host, you must believe, true love can overcome everything. Who said that? My mom, don't mind her. Your mom? You still have a mother. Of course. Without a mom, how could I exist? Then call your mom out and have her give me $1 billion. Love request received from the host. Hey. Who requested this? Sukan asked, confused. Love task issued, target confirmed Ji Qingyun. Main task fall in love with Ji Qingyun. Please confirm the romantic relationship with the target within 3 months, or there will be punishment. Target information has been transmitted to their host. A woman's profile appeared out of nowhere in Sukan's mind. Ji Qingyun, 24 years old, 175 centimeters, 110 pounds. 36D, A for waist, peach-shaped hips. Her figure was perfect. And her face was even more perfect, even a famous actress would pale in comparison. But her appearance was just one of her least outstanding qualities. At 15, she won 3 gold medals in math, physics, and chemistry Olympiads and was directly accepted by Qingbei Peking University. She finished her undergraduate degree in 2 years, entered Harvard, and became the youngest graduate student at the world's top university. At 21, she participated in a particle collider project and was nominated for a Nobel Prize. At 23, she completed her PhD and returned to the Dragon Kingdom to become a professor at Qingbei's physics department. At 26, she became the deputy dean of the physics department. Smart, athletic, and beautiful, Ji Qingyun was almost perfect in every way. She was a piano level 10 at 16 and performed with Lang Lang. She was a 9 dan go player, having competed with Ku Jie, only losing by a quarter of a stone. She loved singing and won the Qingbei campus singer competition. Ji Qingyun was perfect, with no flaws. Besides, her family background was impeccable. Her father, Ji Guo, at only 55 years old, had already sat on the 7th chair of the Daxia government. Her mother, Liu Yinman, was the head of the national art troupe of Daxia. Her grandfather, Ji Ming, was a founding general of Daxia, having participated in countless battles and earned great merits. Her grandmother, Jiang Lan, was the former president of Qingbei and a chemical academy member. Her maternal grandfather, Liu Chenyu, was one of the organizers of the Grand Movement of the last century. Her maternal grandmother, Wang Ying, was the only female general in the founding of Daxia. Perfect self, distinguished family. This was Ji Qingyun, a princess-like existence. You want me to pursue her? Sukan was stunned, shocked by the information about Ji Qingyun. He stuttered. Yeah. Isn't this what their host requested? When did I? Is she your mom? Sukan finally reacted. Yes. She's my mom in the future. I traveled back here. Then go look for her. Why are you bothering me? Sukan said helplessly. Because you are, Dad. You and Mom created me together. I'm your dad. Sukan was dumbfounded, then quickly reacted, his face full of disbelief. You're saying she is my future wife? Dad is so smart. Please. Stop fooling around. She sweats more red than my blood. But Dad is amazing too. Don't underestimate yourself, the system encouraged. No, you explain this first, aren't you the system? Why are you calling me Dad and Mom all of a sudden? Sukan asked, puzzled. You two created the system, so you're the parents of the system, right? Are you saying that Ji Qingyun and I get married in the future, and we create a system together, and this system traveled back in time? Yes. I need a moment. Sukan weakly sat on the chair, trying to process this shocking information. So since she is my future wife, why do you still want me to pursue her? Sukan found a flaw in the logic. Because Dad is too stupid. He only confessed to Mom at 26. This system is here to speed up that schedule. I'm not going. This feels like a joke. Sukan slacked off. Not going means punishment. I see you are. Before he could finish his sentence, Sukan felt like being shocked by high-voltage electricity. Palpitations, pain, numbness. He fell off the chair and started convulsing on the floor. I'll go. He. Would have been better if you agreed sooner. As soon as Sukan agreed, the pain disappeared. You're really something. Sukan got up, still shaken. The punishment for task failure will be worse. How much worse? Kill me. Very likely. A useless dad has no reason to exist. The system's sweet, childlike voice now sounded terrifying to Sukan, causing cold sweat to break out on his body. Fine. I'll listen to you. How do I pursue her? She's a professor at Qingbei, and I'm just a poor private school student. We have no connection. Simple. Step 1. Go to Qingbei and attend a class to create a chance encounter. Hearing this, Sukan immediately stood up, preparing to follow the system's plan. Though he was from a low-ranking private school, Qingbei wasn't too far from where he was. Hey! Stupid dad. Not now. Mom just finished her experiment. She won't have class until next Monday. The system stopped Sukan. Next Monday. Today is Wednesday, there are still 4 days. Okay. Sukan sat back down. Damn. My phone. Sukan realized that his phone, which he bought for 1,000 yuan from a second-hand shop, had fallen and its screen was shattered, making it impossible to display clearly. He picked it up with pain, vaguely seeing the game he just played had ended with a big red fail written on it. It's over. I AFK'd. The boss is definitely going to complain. Sukan said with tears in his eyes. In the boosting business, reputation was everything. He not only lost, but he was also AFK, making it harder to take future orders. Stupid dad. Now that you have me, you don't need to make money by boosting, the system comforted. You can't even give me money right now. Sukan rolled his eyes. Brother Can. I brought you food. At that moment, Wang Ting entered the room with a takeout box. Behind him, Sai Quan and Yang Wei each carried 2 cups of milk tea. I told you, I'm not eating. Sukan said somewhat awkwardly. You can't not eat. Wang Ting directly placed the food on Sukan's desk. Little Can, here's milk tea. Sai Quan smiled and placed a cup of milk tea on the desk as well. Sukan's nose became a bit sour. It seemed Wang Ting and the others had noticed his difficult situation, and every time, they would bring him food and drinks. He had nothing to repay them with, only his skills in carrying them through games. Brotherhood was unspoken but demonstrated in action. Uncle Wang is so fat now. Uncle Yang is so creepy. Uncle Sai hasn't he changed much, the system said in Sukan's mind. You know them? Sukan asked, surprised. Huh? Who? Wang Teng and the others asked in unison. No one, never mind. Sukan laughed awkwardly. Stupid dad. You can talk to me directly in your mind now. Also, my name is Yao Yao. Don't call me you or your, or there will be punishment. Chapter 3, This system acts like a child. Yao Yao, do you know them? Sukan asked. Of course. They are dad's best friends, the system responded. How are they doing in the future? Sukan asked with concern. Shouldn't you ask about yourself, the system replied. You've already said I'm marrying Ji Qingyun, so how bad can it be? Sukan answered confidently. But. The system's voice suddenly turned melancholic before it quickly became cheerful again. All 3 uncles are doing great. That's good, Sukan said with a smile. Can you eat, Sukan? What are you spacing out for? Wang Ting asked as he saw Sukan lost in thought. Just zoning out, Sukan replied with an awkward laugh. He opened the takeout box and began eating a fragrant bowl of rice noodles. Sukan, no class this afternoon, let's play a few rounds in the canyon. Sai Quan suggested. My phone broke, Sukan replied while continuing to eat, showing them his old, damaged phone. Perfect. Time to buy a new one. The new 60 is out, how about we each get one? Sai Quan suggested generously. He was the son of a wealthy family and always generous to his friends, often gifting Sukan with skins for games. Wow, Dad! Wang Ting exclaimed, while Yang Wei knelt on one knee and clasped his fists in respect. If you don't mind, I'll adopt you as my godfather. Go ahead, I can still use this one after some fixing, Sukan said with a smile. No way, Sukan. Let us all get one. Wang Ting said as he ran over and threw his arm around Sukan's shoulder. Don't worry, Dad. With Yao Yao, you don't need to worry about owing Sai uncle any favors anymore, the system said. Sukan felt tempted. He had been eyeing the 60 for a while, but it was too expensive for him to buy on his own. Go for it, Dad. Yao Yao will cover for you, the system encouraged. All right, let's do it. Sukan said as he finished his rice noodles in 3 big bites. Sir, we only have 3 masters left, the store clerk explained apologetically. Let us go to another store. Sai Quan waved his hand, ready to leave. No need, I'll just take the regular one, Sukan said, taking the 60 phone. It was several times smoother than his old broken phone. That's not good enough. Here's the deal, I'll take the foldable one, and you guys can use the regular ones. Sai Quan said generously. Wow, Dad. Look at my style, don't I suit a foldable screen? Yang Wei grinned, flicking his bangs. Sorry, sir, we only have one foldable screen left, the clerk apologized. Alright, fine, let us go with that. Sai Quan said, kicking Yang Wei playfully and boldly pulling out his card to pay. Sukan, isn't he amazing? The new phone feels awesome. Wang Ting exclaimed in the taxi, clearly in love with his new phone. Like a BMW with a perfect saddle. Sukan's gonna hit the peak now. Yang Wei teased. Of course. Sukan replied with confidence. Back in the dorm, he started playing with his new phone. The old one was too broken to switch over, but fortunately, it didn't have any important data. He transferred old photos from the cloud and downloaded his apps one by one. Sukan? What do you think you're doing? You're still AFK. Do you know what the most important thing in this business is? Integrity. Sukan opened a message from Zhao Ji on his chat app. Sorry, Zhao Ji, my phone accidentally broke. I really didn't mean it. How about I help her with a 5-star rating for free? Sukan quickly typed out a message to apologize. Zhao Ji, let me ask the customer if she agrees. Sukan, thanks, boss. Zhao Ji, be more careful next time. Sukan, I promise it won't happen again. Sukan had worked at this studio for 5 years and considered Zhao Ji a half-friend. Zhao Ji was a good man who, knowing Sukan's poor living conditions, gave him a share for higher than industry standards. During holidays, he would also find reasons to send him red envelopes. Zhao Ji, the customer agreed, but she wants you to be her companion in the game. Sukan, okay. Zhao Ji, looks like a rich and beautiful woman, so you better grab the opportunity. HMPH. Zhao Ji is so bad. Don't listen to him, Dad. Mom is the most beautiful, richest, and perfect, the system said angrily. Sukan smiled helplessly. I know, you're acting like a child. Aren't you a system? Can't you be more mature? HMPH. When Dad created me, you said I was cute. But now you're starting to dislike me. Men always stop cherishing things after they get them. You're just like a pig, the system pouted. Alright. You're great the way you are, no need to change, Sukan said quickly, not daring to provoke the system further. He didn't want to go through that electroshock experience again. Sukan added Zhao Ji as a friend and entered the team queue, waiting. The boss SID was Mo Yu, ranked as a Glory King and a top 10 player. She had bought every skin that was available. 3 minutes later, Zhao Ji accepted the friend request, and they entered the game room. Sukan, hello, boss. I'm really sorry about earlier, my phone broke, please forgive me. Mo Yu, it's fine, let us start. She is so cold, Sukan thought as he clicked the matching button. In the draft phase, Sukan was on the first floor, so he didn't need anyone to pick for him. Sukan, Mira, don't ban, I'll carry. The second floor, send us your ranked badge, let us see your skills. Sukan's badge had dropped, but his win rate was still terrifying. 1076 games, 81% win rate. The second floor, big boss, I bow to you. The third floor, what support do you want, brother? The fourth floor, third floor, don't take my support. Things didn't go as Sukan wanted, and the enemy team picked Mira. Sukan quickly switched to Hanshin, ready to carry with his skills. The second floor, why not pick Lan? The third floor, brother, you're confused. The fourth floor, we're done. Sukan, don't panic. He had been the number 1 player before, and that confidence remained as he picked Hanshin to outplay the enemy. That match you played, someone added me as a friend and cursed me out, a sweet female voice suddenly spoke, tinged with a hint of grievance. Wow, another girl with a nice voice. Yang Wei exclaimed. The 3 guys in the dorm immediately gathered around after hearing her voice. Sukan, you're so immoral, playing secretly. Wang Ting said. Contract. I AFK'd last match, now I have to play 5 matches with the boss, Sukan said with an awkward laugh. This is it, the boss is getting cursed for you, Saikwan sighed, patting Sukan on the back. Sukan, this was a bit tricky. Quiet. Sukan said, turning on the microphone. Hi, boss, I'm so sorry. That last match was truly an accident, please let the guy add me, I'll carry him back, Sukan quickly apologized. But he already cursed me, Mo Yu replied with a pout, her voice carrying a hint of tears. I'm so sorry. Sukan said, feeling lost for words. He didn't know how to comfort a woman on the verge of crying. But my grandfather passed away last week, Mo Yu's voice grew soft, and Sukan could faintly hear her sobbing. Sukan panicked and looked to the 3 guys for help. Saikwan quickly reached over to mute the mic, where is she from? Is she from Kyoto? She should be, Sukan replied, noticing her region was marked as Kyoto. Why not ask her out for a meal and apologize properly? We were at fault here, I'll lend you some money, Saikwan suggested. Yeah, it's not that big of a deal, but her family just had a loss, Yang Wei said with a sigh. Chapter 4, Invite the beautiful boss to dinner. At this time, the game had already started, and Mo Yu chose Xiao Qiao. Sukan turned on the microphone, are you in Kyoto? Can I treat you to a meal and apologize to you? This matter is indeed my fault. Well, I'm at Peking University and Tsinghua University, Mo Yu sobbed. I'm not far from you. Let's find a place after this fight. As he had something to do, Sukan went full throttle and stopped talking on the microphone, acting more serious than in a peak showdown. Before the big dragon appeared, he got a quad kill with an absolute advantage of 10,000 economic points and won the victory. Return to the team room. Sukan, I'll add your contact information. Mo Yu, XXXXXXX I have a letter. The money is transferred to you. Saikwan transferred 5,000 yuan. This is too much. Ask someone to go to a higher end place. Your apology must be sincere. Saikwan patted Sukan's shoulder. So, can you go with me? Sukan has never had much dealings with girls, but Saikwan is a handsome young man who can walk among a sea of flowers without getting hurt by a single leaf. Call your superior Quan, he has the confidence. Okay. If you don't know what to say when the time comes, just put on your headphones and listen to my instructions. Saikwan sighed. Sukan added Mo Yu to a message, and the profile picture should be her selfie. A girl with a sweet look and good temperament, very beautiful, not inferior to Ji Qingyun. Sukan, hello, my name is Sukan. Mo Yu, my name is Mo Yu. Sukan, your name is Mo Yu. Mo Yu, yeah. Sukan, the surname Mo is very rare. Mo Yu, yeah. Sukan, why don't you book a place and I'll apologize to you. Mo Yu, all is fine. She is so cold. Sukan said helplessly. Saikwan glanced at the chat history. It's normal to feel bad when someone in the family passes away, but this avatar is her. It's too pretty. I think so. Sukan opened her circle of friends, but found that it was only visible for 3 days. Seize the opportunity. This is fate. Saikwan Jian said with a smile. HMPH. Uncle Sai is so bad. Yao Yao announced that she doesn't like him anymore, the system suddenly said angrily. Sukan ignored her and asked Xiong Sichuan, where are we going? She said it's up to you. There's a good restaurant near our school. I'll send you the location. Saikwan turned on his phone and sent the location of a restaurant called Mingxian Pavilion. This name sounds very expensive. Sukan sighed. Don't worry, I'm here. Saikwan said with a smile. Sukan then sent the location to Mo Yu. Sukan, do you think this one is okay? Mo Yu, Grandpa likes to go to this store the most. Sukan grabbed his hair madly. What the hell is going on? How come he has touched Mo Yulei's spot again? Why? Saikwan gave him a look that suggested he wish him well. Sukan, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. How about we go to another place? Mo Yu, no need. Sukan, how about 6 o'clock? Mo Yu, yeah. Sukan, are you still playing? Mo Yu, I don't want to play anymore. Sukan, see you at 6 o'clock then. Mo Yu, yeah. Sukan turned off his phone, felt a little sleepy, climbed into bed to take a nap, and set an alarm for 5 o'clock. After he went to bed. Shh. Be quiet, brother Kan is sleeping. Wang Ting said in a low voice. For a moment, the dormitory became quiet. Wang Ting, who was browsing Douyin, and Yang Wei, who was watching a beautiful girl's live broadcast, both put on headphones. Sai Quan, who was chatting with a girl, went to the balcony. The four people in the dormitory have a very good relationship, get along very harmoniously, and take care of each other. At 5 o'clock, the alarm clock rang and Sukan woke up. Little Kwanzi, let's go. Sukan said. Aren't you going to change your clothes? Sai Quan said. No need, just this one. Sukan said. In fact, he didn't have many clothes to change. They were all cheap clothes bought from Pinjuajuo for a few dollars with free shipping. Alright, let's go. Sukan is very handsome, 185 centimeters tall, with a good figure, like a walking clothes rack. Even cheap clothes look classy on him. This is probably what it feels like to wear street goods as if they were high-end couture. Mingxian Pavilion mainly sells tea, followed by food. It is an antique 3-story pavilion that looks grand and majestic. Fortunately, there is no requirement to wear a tie here, otherwise Sukan would not be able to enter. It was only 5:35, and Sukan and Sai Quan had already arrived here and reserved 2 tables not far apart in their hall. At this time, Mo Yu sent a message, I'm leaving. Mo Yu, okay, be careful on the road. Sai Quan, yeah. This shop has good pastries, especially the jujube flour pastry, which is absolutely amazing. Mo Yu hadn't arrived yet, and Sai Quan and Sukan were sitting at a table chatting. Sukan glanced at the price. Well, 198 for one, it's really good. The squirrel mandarin fish is also a must-try, as well as this wensi tofu. I can understand that fish is sold for 998, but why is this tofu sold for 998? Is it made of soybeans from the moon? 5,000 doesn't seem to be enough. Sukan felt distressed before he even spent any money. 998, his monthly living expenses. Sai Quan ordered 2 cakes to eat first. How is it? Not bad, right? Sai Quan looked very satisfied. No feeling. Sukan took a bite and felt pain in his flesh. Isn't this different from the one that costs 10 yuan per pound? Why is it sold for 198? Sukan ate the 198 yuan jujube flour crisp in small bites, but still couldn't taste anything special about it. Sai Quan chatted with him for a while and then went to a seat aside. Sukan was talking to him on the phone. 5:55. Mo Yu, I'm here. Sukan glanced at his phone and just as he looked up, he saw a beautiful girl walking in. She was wearing an ordinary black short-sleeved shirt and jeans. She looked to be definitely about 170 centimeters tall, with a slim but well-proportioned figure. She has an elegant swan neck, glowing white skin, and a single ponytail, looking very refreshing. This simple outfit makes people feel full of youthful vitality. But this vitality is now mixed with an invisible sadness. She lowered her head and typed on her phone, and Sukan received the message. Mo Yu, have you arrived? Sukan, look up, I'm waving. Mo Yu saw Sukan waving, put away his phone and walked over. Her ponytail swayed with her steps. Every step she took was more beautiful and elegant than the supermodels on the catwalk, like a fairy walking out of a painting. System, what a beautiful sister. But why have I never seen her in the future? Did Dad only have this one meal with her? Hello. Sukan stood up and greeted him. Hello. Mo Yu's eyes were red and swollen, and his voice was a little hoarse, as if he had been crying. Sukan felt even more guilty after hearing this. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. In his panic, Sukan actually bowed directly to Mo Yu. Sai Quan standing by was stunned. Sai Quan, if you're not the eldest brother, why do you want to do that? Become sworn brothers. Puff. Mo Yu actually laughed. This boy. Quite interesting. She had never seen anyone bow and apologize before. It doesn't matter. Mo Yu sat down. Sukan straightened up and handed the menu to Mo Yu. Look at what you want to eat. The jujube flour crisps here are delicious. Sukan told Mo Yu what Sai Quan had said. Grandpa also likes to eat jujube flour cake. Mo Yu, who had just smiled, suddenly became sad, with his eyes drooping. Sukan was so angry that he slapped himself in the mouth. Useless thing. It's okay, I'm just in a bad mood. Moyu said. Sukan, it's okay, I'm in a bad mood too. Chapter 5, The rich and beautiful girl invited me to the bar. What do you want to eat? Sukan handed over the phone and asked weakly, afraid that he might accidentally step on a landmine again. Squirrel Mandarin fish, Buddha jumps over the wall. Moyu spoke softly, sliding her fingers across her phone and ordering 2 dishes. I'll eat these too. She returned the phone to Sukan. 1 piece of Osmanthus cake and 2 dishes already cost $21.94. Sukan was reluctant to order any more. What would you like to drink? He asked. A pot of Dahongpao, said Moyu. Good. Sukan added a pot of tea for 688 yuan to the shopping cart and placed the order and paid. His heart was bleeding. Oh, my money. Have you made things clear with that person? Sukan asked carefully. I told him, but he didn't believe it. Moyu pouted innocently, looking very cute. Send my WeChat to him and I'll talk to him. No need to bother, he's already scolded me anyway. Moyu said with a hint of anger. It turns out fairies can get angry too. No, that won't work. This happened because of me. I can't let my boss take the blame. As a substitute player, the boss's interests come first. This is Sukan's principle. All right. Moyu climbed up to the camp and sent a message to a friend with the ID Jiaochen riding a dog to kill Lu Bu. Are you from Kyoto? Sukan asked. Yes, from Chaoyang. Moyu replied. It's awesome to be admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University. Sukan gave a thumbs up. Art students, not that great. You look like a dancer. Yeah, classical dance. Sukan didn't know what to say next. In a hurry, he apologized again. I'm really sorry that you got scolded. If you want to get higher scores in the future, just contact me and I'll help you for free. Well, but I will pay you. Moyu said. She could tell that Sukan's family was not well off, so she didn't dare to order too much and wouldn't take advantage of him. At this time, tea and pastries were brought up by the waiter. This tea tastes great. It was my grandfather's favorite before. Moyu poured 2 cups of tea and handed one to Sukan. My grandfather also liked to drink tea when he was alive, but the tea he drank was only a few dollars. Sukan said with a wry smile. Moyu kept mentioning his grandfather, which revealed his sad story. Did your grandfather just pass away, too? No, I've been gone for more than a year. Were you sad during that time? Of course, I was raised by my grandfather. My parents died in a car accident when I was a child. Sukan said sadly in a low voice. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Moyu quickly waved his hand to apologize. It's okay, it's been such a long time. Sukan smiled. Can you tell me how you got out of it? I miss Grandpa so much, Moyu said in a crying voice. Let's drink some wine and play some games. You will get over it after a while. There was a flash of pain in Sukan's eyes. Those days were much harder than he said. Do you want to drink? Moyu murmured. Then can you go drink with me later? My family doesn't allow me to drink, and I've never had one before. Go to the bar. It's all right. I've never been to a bar before. Moyu lowered his eyes. You don't have to pay. I'll treat you. Okay. Saikwan, who was wearing headphones, was dumbfounded as he listened to the conversation between the two. Saikwan, can you still play like this? I'll try it next time, but my grandfather is not dead. Moyu picked up the tea and said, Have some tea, it's delicious. She put the cup to her lips and took a sip, very gracefully. Her parents are very busy, and she was raised by her grandfather since she was a child. Under the influence of her grandfather, she also likes to drink tea. Sukan picked up the teacup, took a sip, smacked his lips, and didn't taste anything. Then he drank it all in one gulp. This is no different from the ones that cost a few bucks. He estimated the teapot and found it could probably pour 4 cups of tea, so each cup would cost 172. 57 cans of Coke were gone in just one gulp. At this time, the dishes were ready and the waiter brought them up. Let's eat some food. Sukan said. Moyu first picked up a piece of squirrel fish and tasted it carefully. Her eating movements were also very elegant. She chewed in small bites without showing her teeth, showing the demeanor of a lady from a noble family. Sukan was different from her. He picked up a big piece and started eating it in big mouthfuls. He has never eaten such expensive food. Millimeter, this dish is indeed delicious. Sukan finally tasted the difference. He also wanted to eat Buddha jumps over the wall, which he had never eaten before, but Moyu hadn't touched it yet, so he felt embarrassed. You eat. Moyu saw Sukan's concerns and used a public spoon to scoop a spoonful of abalone and put it in his bowl. We'll each take one. There were 2 pieces of abalone in total, and she scooped some for herself. Thank you, thank you. There were only 2 dishes, and the portions were small, so 2 people finished them quickly. Shall we take a taxi? Sukan said. There was a bar near his school, and Saikwan took him there once. However, Sukan didn't like the atmosphere of the bar and only went there once. I'm driving. Moyu said. Then I'll send you the location. Saikwan, do you still need me to follow you? He sent a message. Sukan, no, please step back. Saikwan, your uncle. Moyu led Sukan to a pink sports car. Is this your car? Sukan asked in surprise. Well, it's my 18th birthday present from my mom. Moyu unlocked the car, opened the door and got in. Sukan carefully opened the passenger door and got in. He can't even afford to pay for a scratch on the paint. Sukan, this sports car is just so-so, not very comfortable and feels a bit crowded. I want to buy it in the future. He couldn't even stretch his long legs, which were over 1 meter long. Seat belt. Moyu reminded. Oh. Moyu started the car and set off according to the navigation. There was a faint fragrance in the car, not only perfume, but also mixed with Moyu's body fragrance. I don't know what brand of skin care product she uses, but it smells really good. Hey, if you drive to the bar, how are you going to drive back? Sukan thought of this problem. Let's find a designated driver. Moyu said, you can also call the driver at home. The family driver. Sukan, okay, I was overthinking it. How could a young lady be stumped by such a question? It was his first time riding in a sports car, and he didn't even have the driver's rights. Although Saikwan always wanted his father to buy him one, his father did not agree. Sukan looked at everything in the car curiously. If you like, I can open it for you for a while. Moyu said. No, I don't have a driver's license. Sukan quickly refused. He has a hard time even living, so how can he afford the money to get a driver's license? The sports car is on the road, unimpeded. What's more, Moyu's license plate number was 56s, so no one dared to cut in, and some even stayed far away. How much does this car cost? Sukan asked curiously. About 6 or 700. It can't be 6 or 700 yuan, so it must be 6 or 7 million. If you calculate that it takes 15 minutes to complete one order, and you get 10 yuan, that would be 40 yuan per hour. 12 hours a day is 480, no rest all year round, no food or drink, you still have to play. 40 years. Sukan started calculating in his mind. If he only worked as a substitute, he would have to fight for his entire life to be able to afford this car. Well, as expected, money is like AIDS, and can only be transmitted through 3 ways: blood, mother-to-child transmission, and sex. If you don't have it at birth, it's unlikely that you'll have it in your lifetime. The probability is even smaller than that of contracting AIDS. Dad, don't be discouraged. The car you will drive in the future will be much better than this one. The system encouraged Sukan. The future? Sukan smiled bitterly. It is certainly possible now that we have a system, but what if we don't? He still couldn't figure out how he would be able to pursue Ji Qingyun in the future. Pass the postgraduate entrance examination and get into Peking University or Tsinghua University, become her student, and by chance, develop a teacher-student romance. This was the only way he could think of. Sukan's original plan was to take the postgraduate entrance examination and enter Peking University or Tsinghua University. He had confidence in himself, so he did not choose to repeat his studies after failing the college entrance examination. Chapter 6. We depend on each other. Yi Wei Yan, the name of the bar, is very busy. After all, it is located in a university town, and college students nearby like to come here to shop. Saikwan even topped up his card with 50,000 yuan here. But it was not yet 7 o'clock in the evening and there were only a few people scattered in the bar. The music wasn't very loud and the atmosphere wasn't lively. Mo Yu walked in, looked around, and finally chose a seat in the corner. What would you like to drink? She asked Xiang Sutsan. I'm fine with anything you order, Sukan said with a smile. Mo Yu ordered a bucket of strawberry jumbo, 2 margaritas, and 2 tequilas on the mini program. She didn't know what kind of wine these were, she just thought they looked nice. Can you see these? Mo Yu showed the phone to Sukan. Can. Because there weren't many people, the big bucket was brought up in less than a minute. Mo Yu took the full cup and put it to his lips to taste it first. It tastes pretty good. It's sweet and sour and tastes like juice. Sukan also took a bite. This. Is it wine? There is no smell of alcohol at all, just like a drink, but it doesn't taste good. Really? Sukan smiled and nodded. Even if you drink 10 kilograms of this stuff, you won't get drunk, right? But he obviously overestimated Mo Yu's drinking capacity. After she drank a glass, her cheeks turned red. Delicious. Mo Yu took another glass and drank it all in one gulp. Belch. She drank too fast and burped, and she quickly covered her mouth embarrassedly, like a student who had made a mistake and was afraid to be discovered by the teacher. Drink slowly. Sukan couldn't help laughing. Oh. Mo Yu curled his lips. Beautiful lady and handsome guy, your margaritas and tequilas are ready. The waiter brought 4 glasses of wine and placed them on the table. Their margarita was served in a small butterfly glass, garnished with a slice of citrus, emitting a faint blue color under the dim light. The color of tequila changes from yellow to red, just like the sky at sunrise. There is a cherry in the cup, which looks like the rising sun, bright and beautiful. No wonder Mo Yu ordered these 2 kinds of wine. Sukan always thought they looked good. So beautiful. Mo Yu took several photos with his mobile phone. Cheers. She picked up a margarita. Cheers. Sukan also picked up a glass and clinked glasses with Mo Yu. This doesn't taste good. Mo Yu's little face twisted. She thought this cup was as delicious as the strawberry bucket, so she drank it all up. She didn't expect it to taste so strange. It does taste a bit bad, Sukan said after taking a sip. Sour, salty, sweet and bitter, like the taste of tears. Try this. Mo Yu picked up another glass of tequila and took a big sip. It tastes so bad. Mo Yu put down the wine glass, like a cute puppy, stuck out his tongue, and fanned himself with his hands, trying to blow away the bitterness and sourness in his mouth. Sukan also took a bite. This is really not good to drink, too much alcohol, spicy and bitter. Let us drink this. Mo Yu was already feeling tipsy and ordered another strawberry bucket. Miss, how can you drink like this? Slow down. Sukan snatched the cup from Mo Yu's hand with a wry smile to stop her from drinking. Humph. You're also a bad guy. You control me too. You don't let me do anything. Mo Yu actually slammed the table and stood up, putting his face close to Sukan, very angry. She showed her 2 sharp fangs, just like a baby animal whose food had been taken away, and she was waving her teeth and claws to declare her sovereignty, but there was no threat at all, just silly and cute. No way, I just told you to drink slowly, I didn't control you. Sukan comforted gently. This. Are you drunk? No way. That's only 3 cups. Then give me some wine. Mo Yu shouted. At this moment, she ignored her own elegance and image, shocking everyone else in the bar to look over. Here you go. Sukan had no choice but to return the wine to her. Snort. Mo Yu took the wine glass with satisfaction, sat down, and drank it all in one gulp. Sukan, right? You're a good person. Mo Yu smiled happily, but he became even more drunk and his eyes were blurry. Thank you. Sukan said helplessly. But my parents are not good people. Mo Yu said angrily. She pouted and her face puffed up like a little squirrel with its mouth full of nuts. They forced me to go abroad to study management. It was clearly agreed that if I got into Peking University or Tsinghua University, they would let me study dance. But they changed their mind right after Grandpa left. They are big bad guys. My grandfather left and no one protected me, so they just bullied me. Grandpa is gone, no one loves me anymore. As she spoke, Mo Yu covered her face and started crying. Her crying became louder and louder, from soft sobs to full-blown sobs. Sukan looked at her with pity and thought of his past self. His parents passed away early, and he depended on his grandfather for everything. But after his grandfather passed away, he had no one to love him, and he even lost his home. Thinking of this, Sukan's nose became sore and something seemed to be pouring out of his eyes. But at least you still have a father and a mother, right? Sukan handed over a few tissues. You are so rich. I can never afford the car you drive in my lifetime. And you are so beautiful, and you are a student at Peking University or Tsinghua University. Mo Yu took the tissue and wiped her tears while listening to Sukan talk. As for me, I had nothing. I only went to a crappy private school. My parents died when I was 3 years old. They were hit and killed by a truck driver. The driver's family is very poor. His son has leukemia and his wife is paralyzed. He can't pay a penny. My grandfather had already retired at that time. In order to support me, he should have been enjoying his retirement, but he went to work as a part-time teacher in a private school, and could only get half of the normal salary. I have always depended on my grandfather. Although I don't have parents, my grandfather is very good to me. I never think that I am worse than others. Having my grandfather is enough for me. But last year, just before the college entrance examination, my grandfather fell ill. He had a rare genetic disease, which is rare in the world. The doctor said that he would not have gotten sick, but Grandpa was too tired, his immunity was reduced, and his body was weak, which led to the disease. No one in China is researching this direction, so we can only invite top experts from abroad. I sold the house my parents left behind and borrowed money from relatives, but I still lacked more than 1 million yuan to pay for the treatment plan. I made a deal with someone. I gave up the chance to go to a prestigious school, and he paid for my medical treatment. I tried everything. I tried so hard to cure Grandpa. I even gave up on Tsinghua and Peking University. But I still couldn't cure him. Sukan became more and more excited as he spoke, and his voice became louder. Compared to me, aren't you much luckier? I have nothing now. I have to earn my living expenses and tuition fees by myself, and I still owe hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. Or maybe they felt sympathy for each other, having both lost their grandfather and having no one to love them. This was the first time that Sukan talked about these things in front of outsiders. He had tears in his eyes and he raised his head, trying hard not to let them fall. He can't cry. He is an adult now, how can an adult cry? Dad, Wu, you still have Yao Yao. And Mom, the system sobbed softly. Suddenly, Sukan felt a fragrant breeze entering his nose, and Mo Yu actually came over and hugged him. Dear, don't be sad. From now on, I will always be your good friend. We will depend on each other. Mo Yu's voice was trembling and choked with the sound of someone who had just stopped crying. She suppressed her sadness and fatigue, and spoke softly and gently in the Sichuan Chongqing dialect. Mo Yu hugged Sukan tightly and patted his back gently with both hands, as if coaxing a child. After listening to Sukan's experience, she felt that she was not so sad anymore. Instead, she couldn't help but feel distressed for the boy in front of her. Compared to him, I am indeed much luckier. Mo Yu felt a chill on his neck. He looked up and found that it was Sukan's tears. Only at this moment did Sukan clearly feel that the body odor on Mo Yu was not from any skin care products, but her natural body odor. It is not just a simple fragrance, but a feeling, a magical feeling that can make people feel relaxed and happy. Mo Yu's body fragrance and their hug gave Sukan an inexplicable sense of security. He could no longer hold back his tears, and they burst out like a flood. You, how come you can speak Sichuan and Chongqing dialects? Sukan said with a sob. My hometown is Sichuan and Chongqing. Mo Yu whispered in Sukan's ear. System, it's over. If you don't show up, it looks like Dad will be snatched away. But if the system had not suddenly appeared, Sukan would not have broken his phone, the order would have been completed smoothly, and he would not have added Mo Yu as a friend and gone out for dinner and drinks. It was her appearance that brought the two of them together. This is probably the butterfly effect. She, who came from the future, has changed the development trajectory of the real world. Mo Yu let go of Sukan, picked up the tissue with his left hand, and gently wiped the tears from his face. I can do it myself. Sukan wanted to take the tissue from Mo Yu, but accidentally held her hand. It's okay, we are good friends now. Mo Yu smiled and patted Sukan's shoulder gently with her other hand. The traces of tears were still on her face, but now she was smiling again, with a sense of broken beauty. Mo Yu was very pretty and was recognized as the campus beauty of Peking University and Tsinghua University. Her current appearance made Sukan feel dazed. Seeing that he didn't let go of her hand and just stood there in a daze, Mo Yu wiped the tears from his face with her other hand and even gently stroked his eyes. Sukan had never had such an intimate behavior with a girl, let alone the absolutely beautiful Mo Yu, so his face turned red all of a sudden. "Phut! You're shy." Mo Yu moved his face closer and looked at the blushing Sukan carefully with his drunken eyes. If she wasn't drunk, she wouldn't have behaved like this. But because of the alcohol and the similar pitiful look between the two of them, she was so bold and flirtatious. In fact, Mo Yu has never been in a relationship, let alone had any intimate behavior with boys. Although many people pursued her, she never agreed. If she hadn't been in a bad mood after being scolded today and hadn't found anyone to talk to, she wouldn't have come out to eat with Sukan. But Sukan happened to choose his grandfather's favorite restaurant, which made her even more melancholy and sad. She wanted to do as Sukan said and drink some wine to see if it could help. But I didn't expect that I had such a poor alcohol tolerance and I got drunk after 3 cups. The emergence of the system has pried open the gears of fate. After 3 glasses of wine, this magical fate began. Chapter 7 Drunk Mo Yu. "You, sit back down." Sukan turned his head away, not daring to face Mo Yu again. "Har har. You're so cute." Mo Yu smiled, stretched out her hand, and twisted Sukan's face. "It's quite soft. You sit back." Sukan opened Mo Yu's hand in embarrassment and even his ears turned red. "Got it." Mo Yu smiled and sat back down opposite. "Come on. Let's celebrate being friends." Mo Yu took another strawberry bucket and raised the cup happily. "Cheers." Ding dong. The crisp sound of wine glasses clinking was heard, and both of them smiled and finished their wine in their glasses. When the things buried deep in his heart came out, Sukan felt as if he had been constipated for several days and finally the constipation was relieved. "Sukan, you will only play games with me from now on, okay? I will give you 5 times the price." Mo Yu held her little face with both hands and looked at Sukan eagerly. Her face turned red due to drunkenness, as if she had put on heavy rouge, but it didn't look weird. The beauty is drunk, her rosy face is flushed. "We are all friends, and playing games with friends is free," Sukan said with a smile. But you are short of money." "A gentleman loves money but gets it in a proper way." "I don't make money from my friends," said Sukan. "Oh well." Mo Yu pouted her lips like a little puffer fish, staring at Sukan blankly. "But as long as I'm free, I can play with you," Sukan said with a smile. "Yeah. Sukan is the best." Mo Yu jumped up happily, revealing her slender white waist and charming curves. At this time, there were more people in the bar, and they were all looking this way. You sit down," Sukan said helplessly. "This alcohol tolerance is too poor." "Oh." Mo Yu sat down obediently and wanted to take the wine, but was stopped by Sukan. "You are drunk, stop drinking and go back," Sukan said. "How can I be drunk? I can drink more. 1 more bucket. 2 more buckets. 3 more buckets." Mo Yu raised 3 fingers one by one and waved them in front of Sukan's face. Okay. You are not drunk, but I am. Can we go back?" Sukan said with a wry smile. "Well, then you can't do this." Mo Yu sat over again and put his arm around Sukan's shoulders in a very domineering manner. "If you drink with me till you're satisfied, I'll let you go." "Why?" Sukan sighed. "With your current condition, you'll pass out after just 2 more drinks." "Okay, drink. That's what a man is like," Mo Yu said, patting Sukan's chest. "Come on. Let's drink this glass of wine, my good friend." Mo Yu picked up the tequila in front of him. "You take this cup, it's mine." "Really?" "Oh, it doesn't matter, you drink mine." Mo Yu picked up his wine glass generously and handed it to Sukan. "Dad, no. This is an indirect kiss," the system hurriedly stopped him. But she was a step too late. Mo Yu had already put the wine glass to Sukan's mouth and drank it all in one gulp. This glass of tequila has almost the same volume as a can of beer and is even stronger. Mo Yu's action shocked Sukan. "Huh? You, why didn't you drink? Do you look down on me?" Moyu pointed at Sukan with one hand and at himself with the other. After drinking this glass of wine, she was completely drunk. Even her hands were shaking and she couldn't lift them steadily. She swayed from side to side like a tumbler, which was very funny. You, hiccup. Don't you consider me a friend? Moyu burped, showing his fangs and looking ferocious. This is what you drank. Then you just dislike me. I don't even dislike you. I drink. Sukan gritted his teeth and took a sip. That's all you drink. Moyu narrowed his eyes, pinched two fingers, made a very small gap, and sneered with a look of disgust. You, burp. Are you a man? This sentence directly aroused Sukan's competitive spirit. Who is not a man? He picked up the glass and drank it all. Wow. Sukan is so handsome. Moyu clapped her hands and praised like a little fangirl. Hiss. How did she manage to drink that? After drinking it, Sukan had a bitter face. He felt a burning sensation in his stomach and the strong smell of alcohol rushed straight to his forehead. He was still sober, but Moyu was already drunk and couldn't taste anything. Just seconds after Sukan finished drinking, Moyu collapsed on the table, closed his eyes and passed out drunk, muttering, Sukan is so handsome. I love to eat and drink. Sukan shook his head and smiled. Hey. No. Big sister, you are drunk, how can I take you back? Sukan suddenly realized this problem and his head started to hurt. Moyu, wake up. Moyu. Sukan gently shook Mizuriyu's body, trying to wake her up. Tilde. Moyu just hummed and didn't wake up. People who often see old ladies crossing the road on bicycles should know that it is impossible to wake up a drunk person. So Sukan gave up the idea of waking Moyu up again. I may not be able to go back tonight, so please pay attention to the dormitory inspection. Sukan sent a message in the For Heavenly Kings group. Yongwei, obscene emoticons. Wangteng? Saikwan, awesome. Really awesome. Little Kanzi has this talent. Sukan smiled bitterly and sent another message. She can't drink much, and I have to take care of her. She's not as dirty as you think. Yongwei, dirty smile. Wangteng, dog head. Saikwan, I understand. Sukan, damn it. Sukan put away his phone and thought about how to deal with the drunk Moyu. Dad can't do bad things with big sister, said the system shyly and angrily. Ancestor, please stop causing more trouble. Sukan said speechlessly. Humph. You can't do that anyway. Otherwise the consequences will be serious. I know. Sukan sent the system away. Or turn on her phone and call her family. However, this thought only appeared for a moment before it was rejected by Sukan. Moyu is having a conflict with his family, and this is bound to intensify the relationship between the two sides, which is not feasible. But even if I take her to the hotel myself, I have to tell her roommate. If you are caught staying out all night, even if you are a student from Peking University or Tsinghua University, the punishment will be severe. Anyway, Sukan's school gave him a direct disciplinary warning. He picked up Moyu's phone, which was a fruit phone that could only be unlocked with facial recognition. Moyu, raise your head. Sukan helped her up. Tilde. Moyu once again made that tingling humming sound that is unique to girls. The phone was successfully unlocked, and Sukan gently put her down again. He opened a letter and tried to find Moyu's dormitory group. But there was only one class group and a group called Mo Family in Moyu's phone. The top friend is my grandfather, followed by myself, and then my parents. The chat list is very clean. No. What should I do? You can't ask in her class group. This is definitely not okay, it will affect Moyu's innocence. At this moment, a new message suddenly popped up, sent by someone named Nan Nan. Nan Nan, Xiaoyu, I'm going back to my country. It should be Moyu's best friend. Or ask her? Sukan thought so and typed the message. Hello, I'm Moyu's friend. She's drunk. Do you have her roommate's contact information? She may not be able to go back today. Chapter 8, The Rich and Beautiful Little Gangster Girlfriend. Nan Nan didn't reply to the message, but instead made a video call directly. Sukan pressed the answer button. On the screen was a beautiful woman with short orange-yellow hair, earrings, a black leather jacket, a colorful butterfly pattern on her face, and heavy smoky makeup. She looks just like a little gangster. Who are you? Nan Nan asked coldly. I'm Mo Yu's friend, Sukan. Bullshit. Xiaoyu only has me as his friend. I've never heard him talk about you. Is this your only friend? He was still abroad, no wonder he asked me to come to the bar to drink. It turned out that he had no one to accompany him. Thinking of this, Sukan felt sorry for Mo Yu again. He has a good brother in high school, Jiang Peng, who is now attending college in Shanghai. It was he who accompanied me through the painful days after my grandfather passed away. I now have 3 sons. Although I don't have many friends, at least there is someone to accompany me when I encounter difficulties. Hey! Speak! What do you want to do? Nan Nan interrupted Sukan, who was distracted. Sorry, I was distracted just now. What did you say? Sukan said. Let me ask you. What did you want to do by getting Xiaoyu drunk? I warn you, don't try to do anything bad to her. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Nan Nan's face was full of anger, and she was pointing at the screen with a fruit knife in one hand. I didn't mean to do anything. She is really Mo Yu's friend. We just met today. She was in a bad mood and said she wanted to drink, but she got drunk after just a few drinks. Sukan explained with a wry smile. Turn the camera around. Let me see her. Hearing this, Sukan flipped the camera of his phone, and the picture on the phone turned into Mo Yu lying on the table. Xiaoyu! Xiaoyu! Nan Nan shouted anxiously. It's useless. She is so drunk that I can't wake her up. Sukan said. Damn it! You bastard! If you dare to touch her hair today, I will go back home and kill you tomorrow. Nan Nan was furious and wished she could rush out of the screen and stab Sukan to death with a knife. No, I really don't have any ideas, Sukan explained again. Bullshit. If you don't have any ideas, get her drunk. Xiaoyu is so pretty, how could you not have any ideas? Hey, believe it or not. Sukan didn't want to explain any more. Indeed, any words in this situation seem pale and powerless. If it were him, he wouldn't believe it either. You bastard. You're exposed. I'm warning you. Xiaoyu is the eldest daughter of Hongyan Capital. If you dare to touch her, the Mo family will not forgive you. Red Yin Capital. The largest investment group in the country. Even Sukan had heard of this company. Mo Yu is a genuine top-notch, white, rich and beautiful woman. Are you scared? I warn you to stay there and don't move. I'll contact Uncle Mo now. No. She is still in conflict with her family. Sukan hurriedly stopped her. Conflict? What kind of conflict? Her family wanted to send her abroad to study management, but she didn't want to. What? How come I don't know? Why? With Grandpa Mo here, no one can force Xiaoyu. Nan Nan said puzzledly. Don't you know that her grandfather passed away? Sukan asked puzzledly. What? Nan Nan screamed at the top of her lungs, her face full of disbelief. Aren't you her only friend? Didn't she tell you? Sukan became alert. Could this woman be a liar? I was put in solitary confinement before, and my cell phone was confiscated. I was only released today. There should be message records too. Sukan questioned. Maybe my dad deleted me. He deleted almost all of my friends and cleared my message history as well. Nan Nan explained. No, you broke the law. You were put in solitary confinement, your phone was confiscated, and your chat history was deleted. Oh, it can't be explained in just a few words. Tell me about you and Xiaoyu first. Nan Nan glared at Sukan and said. Sukan told her in detail what happened between them. No wonder Grandpa Mo loves Xiaoyu the most. Her parents have long wanted to send her abroad, but Grandpa Mo has always been against it. Nan Nan sighed. Let's not talk about this for now. What should I do now? Do you have her roommate's contact information? Even if her roommate can't come to pick her up, I have to at least let her know. Otherwise, it will be difficult if the school finds out. How could I have that? I've been abroad for several years. Nan Nan said helplessly. Oh. It's not important to stay out all night. Xiaoyu doesn't need to care about these. Send her to their hotel first. Nan Nan said again. Okay. Sukan nodded. In his anxiety, he forgot Mo Yu's identity. The eldest daughter of Hongyin capital would never care about the school's punishment like an ordinary student like him. No, if she gets punished, her family will know about it too, right? Sukan asked. Send her to the hotel first and then talk about other things. Nan Nan said. Don't hang up the video. I need to supervise you. To prevent you from doing anything to her. No, big sister, how can I help her with a cell phone in my hand? Who are you calling big sister? I don't care. You can't hang up anyway. Who knows who you are? What if you take advantage of my Xiaoyu? She's still a virgin. She's never been in love before. Nan Nan was talking like an old woman. Okay. Sukan held the phone in one hand and lifted Mo Yu up with the other. Hey! Where are you putting your hands? How can I support her if I don't let go? You pay attention. Just like that, Sukan played the video with one hand, put his arm around Mo Yu's waist with the other, put her hand on his shoulder, and walked out. You know what, this waist is so thin and soft, she is worthy of being a dancer. Oh! Sukan, you beast. How can you be such a beast? I am just doing good deeds. You are taking advantage of others when they are not prepared. Bullshit. You slandered me. In Sukan's mind, two little men representing an angel and a devil appeared and started arguing fiercely. Fortunately, there was a hotel next to the bar, so Sukan didn't need to support Mo Yu and walk far. But it might be the hand supporting him that made Mo Yu feel uncomfortable, or it might be that he wanted to vomit. Anyway, she vomited as soon as she walked out of the bar. The vomit was all over the floor and even on their shoes. Xiaoyu! Nan Nan on the phone exclaimed with concern. Mo Yu, Mo Yu. Sukan hurriedly supported her with the hand holding the phone and patted her back with the other hand. Oh! Mo Yu vomited again, all over himself. I'm hanging up first. Sukan said something to Nan Nan, ignored her opinion, hung up and put his phone away. It was difficult to deal with Mo Yu while talking on the phone with one hand. Mo Yu, can we vomit after we get to the hotel? Sukan said gently. He didn't mind that Mo Yu was now dirty and continued to support her and walk forward. Can I use an electronic ID card to book a room? Sukan finally brought Mo Yu to the hotel. Can. The lady at the front desk asked politely, what type of room would you like to book? Chapter 9 We are just friends. Twin room. Sukan said. Sir, we have a discount for couples suites now, would you like one? No need, twin room. Sukan said firmly. Yes sir, please turn on your phone and show your ID. After completing the check-in procedures and collecting the room card given by the front desk, Sukan helped Mo Yu walk into the elevator and finally arrived at the room. Fortunately, Mo Yu was not very heavy, and Sukan did not feel tired while supporting her all the way, he just got dirty. As soon as he opened the door, Sukan realized this problem. Mo Yu is dirty now and can't just lie on the bed. He couldn't change her clothes. Mo Yu, lie down on the table for a while. I'll find someone to help you change your clothes. Sukan put her on the table and let her lie down there first. He went to the lobby and came to the front desk. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? The receptionist asked with a smile. How many mobile phones do you have? Sukan first asked a strange question. 1. What's wrong? The receptionist asked in confusion. Can you help my friend change his clothes? It's not very convenient for a boy like me, Sukan said with an embarrassed smile. Sir, this is not. I'll give you $200. Sir, this is what we should do. Give me your phone first. Why? Prevent secret photography, please understand. All right. The receptionist handed the phone to Sukan and followed him to the room. Help her wipe her body. I'll wait outside. Yes, sir. Sukan closed the door and stood in front of it. He glanced at himself and saw that he was covered in vomit and reeked of alcohol. Why? What is this? Sukan opened his phone and prepared to order takeout. The two dishes were small in quantity to begin with, not to mention there were only two of them, so they weren't full at all, and this whole ordeal made them even hungrier. He first took out Mo Yu's mobile phone and saw that Nan Nan had sent many messages and made many calls. Still fighting now. But the Apple phone had to be unlocked before a call could be connected, so he had no way of answering the call and could only wait later. Sukan took out his master and opened a group, but the homepage actually pushed condoms to him. Forehead. This is terrifying big data. He entered the takeaway interface speechlessly, randomly found a fried food restaurant, changed the address and placed the order. I opened a message and found that people in the dormitory group were adding him. He glanced at it casually and saw that it was his 3 sons teasing him, so he ignored them. On the other side, the receptionist was wiping Mo Yu's body with a wet towel. Her clothes had been taken off, leaving only a set of pink underwear. What a beautiful figure. The receptionist, who was a girl, was amazed by Mo Yu's figure at this moment. It must be because she is a dancer. Mo Yu does not have a trace of fat on her body, her belly is flat and smooth, her waist is white and tender, and there are even traces of waistline. But he is thin where he should be thin, and fat where he should be fat. Mo Yu is not an airport. Although the waves are not turbulent, they are still quite large. The buttocks are very firm, not round and plump, but with a well-developed muscular feel. The legs are more than 1 meter long, straight and white, the thighs are round and full, and the calves are very slender. Their whole person looks like a fragile willow tree, but it has 2 fruits and a perky peach. This makes people feel that her slender figure cannot bear such abundant weight. It's inevitable that one would want to use one's hands to support her and lighten her burden. No wonder he took my phone. With such a perfect figure, the receptionist really wanted to take a few sneak shots. 5 minutes later, the front desk clerk wiped Mo Yu's body clean. Their wonderful touch was so addictive that she almost bent it. "Sir, it's been cleaned," the receptionist said as he opened the door. "Yeah, okay." Sukan returned the phone to her. "Let me scan you." "Thank you, sir." The receptionist was very happy. It was a pleasant night to touch a beautiful girl and make money at the same time. "Sir, your girlfriend has a great figure, you are so lucky," the receptionist exclaimed. "Oh, we're just friends." However, the receptionist obviously didn't believe it. She gave him an expression that said, "I understand," and left. Cut. Believe it or not. Sukan closed the door and saw Mo Yu covered with a quilt, sleeping soundly. The dirty clothes on my body were thrown into the trash can. "I still have to go buy some clothes," Sukan frowned. Neither he nor Mo Yu had any clothes to wear. Sukan first opened her cell phone and called Nan Nan back. Connected in 1 second. "Hey. How's you?" Nan Nan asked with concern. "I asked the front desk to clean her up. She's already lying down." Sukan turned the camera over. "Are you sure you didn't replace it?" Nan Nan questioned. "If you don't believe me, go find the front desk and ask her," Sukan said with a hint of anger. The clayman still had some temper. Nan Nan's continuous questioning made him a little angry. All right. Stop hanging up the phone. I need to supervise you. Then you just watch here." Sukan put his phone on the cabinet beside him and faced Mo Yu. "Hey. What are you doing? Let's go buy some clothes. We both have nothing to wear." Sukan ignored her and strode out of the door. He searched for the nearest clothing store, which was on the next street, only about 700 meters away. "Hello, can you get a size for women around 170 centimeters? Sukan picked out a white t-shirt with Doraemon printed on it and a pair of blue ripped jeans, which were almost the most expensive women's clothing in the store. Of course, it shouldn't be as expensive as what Mo Yu is wearing today. The 2 pieces together only cost more than 500 yuan. Okay. Sukan himself was not so particular and just picked out 2 black tops and pants at random, which together cost only about 100 yuan. But this is already the most expensive set of clothes he has bought in the past few years. Calculate how much it is. The total is 675, I'll give you 650. 600, maybe. Handsome man, you cut too much. Can I go back to school and promote your store? Okay, scan the code. After buying clothes and returning to their hotel, the takeaway food arrived. Sukan prepared to take a shower before eating. "Hey. Are you back?" Nan Nan's voice came from the phone, and she hadn't hung up yet. It seemed that she and Mo Yu had a really good relationship. Sukan ignored her, put his clothes aside, and went into the bathroom to take a shower. It was the first time for him to be in the same room with a girl. "Now when I take a shower, I have a weird feeling, but I can't tell what it is." Well, he didn't need to say it, the second brother had already said it for him. It's not Sukan's fault that he had such wild thoughts. It's just that Mo Yu was too attractive. He held her all the way, and since he was a virgin, this was normal. In less than 2 minutes, Sukan finished his shower and put on new clothes without even putting on any underwear. It's a bit uncomfortable, but I can bear it. I won't have to go vacuum when I go back to school. Hey! Hey! What are you doing? Nan Nan's voice sounded again. Take a shower. Eat. Sukan said unhappily. Also, my name isn't Hey. My name is Sukan. Grasbansu, Volcano Kan. Got it. How can a grown man like you be so petty? Sukan put on a yin-yarn expression and imitated Nan Nan's mouth shape. How can you be so cautious as a grown man? After finishing the imitation, he rolled his eyes, not wanting to talk to the woman anymore, and sat on the chair to eat fried rice. Chapter 10R. How embarrassing. Sukan? Sukan? Chat with me. I'm so bored. Nan Nan shouted on the phone. I said, keep your voice down and don't wake her up. Sukan took Mo Yu's phone helplessly. Is this little girl a bit of a socialite? What did you eat? Fried rice. Why don't you blow dry your hair? Sukan's hair was wet and stuck to his scalp. His hair wasn't very long, so blow drying it didn't take long and wasn't a big deal. I'm afraid of disturbing Mo Yu. The hair dryers in hotels are always very loud and noisy. I didn't realize you were such a warm guy. I say, are you talking too much? Sukan rolled his eyes at her. So boring. If you're bored, find something to do. That won't work. I have to keep an eye on you. Then you are bored. Sukan didn't say anything to Nan Nan anymore. She just kept quiet as she ate her fried rice. After dinner, he played with his cell phone. In the group of the Four Heavenly Kings, 3 of his sons kept adding him. Young Wei, do you have to eat? Do you have to eat? Saiquan, I think it's over. Wangting, Brotherkin is not that kind of person. Dog head. Sukan, don't bark like a dog. Young Wei, holy shit. Is this really over? Saiquan, how does it feel to be with a beautiful woman? Wangting, I worship Brother Kan. Sukan, dirty. How did your father teach you? Young Wei, nothing happened, right? Saiquan, nothing happened, right? Wangting, nothing happened, right? Sukan, of course. Is your father a lustful person? Young Wei, you asked me for the website a few days ago. Wangting, you follow more beautiful girls on TikTok than I do. Saiquan, my dad is laughing to death. Sukan, you rebellious sons. Are you trying to piss off your father to death? Young Wei, the defense is broken. Wangting, it hurts. Saiquan, you could.jpg. Sukan, get lost, I need to place an order. Sukan exited a message and opened pesticide. In fact, it is still early now, before 11 o'clock, and he can go back to the dormitory. But he was afraid that Mo Yu would get into an accident after getting drunk and would need someone to take care of him. Hey, hey, hey. Are you playing with pesticides? Nan Nan asked again. I can play too. Let's play together. I want to make an order. Are you awesome? It's just average. I've been to the top. Sukan said lightly. While maintaining the top grade in the school, I even reached the peak of being the number 1. What the hell? Is this true? Nan Nan asked doubtfully. Believe it or not. Let's play together later. Play around with me for 20. Fuck. Are we friends? Who is your friend? Sukan said speechlessly. Mo Yu and I are friends. What does it have to do with you? Then let's get to know each other, Li Nan Nan. We're friends now. Sorry, I don't make friends casually. Sukan said as he locked onto the hero mirror. This is a big order, the client wants to be in the top 100, and now he is ranked over 6,000. It is a high-end game, and he has to have fun. Fuck. Go ask around and see how many people want to be friends with me but don't have the chance. Li Nan Nan said angrily. Then you go find them. Sukan turned the call volume down to the minimum to prevent Li Nanan's noise from affecting his performance. In order not to disturb Mo Yu's rest, he only turned on some media sounds. He played until the peak competition was closed, winning 4 and losing 1. After completing today's task, Sukan went to sleep on another bed, forgetting that he was still on the phone with Li Nan Nan. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth, and when she saw the screen go dark, she cursed Sukan as a beast. But Sukan was very tired today and fell asleep in less than 3 seconds, and did not hear the faint sound from the phone. For 22 in the morning. Moyu wakes up drunk. My head hurts. She turned over in a daze and felt as if her head had been hit by a car, and it hurt so much that it seemed to be split in half. My throat felt like I hadn't had any water for days. It was so dry that it was about to smoke and felt like it was stuck together. My whole body felt weak, drowsy, and without any strength. Where is this? Moyu squinted his eyes with difficulty and found that this was not the dormitory. It was pitch black with only a little light. She sat up alertly and looked around. With the light from the mobile phone screen on the table, I saw a man sleeping on the bed next to me. Sukan? Although Moyu was drunk, he still had some vague memories of what happened yesterday. It seemed like he drank too much and started acting crazy. Honey, don't be sad. From now on, I will always be your good friend and we will depend on each other. You are shy. You are so cute. Cheers to celebrating that we're friends. Moyu's memory stopped at this sentence, and he had no impression of anything that happened after that. How embarrassing. Moyu's face suddenly turned red, but this time it was not because of drunkenness, but because of shyness. Moyu, what have you done? Wrong. Only then did she realize that she and Sukan were in the hotel, and her clothes. A sharp scream was heard. Huh? Xiaoyu. What's wrong with you? Li Nan on the screen heard Moyu's scream and asked anxiously. Nan. Moyu seemed to hear her best friend's voice, coming from the cell phone. She wanted to get up from the table and get it, but then she remembered that she only had one set of underwear on her and didn't dare to move. She picked up the quilt and pulled it up, covering herself with only her head exposed, and observed Sukan carefully. Sukan was awakened by Moyu's scream. He opened his eyes blearily and found that she was already awake. You're awake, he said with a yawn. Sukan sat up, turned on the light, and prepared to get clothes for Moyu. What are you going to do? Moyu watched him get up in horror, his entire body almost covered in the quilt, with only his eyes exposed. Get you some clothes. Sukan smiled and said, the clothes you were wearing were taken off by the front desk. I didn't do anything. Don't worry. He placed the new clothes beside Moyu's bed. Thank you. Moyu said weakly. She looks like a mole in a hole that has encountered danger, vigilantly looking around with her eyes open. She is very cute. Sukan was amused by her behavior. He was not angry, because the right thing for a girl to do in this situation is to remain vigilant. Xiaoyu. Li Nan on the screen was still shouting. Only then did Sukan hear her voice. Oh, by the way. There's someone named Li Nan who says she's your best friend and she's worried about you, so she keeps video chatting with you. He handed the phone to Moyu. Thank you. Moyu stretched out her snow-white arm from the edge of the quilt and took the phone. She took a look and saw that it was indeed Nan. A hint of joy flashed in her eyes. Then change your clothes first, I'll go out and wait. Sukan walked out and closed the door. Xiaoyu. How are you? Moyu sat up only after Sukan left, raised his phone and turned up the volume. I'm fine. He didn't do anything to you. Probably not. Sukan doesn't look like that kind of person. You two have only known each other for 1 day. How do you know he's not the one? He even said he asked the front desk to change your clothes for you. I told you to go and ask him later to see if it's true. If not, I'll kill him. That's not necessary. I'll go change my clothes first. Feeling the care from her best friend, Moyu smiled happily. Chapter 11. Moyu gets shy when teased lightly. Little Dora. Moyu discovered that there was her favorite Doraemon on the t-shirt and she cried out in delight. When Sukan was using her phone, he saw that her wallpapers were all Doraemon, and he chose this one on purpose. It fits nicely. She changed her clothes and muttered to herself in front of the mirror. I'm done. Moyu opened the door and signaled Sukan to come in. Now she has long hair, which makes her look youthful, beautiful and intellectual. You can drink either of these 2 bottles of milk. It will help relieve your headache. Sukan pointed at the 2 bottles of milk on the table and said. Thanks. Moyu nodded obediently. Why are you being so formal? Didn't you say we are good friends? Sukan couldn't help but tease Mo Yu when he saw her like this. You, stop talking. Mo Yu turned around with a red face, sat on the chair, turned her face away, picked up a bottle of yogurt and started drinking. Your clothes are too dirty and in the trash can. We can't keep them. Sukan sat on his bed. Mo Yu's voice is as soft as a mosquito. Sukan noticed from behind that her neck and ears had turned red. You're shy. You, shut up. Mo Yu turned around abruptly with a ferocious expression. But she didn't look lethal at all. Her face was rosy and she had cute fangs. There was a hint of white yogurt at the corner of her mouth. Her body was trembling slightly with excitement. Well, this way, everyone can think. You're so cute. Sukan said with a sly smile. These were all words that Mo Yu said to tease him when he was drunk. You're so annoying. Mo Yu hurriedly turned around again and fiddled with her long hair with her hands, trying to hide herself in her hair. Is there a hole for me to crawl into? I'm going to die. Hey. Am I the tool for you two to flirt with? You two better stay out of my phone. Li Nanan's voice came from the mobile phone on the bed. Your cell phone. Sukan stood up, took it and handed it to Mo Yu. Oh. Mo Yu's entire face was covered by her hair. She didn't look up and reached out her hand to take it. Xiaoyu. Tell the truth. Is he your boyfriend? Li Nanan on the screen said angrily. She was so worried here that she didn't sleep a wink the whole night. After waking up, Mo Yu started flirting with Sukan. We are good friends who depend on each other. Sukan said, imitating Mo Yu's tone. Ouch. You're so annoying. Mo Yu said shyly and annoyedly. Ha 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 ha. Sukan laughed heartily. This little girl is so sexy when she's drunk. His fighting power is almost zero when he doesn't drink, and he becomes shy when he is teased slightly. It's so funny. Okay. Mo Yu. I shouldn't have stayed here worrying about you all night. Ouch. We're really just friends. Fuck friends. Humph. Don't talk about me first. Where have you been these days? Why can't I contact you? My dad put me in solitary confinement. He confiscated my cell phone and kept me there for 2 weeks. He just let me out yesterday. What did you do wrong again? Again? This word is used very cleverly. Sukan pricked up his ears and listened carefully. I beat up Jack, and the cooperation between the group and his family fell through. Li Nan said hesitantly. The one with 80 billion. Mo Yu asked. She had heard Nan talk about this cooperation. If the Li family could take on this 80 billion order, their overall strength would be taken to a new level and they would become the top capital in the world. 80 billion. Sukan's pupils dilated, shocked by their 80 billion they mentioned. It won't be US dollars. Yeah, Li Nan nodded. Why did you hit him? He touched my butt. That's what you deserve. Are you okay? I'm fine. He was as weak as a dog and couldn't get up after a few seconds. Li Nan smiled proudly. Then Uncle Li wouldn't treat you like this. He was the one who made the mistake first. I broke his thing. Li Nan said embarrassedly. Mo Yu blushed, very surprised. No wonder Nan has been locked up for so long. Oh. Let's not talk about this anymore. I want to go back home. Li Nan was very excited when she thought about this. Really? My dad won't let me stay in the United States anymore. But aren't you studying at Wharton? Hey. I got a spot as an exchange student. We're going to be alumni now. You want to come to Tsinghua and Peking University? Yes. He. That's great. Mo Yu laughed like a little fool. She only has Li Nan as a friend, but the Li family is a multinational group and their work focus shifted overseas in recent years. When Li Nan was in high school, she went to the United States with her family and only came back during the Chinese New Year. Now my best friend is going back to China and is going to the same school as me. I am so happy. I know about Grandpa's affairs. I'm sorry, Li Nan said self-reproachfully. When Xiaoyu was most sad, I was not with her. When Mo Yu mentioned his grandfather, he became sad, as if shrouded in sorrow. If you look from the front, you can see that Mo Yu's messy hair covers her face. Through the gaps in the hair, one could vaguely see that the pair of beautiful big eyes were suddenly covered with a layer of mist. A sad expression appeared on her face, she pursed her lips, and 2 lines of tears fell silently. Does Li Nan Nan know how to chat? Sukan was speechless. Mo Yu finally got happy, but she mentioned her sad story again. It's okay, Grandpa. I didn't feel any pain at all when I passed away. Mo Yu sobbed. Mo Yu's grandfather, Mo Lu, is an old general who made great contributions in the war after the founding of the country. He has always been in good health and has no serious illness except for the old wounds left on the battlefield. I'm almost 100 years old, my ears are still sharp and my eyes are still clear, and I enjoy everything I eat. He passed away in his bed at home 6 days ago at the age of 96. It was a happy funeral. When he left, there was still a smile on his face, and he looked very peaceful. But the old man left this world without any regrets, and his descendants who are still alive will not be able to let go for a while. For example, Mo Yu, who has the deepest feelings for his grandfather, has been shrouded in grief these days. Especially since her parents did not keep their promise and forced her to give up her favorite dance and send her abroad to study business administration. Her parents only have this one daughter. If Mo Yu doesn't inherit Hong Yin's huge family business, it will be given to someone else. As Mo Yu's parents, who created Hong Yin from scratch, naturally don't want to see this. But Mo Yu has never been interested in business since childhood. Instead, she likes dancing and is very talented. When Mo Lu was alive, Mo Yu's parents didn't dare to force her openly. But once the old man is gone, there will be no one to protect her. Chapter 12. If I, Mo Yu, drink again, I will be a dog. I swear. When will you return home? Mo Yu asked, suppressing her grief. It should be here by Monday afternoon. Li Nan Nan seemed to realize that she had said the wrong thing and her voice became smaller. Send me the flight and I'll pick you up then. Li Nan Nan. What are you doing? Come out now. An angry male voice came from the other side of the screen. Is that Uncle Li? Then you go and get busy first. Mo Yu said sympathetically. Nan Nan must have been urged by Uncle Li several times, but she never went for her own sake. Well, then I'm hanging up. After more than 6 hours of video call, Mo Yu's phone only had 3% battery left. Sukan, where do you think people go after they die? Is there really an underworld? Mo Yu finally turned around and said with a gloomy look. Before he died, my grandfather said that he would turn into a star in the sky and always protect me. Sukan said softly. Then will my grandfather turn into a star to protect me? Mo Yu said melancholy. I will. But I don't want to go abroad. I want to stay in China to learn dance. Grandpa is gone, and I can't resist my parents. Mo Yu, with her hair loose, looked melancholy, with no light in her eyes, only tears flashing. Sukan felt heartbroken when he saw her weak and pitiful appearance. He walked forward, took out the tissue on the table, bent down, and gently wiped away her tears like Mo Yu did last night. I'll help you. We are friends who depend on each other. Sukan looked into Mo Yu's eyes and spoke softly. His voice was not loud, but it made Mo Yu feel completely resolute, and he had the kind of sense of security that could only be felt from a grandfather. Mo Yu nodded with tears in her eyes. You didn't go back to the dormitory last night. Did it have any impact? You didn't join the dormitory group, so I couldn't find your roommate's contact information. Sukan sat back on the bed and thought about this question. It's okay. I took half a month off. I just didn't want to stay at home, so I went to school. Mo Yu shook his head slightly. Okay, then why didn't you join the dormitory group? Isn't it troublesome to contact your roommates normally? I won a prize in a competition a while ago, and the school awarded me a single room, so I moved out of the dormitory. They seemed to be jealous of me and kicked me out of the group. Mo Yu said with a look of innocent grievance. They even deleted me. I didn't do anything wrong. I was usually very nice to them. Mo Yu felt more and more aggrieved as she spoke and almost started crying again. Some people are just like this. They can't stand others being better than themselves. Making friends with such people is harmful. You never know when they will cheat you. It's a good thing not to contact them. Sukan comforted. Yeah. If they don't delete me, I'll delete them too. Mo Yu pouted proudly and said. Puff. Seeing her like this, Sukan couldn't help but laugh. Why are you laughing? It's okay, I just thought of something funny. Snort. Moyu turned her head away angrily, she knew Sukan was laughing at her. Hey, are you angry? You can't get angry between good friends, Tilda. Bar. Who is your good friend? You said it. Sukan coughed twice and cleared his throat. Good boy, don't be sad, I will. Moyu stood up in shame and anger, covered Sukan's mouth with her hand, and said fiercely, don't say it. Aha! Sukan nodded and blinked twice. If you say that again, I'll bite you. Moyu loosened his hands, opened his mouth, revealing his cute fangs, and pretended to be fierce. You're so cute. Sukan clamped his throat and spoke in a female voice. Oh. You're so annoying. Moyu ruffled his hair madly. Har har har. I won't tease you anymore. Sukan laughed. My head hurts. The pain after being drunk came back again, or maybe it was because her emotions fluctuated so much just now that Moyu ignored the headache. In short, she felt the pain again. Moyu sat on the chair with a bitter face. She was most afraid of pain and sometimes she would cry when getting an injection, but her head hurt countless times more than when she had an injection. Giving birth wasn't as painful as it is now. Anyway, Moyu has never given birth, she thought. Who told you to drink so much yesterday? I couldn't stop you. You love to eat and drink. Woohoo! The wine doesn't taste good. You liar. I went there because you said drinking would help. Moyu blamed Sukan for everything. Let's have some drinks and play some games. Sukan was about to retort, but suddenly remembered that it was indeed him who said it, so he held his words back. Woo woo woo. If I, Moyu, drink again, I'll be a dog. I swear. She is regretting her decision now. Don't set a flag lightly. Sukan seemed to have anticipated that scene. HMPH. I have a strong will. I won't break the rules. Moyu said confidently. I hope so. Are you still sleeping? Sukan asked. It hurts, Tilda, I can't sleep. Then I'll go to sleep. I'm so sleepy. Sukan had only slept for more than 4 hours and was still feeling very sleepy. Can you please not sleep? Moyu pleaded pitifully. I'm so sleepy, big sister. I can't relieve your headache even if I don't sleep. But my phone is running out of battery, and I have nothing to do while you're asleep. Here. Sukan looked around the room and found no charger. There were shared power banks in the lobby, but he didn't want to go down. Moyu certainly didn't want to go down either since he had a headache. But Sukan really wanted to sleep. He could hardly keep his eyes open and didn't know why he was so sleepy. Is it because of the system? System. He asked in his mind, but found that the system did not answer him. Does the system need to sleep too? Sukan was very confused. No, you can play with mine, there's plenty of electricity. He handed his cell phone to Moyu. What's the password? Moyu took over and asked. What Sukan said made sense. He couldn't help himself if he was awake, so just let him sleep. He had already troubled me a lot today. 1 2 3 4 5 6, Sukan replied. Did I turn off the lights? Well, turn it off. Moyu also lay down on the bed, supporting his neck with a pillow. Suddenly, the room went dark, leaving only the light of the phone screen. It's just past 5 o'clock now, and the sky is just getting light. With the curtains drawn, it's no different from night. Fell asleep? Before Moyu logged into his own WeChat account, he heard Sukan's faint snoring. So fast. She thought of a joke on the internet that boys take a very long time to poop and a very short time to fall asleep. When a boy says he is sleepy, he will die suddenly on the spot in the next second. So amazing. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Moyu would have thought it was just a joke. She turned off the sound and watched some short videos, but her head was aching so much that she had no interest at all. At this moment, an immoral idea suddenly came to her mind. Or take a look at a letter from Sukan? No. This is immoral. Oh, just take a look. He doesn't know. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. It would be fine if you don't say it and I don't say it. You are making far-fetched arguments. You are a coward. In Moyu's mind, the little angel and the little devil were arguing. She was also struggling inside. Do you want to see it? How about just taking a look? We are good friends, so it's okay to take a look. Yes. You can show him yours too. He gave you his phone with confidence, so he must have given you permission to see it. In the end, the devil villain won with this sentence. Chapter 13. Curiosity is the first step to love. Sure enough, no matter how beautiful or outstanding a woman is, she cannot resist the temptation to read someone else's letter, regardless of whether this person is your significant other. For Heavenly Kings? Dormitory Group. Moyu glanced at Sukan cautiously and found that he was sleeping soundly, then clicked on it. So much news. She paddled upwards, but then regretted it. These three people are talking about her. Rogue. Moyu cursed in shame and anger. Sukan suddenly made a sound, scaring Moyu so much that he quickly turned off his phone. After making sure that Sukan hadn't woken up, she started looking again. Need to eat. What's the meaning? Search Moyu on Baidu. You have to eat it, which means you successfully bring a member of the opposite sex home from a nightclub, and then some unspeakable things happen. Pooh. Moyu spat angrily. Fortunately, Sukan is a good person, otherwise she would be in danger. Website? Beauty? Will Sukan be like this too? Moyu thought with a red face. After looking at the dormitory group, she quit and started looking at other ones. The next one is Brother Zhao, the studio owner, whom she knows. Below that are some miscellaneous group chats. There's nothing to see. Moyu opened the friend list again. So many. 456 friends. She only has more than 60. Although Sukan has many friends in his letters, most of them are bosses. Moyu flipped through it casually and clicked on the collection, but it was empty. She opened Sukan's circle of friends again and found that there was not a single message. Doesn't Sukan post on WeChat moments? Moyu doesn't like to post either, but is not like Sukan who doesn't post any. This made Moyu even more curious, so he exited the message and opened the photo album. Moyu almost screamed and quickly covered her mouth with her hands. What caught her eyes was a bunch of short videos of Cease. Boys. Do you like watching these things? Moyu had only seen it once, when he was in high school, and was forced to watch it by Li Nan Nan. She clicked on one at random out of curiosity. It doesn't look good either. No woman has a better figure than her, let alone her looks. The man was even more pot-bellied and looked ugly. Moyu pouted and exited the photo album. What else to watch? Sukan's phone is very clean. Apart from some necessary software and games, there is almost nothing else, not even any video software. A certain sound. Fortunately, Moyu just added an account instead of logging out. She switched back to Sukan's account. I watched more than a dozen videos, and all they had were beauties and games, and the same was true for the followers. He only has 4 good friends, including his 3 roommates and a guy named Dopeng. Follow me. After some operations, Moyu followed Sukan. Next, Moyu turned Sukan's phone almost upside down and even looked through all the photo albums. There was an old man who looked very kind inside, and he should be Sukan's grandfather. Sukan has been very good looking since he was a child. In the photo, Sukan was very cute when he was a child, with red lips and white teeth like a porcelain doll. These must be Sukan's parents. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, both standing next to Grandpa Sukan. Little Sukan sat in his grandfather's arms, looking very happy. There are many group photos like this, including those of 2, 3, or 4 people. Seeing these photos, Moyu's nose felt sore again. The family photos taken at her home are always very serious and there is no such atmosphere at all. The only time she took a photo with her grandfather alone was when she did. Mom and Dad are always serious and have cold faces. After prying into Sukan's privacy, Moyu felt endless shame. Moyu! What have you done? She simply covered her head with the quilt to hide herself and tried to forget what she had just done. But after she looked through Sukan's phone, she became even more curious about him. I'm curious about how he and his grandfather live. Is it the same as mine and my grandfather? I wonder who he made a deal with to give up the opportunity to go to Peking University or Tsinghua University. Curious about what disease his grandfather had. I wonder how he is so amazing and can live so well alone. Curious. The girl is curious about everything about the boy. But curiosity is the first step to liking someone. Once a woman becomes curious about a man, she is not far from falling. Mo-yu thought about this and fell asleep again in the quilt. It was not until 1 o'clock in the afternoon that the alarm clock set by Sukanding rang and the two woke up. This time he slept for a long time, but Sukan was still very sleepy. He felt like he could sleep for several more hours, and he didn't know if it was because of the system. Fortunately, he anticipated this and set the alarm. Sukan has his last class in the afternoon and has to go back to school. Besides, their hotel can only stay until 2 o'clock. He got up, took his cell phone, turned off the alarm, went to the bathroom, and found Mo-yu still hiding in the quilt, unresponsive. Mo-yu! Wake up! Hummed Tilda. It was that unique humming sound that girls make again, but this time it was accompanied by grumpiness from waking up. Mo-yu! Don't sleep! Sukan directly lifted up her quilt. Mo-yu's sleeping position was very strange, with her legs curled in different directions and her t-shirt rolled up to her neck, turning it into a scarf, revealing her private parts. Hummed Tilda. Mo-yu still didn't want to get up, so he turned over and buried his head in the pillow. Cough. Sukan was stunned for a moment, then quickly covered her with the quilt again. Don't look at anything indecent. Don't look at anything indecent. Mo-yu! Wake up! Sukan shouted loudly in her ear. I don't. Mo-yu hid in the quilt again. This sister is so lazy. Even lazier than Yao Yao. The system suddenly made a sound. Huh? What did you do at night? Does the system also need to sleep? Sukan asked curiously. Yes, that's right. Can't I? The system said this confidently yet somewhat guiltily. Then your system is not very good. The systems in novels are so powerful. Sukan said. Lululu. What do you care about me? The system said like an angry little girl. Sukan ignored her and called Mo-yu again. Mo-yu. There's a cockroach on your bed. Where are the cockroaches? This trick really worked. Mo-yu directly lifted the quilt, stood up with a somersault, jumped to the ground, and looked around in horror. Pfft. I was kidding. Are you up? Then we should go. Sukan said with a smile. You. Mo-yu pointed at Sukan angrily and wanted to say something, but then she remembered that she had secretly looked at his phone, and felt a little guilty, so she held it back. Snort. She glared at Sukan angrily and went to the bathroom. Do you want to eat something? Mo-yu asked after coming out from the toilet. She was now thirsty and hungry, her head still hurt a little, and she felt weak all over. Eat noodles. It can help you sober up after being drunk. Sukan said. Okay. Come with me to school. There's a noodle shop in the cafeteria that's delicious. Mo-yu said excitedly. Going to Tsinghua or Peking University. Although Sukan's school is very close to Peking University and Tsinghua University, he has never been there since he went to college. It's a mental demon. Then go. Sukan said with a smile. I have to go there in 2 days anyway. Chapter 14, Meeting Ji Qingyun in the Tsinghua and Peking University canteen. Sukan, do you think I'm driving under the influence? Mo-yu said while driving. The amount of wine you drank would have been broken down long ago. Sukan said with a smile. Then why does my head still hurt so much? Mo-yu pouted, feeling very aggrieved. It's normal. It's like this when you're drunk. Sukan explained. Do you drink often? Mo-yu asked. I used to drink it often, but now I don't drink it much. Sukan replied. During the summer vacation after my grandfather passed away, my childhood friend Jiang Peng accompanied him drinking for more than 2 months. Mo-yu was not stupid. He could guess when it happened, so he didn't ask foolishly. There's still a traffic jam at this hour. This is Kyoto, there's always traffic jam no matter what time it is. It took them more than half an hour to reach Tsinghua and Peking University. Mo-yu drove straight in and parked in the parking space next to the cafeteria. The ramen in the cafeteria on the second floor is delicious. Mo-yu led Sukan upstairs. Sukan didn't look around here curiously. He is from Kyoto and has been here many times. It's already past 2 o'clock, past lunchtime, and there are not many people in the cafeteria. I'll treat you. Order whatever you want. Mo-yu said generously. She ordered a small portion with egg and meat. Sukan ordered a large portion, and at Mo-yu's strong request, he also chose to add eggs and meat. Do you want a drink? Coke, please. I'll go buy it. Moyu walked towards the vending machine nearby. Small portion, with egg and chicken drumstick. A familiar voice sounded from beside Sukan. It's Mom, the system said excitedly. Sukan looked to the left and found a woman in grey casual clothes ordering at the window. Her long wavy hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Although she was not wearing any makeup, her skin was as white as jade. Her lips are healthy and rosy, but more charming than with lipstick on. The woman was very tall and looked even taller than Mo Yu. But she doesn't look as youthful and lively as Mo Yu, but rather cold and mature. She has a great figure, and even wearing loose casual clothes can bring out her charming curves. Plump yet slender, charming yet elegant. Although he had prepared himself mentally, Sukan was still amazed when he actually saw Ji Qingyun for the first time, and he stood there staring at him infatuatedly. Wow! Mom was so beautiful when she was young, said the system excitedly. Indeed, it's very beautiful. Sukan replied. Is this my future wife? No, buddy, why should you? Sukan couldn't help but question his future self. Dad. Go get Mom's contact information. Just ask for it directly. I'm sure you'll reject it. That shouldn't be the case. Mom said that she had a good impression of Dad the first time she saw him. Ji Qingyun noticed that the little boy next to him was staring at him, but he ignored him and sat down at the dining table nearby. She was aware of her own charm and had long been accustomed to men's gazes. Sukan? Here. Why don't you go sit down? At this time, Mo Yu came back with some drinks. Oh. Sukan took the coke and the two of them sat behind Ji Qingyun. How much did you pay for the room yesterday? I'll transfer it to you. Mo Yu said. Book a room. Do you want girls to pay? That boy looked okay, but I didn't expect him to be such a jerk. Ji Qingyun was sitting behind Mo Yu. After hearing these words, he frowned and silently labeled Sukan a scumbag in his heart. The so-called good first impression disappeared into thin air. No need, we are good friends. Sukan said with a smile. Good friend. Even though we've booked a room, are we still just good friends? What a beast. Ji Qingyun felt inexplicably angry. She thought Sukan was unwilling to admit his relationship with the girl. Okay, are you free in the afternoon? Let's play games. Mo Yu said. I have classes in the afternoon and I have to fill orders in the evening, so I'm not free today. Sukan said apologetically. How much do you want to pay for the order? I'll give it to you. You play with me. You're going to support me. It's not impossible. I have a little money. Mo Yu crossed her arms across her chest, acting like a big sister. Damn it. Such a good girl. Was ruined by this scumbag. Ji Qingyun became more and more angry as he listened, and he wished he could slap Sukan right now. In her heart, she already regarded Sukan as a scumbag who played with girls' feelings. But this girl was still devoted to him and even offered to support him. How stupid. Stop. Let's do it tomorrow. I'll play with you tomorrow. Sukan refused. All right. My two classmates, your noodles are ready. I'll get it. Sukan went to their window and brought back 2 bowls of noodles, but found Ji Qingyun staring at him with anger on his face. What's going on? Why is she looking at me so angrily? Didn't Yao Yao say that she had a good first impression of me? Mom seems angry, the system said weakly. This was oppression from her mother, and she felt terrified even in her father's mind. Who provoked her? Sukan asked puzzledly. He had come back and put the noodles on the table. It should be Dad. Me. How did I offend her? He didn't even say a word to her. Etc. Could it be that what I just said caused her to misunderstand? Open house, support. It seems to be quite misleading indeed. Sukan felt a headache when he thought of this. What should I do if my wife thinks I'm a scumbag before I even get to know her? Waiting online, very urgent. Sukan, why don't you eat? Mo Yu asked when she saw him standing there motionless. Yes. Sukan picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Well, it's really good. At this time, Ji Qingyun's noodles were ready. She walked over to get them, but did not come back. Instead, she went to a farther place. She had just finished her work in the laboratory and was about to go home for dinner, but she didn't expect to meet a scumbag in the cafeteria. It was really unpleasant. Can all the scumbags just die? Sukan, oh. He told the system his guess. What should I do? Mom hates scumbags the most. Dad, go and explain, the system said anxiously. Now? We don't even know each other. If I explain now, I'll be considered a psychopath. But if Mom hates you, how can you pursue her? Do you have the ability to reverse time and space? Go back to before the cafeteria. Idiot Dad. No. Then let's talk about it later. Sukan said indifferently. Anyway, you don't know her now, and you may not know whether she will be your wife in the future, so why do you care so much? All right. The system is now mentally incomplete and cannot think about the complex relationships between adults. I'll take you home after dinner. Moyu said while eating noodles. No need, you go back and rest. It's not far. I can walk back and take a walk. Sukan said. All right. The two of them ate and chatted. However, Ji Qingyun ate very quickly. Before leaving, he turned back and glared at Sukan, cursing something. Of course, Sukan didn't notice. Chapter 15, End of the Power Leveling Career and Start of Private Single Career. Sukan returned to the dormitory and found his 3 sons there. Wow. You're back so late. Yang Wei said in a gloomy way. Brother can look so weak. Wang Ting teased. Are you not too tired? How about eating some oysters to replenish your body today? Sai Quan teased. Disgusting. Filthy. Your father is so disappointed in you. Sukan scolded with a smile. The 3 rebellious sons all made monkey-like noises. Sukan cursed a few more times and then sat down in his seat to rest. I do feel a little weak and too tired. He opened a message and found that someone named Zhu Feng had added him. He should be the player who scolded Mo Yu. He agreed to the application and sent the message. Brother, I'm the one who said that if I can't win, my whole family will die. That accident, my phone suddenly broke, it was my fault, but you are wrong to curse. I will play 3 games with you, I guarantee you will win, and you go and apologize to the girl you cursed, how about that? Zhu Feng, how do I know if you are here to take revenge on me? Sukan smiled, opened Pesticide and sent a screenshot of the homepage and ID. Sukan, this is my account, I play jungle in the national server, my record is available for checking, add me, I will use this to guide you. Zhu Feng, wow, what a master. Brother, I apologize now. A minute later, Zhu Feng sent a screenshot of him apologizing to Mo Yu in the game, and his attitude was very sincere. Zhu Feng, brother, do you think this will work? Sukan, okay, please add me. I'm free in the evening. Can I play 3 games with you? Zhu Feng, okay, I have time. Sukan forwarded the chat screenshot to Mo Yu. But she didn't reply, probably because she was sleeping. Let's go to the classroom. It's time for class. Wang Ting said after a while. It's almost 3:40 and class starts at 4. They are majoring in computer science, and this is a professional course. All 4 of them brought books and carried computers. Sukan assembled his notebook himself using parts he bought at a low price on a certain website. Although it looks shabby, its performance is no different from those thin and light laptops that cost 6,000 or 7,000 yuan. The dormitory is far away from the teaching building, and it takes more than 10 minutes to walk. I don't know how the stupid leader designed it. When the 4 of them arrived at the classroom, everyone was already there. There are 30 boys in Sukan's class, but only 7 girls. The most important thing is that these 7 girls have confessed their love to him. Sukan is the first school hunk to be cast out of the confession wall. Although he comes from a poor family, there are still many girls who court him on weekdays. If he was just a little bit handsome, Mo Yu wouldn't have praised him as good-looking since childhood. The teacher was a bald, middle-aged man named Tu. Everyone called him Old Baldy, but he didn't get angry. Perhaps he thought they were calling him Old Butcher. I would like to praise Sukan. The code of his homework in the last class was very beautiful, like a poem, and it ran very smoothly, said Lao Tu. Yo! The 3 rebellious boys in the dormitory started to make trouble again, and the classmates who had a good relationship with Sukan also started to make trouble. Quiet, quiet. You have to learn from Sukan. He's handsome and has good grades. He has some of the style I had when I was young, said the bald old man with a smile. He is funny and humorous and is very popular among students. After livening up the atmosphere, the bald old man began to give his lecture. Lao too used to be an employee of a large factory and had excellent skills. He came to the school to teach because he wanted to have a good time, so Sukan listened very carefully. But he actually doesn't like computers, but he likes physics very much. Newton and Einstein have been his idols since childhood. However, when I was in junior high school, my grandfather was no longer allowed to work because he was too old and no one wanted to hire him. I have to pay 6,000 yuan of mortgage on my 8,000 yuan pension. Sukan's family bought a house early, and although it is a large four-bedroom house within the 4th Ring Road, the monthly mortgage payment is only 6,000. If Sukan's parents hadn't gotten into trouble, his family would have been a happy middle-class family. But fate is unpredictable. Sukan once suggested selling their house and replacing it with a smaller one. But my grandfather disagreed, saying that he wanted to use it as a wedding house for him to marry a wife in the future. But the 2,000 pension remaining after paying off the mortgage is not enough to support the grandfather and grandson. So from that time on, the sensible Sukan started to do some game leveling to supplement the family income. At first it was luar lua, and then it was pesticides. He is very smart and is good at every game. He only spends a small part of his energy on studying and yet he can always get first place in the school. So Grandpa didn't stop it. The schools he attend are all top-ranked schools in Kyoto. From high schools, there are hundreds of students who go to Peking University and Tsinghua University every year. If I hadn't found preparing for the competition too troublesome in high school and it would have delayed my ability to earn money by practicing for others, I would have participated in the physics competition. Nowadays, people study computer science only because it is a good major to make money. His current skills are enough to take private orders. He had to pay off the debt of 730,000 yuan as soon as possible, and then wait until his senior year to take the postgraduate entrance examination in physics to pursue his dream. At this time, a message popped up on Sukan's phone, from a man named Sun Lin. "Congratulations, you passed the test. I can arrange the order for you next." Sukan looked at the message with an ecstatic expression on his face. This is the code he submitted to an IT studio a few days ago and it was approved. Next, he can make money by taking private orders. Sun Lin, this, 4,000 yuan, can be completed within a week. Do you think it can work? Sukan opened the information he sent and felt that it was not very difficult, so he replied with an OK. He sent another message to Brother Zhao. "Brother Zhao, I will stop doing this after this order." Brother Zhao replied immediately, "What's wrong? What happened again? If you need money, tell me." Sukan smiled touchedly and replied, "It's okay, I joined an IT studio and can take private orders, the price is higher, so I don't plan to be a substitute anymore." Brother Zhao, good boy. You are only a sophomore. Sukan, thank you Brother Zhao for taking care of me for so many years. I will treat you to a meal in Shanghai when I have time. Brother Zhao, har har har, I'm waiting for you. Brother Zhao was not angry about Sukan's leaving, he was a really nice guy. It turns out that Dad is so powerful at this time, said the system admiringly. What? Will I be a bad person in the future? If I am not good enough, how can I create you? Sukan said. Oh, well. Dad will be even more powerful in the future, said the system awkwardly. How did I know Ji Qingyun in the future? It was only at this time that Sukan remembered to ask this question. Dad passed the postgraduate entrance examination and was admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University, and he ranked first. Then he became Mom's student, he. Mom said that he liked you in the 3rd year of knowing you, but you didn't confess until you were 30 years old, which almost pissed her off. She hinted at you many times, said the system happily. Ji Qingyun is so aloof, would he give any hints? Sukan couldn't imagine what a wonderful scene that would be. What did I invent in the future that could allow you to travel back in time? Sukan asked again. You can't tell Dad about this until later. Okay. After class, Sukan asked his sons to help bring lunch and then returned to the dormitory. He first led Zhu Feng to win 3 games, and then hurriedly changed the boss's account, preparing to complete this last order as soon as possible. He played very seriously, and it was a complete end to his career as a substitute player. At 11:56 p.m., the last order was finally completed, and the boss's ranking was fixed at 86th. Sukan sent the screenshot to Brother Zhao, but he didn't expect that Brother Zhao would directly transfer him 5,000 yuan, which was for more than the compensation he deserved. Brother Zhao, you've worked here for 5 years, so let this be my gift to you as a parting gift. Although it's not much, it's a token of my appreciation. Hee hee. Uncle Zhao has always been so nice, said the system. Sukan, thank you, Brother Zhao. Although Brother Zhao is a small boss, he has to pay off his mortgage and car loan, his daughter is in school, and the 2 elderly people in his family are not in good health, so he is not wealthy, but his family has always been generous to him. Sukan would turn on Do Not Disturb when playing games, so he only found the message Mo Yu sent him when he logged into WeChat. Mo Yu, Sukan, I woke up and my headache doesn't hurt anymore. Mo Yu, wow, Sukan, you are so awesome. Mo Yu, then I will forgive him. Half an hour later. Mo Yu, Sukan, what are you doing? Are you playing games? Another half hour. Mo Yu, Sukan, why are you ignoring me? You didn't block me, did you? Angry.jpg. The latest news was a voice message 20 minutes ago. Sukan, are you ignoring me on purpose? Did I do something wrong to make you angry? Can you please tell me? Mo Yu's voice was tearful and sounded very aggrieved. Grandpa just passed away and she feels very insecure now. I finally made a new friend, and found the same feeling I had about my grandfather in Sukan. I am very dependent on him and take him very seriously. Chapter 16 Mo Yu, worth $4 billion. Sukan felt very guilty and sent a voice message to apologize. Sorry, I didn't mean it. I turned on Do Not Disturb when I was playing games. I just finished an order and just saw your message. Mo Yu called me on video after a while. Her eyes in the camera were red and swollen, and it looked like she had just cried, which made Sukan feel even more guilty. Sukan, I thought you didn't want to be friends with me anymore, Mo Yu choked with grievance. How could that be? Darling, don't be sad, we are good friends who depend on each other for survival. Sukan said, imitating Mo Yu's tone. Puff. Mo Yu was amused and laughed out loud. What? You don't look like that at all. Then say it again and I will learn it carefully. Sukan said with a smile. HMPH. I won't. I warn you to forget this sentence. Mo Yu said angrily. Mo Yu, it's so embarrassing to see you drunk. Hey. Look, you can't let others say what you said. Sukan spoke in authentic Kyoto dialect again. Then I don't care. Don't mention it again. Mo Yu showed his 2 little fangs and threatened fiercely. Don't mention it then. Sukan curled his lips. Then, he told Mo Yu that he would not be a substitute player. Wow. Sukan, you are so awesome. Mo Yu said admiringly. It's just so. Sukan said with a smile. This little girl has really high emotional value. She definitely doesn't lack friends. Why was Li Nannan the only friend before? The 2 chatted for a while, agreed to play games at 7 o'clock tomorrow night, and then hung up the phone. R. The next second, Yang Wei let out a scream like killing a chicken. Be good, don't be sad. Wang Ting said, trying not to laugh. We are good friends who depend on each other. Sai Quan came up to Sukan and spoke in a loud voice. R. Yang Wei screamed again. Shut up. Sukan's face turned red due to the teasing. Oh my. You're blushing. Har. Sai Quan laughed. R. Yang Wei's screams became louder and sharper. Damn it. I've been tolerating your impotence for a long time. Sukan and Yang Wei were playing together. Brothers. Sukan is about to betray us. He wants to fall in love. Come and help me kill the traitor. Yang Wei shouted while resisting. Sai Quan and Wang Ting looked at each other, then joined the fight with a smile. In the end, Sukan failed in his fight against 3 people, and was tied to a chair by shoelaces that Yang Wei pulled out from somewhere, like a prisoner being interrogated. Confess and you will be treated leniently, resist and you will be treated severely. Tell the truth. Yang Wei said, holding a broom, and knocked hard on the bed. Sai Quan, tell me. How far have you and that beautiful lady gotten? Wang Ting, are you going to fall in love? You don't believe me even after I tell you. We're really just friends. Sukan said helplessly. Yang Wei, what a shitty friend. Saikwan, my friend, you call me good boy. Wangteng, despicable. Her hometown is Sichuan and Chongqing. This is the dialect there. Sukan explained, but obviously none of his 3 sons believed it. Yang Wei, hey, you found out where the person's hometown is. Saikwan, what are you up to? Wangteng, shameless. Okay. Ask. What do you want to know? Sukan gave up struggling. Saikwan, what major is this beautiful lady? Yang Wei, what do you do at home? Wangteng, are you from Kyoto? A dancer, the eldest daughter of Hongyan capital, and a native of Kyoto. Sukan replied. What? Miss Hongyan. Saikwan was shocked. The richer a person is, the more he knows how awesome people who are richer than him are. Saikwan, who also runs a business in his family, knows Hongyan's power better than anyone else present. Godfather. Saikwan untied Sukan with a flattering smile. Sister-in-law, is stepmother really Hongyan's? Why would I lie to you about this? Sukan rolled his eyes at him. Oh my goodness. Kana. You're not just turning into a phoenix by flying onto a tree branch. You're ascending to heaven in one step. Saikwan patted Sukan's shoulder heavily and sighed. Bar. What nonsense. We are really just friends. Sukan slapped his hand away. Then develop into boyfriend and girlfriend. Saikwan said solemnly. Is this Hongyan very awesome? Yang Wei asked from the side. It's more than just awesome. It's absolutely awesome. Saikwan said excitedly. Hongyan Capital, the largest investment group in the country, with a market value of $200 billion. Chairman Mo Ying and his wife Lin Hong hold 49% of the shares. Mo Yu is the 3rd largest shareholder, with 2% of the shares. Mo Yu's grandfather is Mo Lu. Wangting read out the news he found on his mobile phone, and became more and more shocked the more he spoke. Mo Lu, in the several wars after the founding of the country, he made outstanding achievements and was awarded the rank of general. Holy crap! You're so awesome, Chana. Saikwan excitedly slapped Sukan on the shoulder again. Hiss! Damn it! Sukan kicked him in pain. Admiral. Really cool. Yet another woman whose sweat is redder than her own blood. She actually cried because of herself. The Admiral's granddaughter is worth $4 billion. Holy shit. Godfather. Seize this opportunity. My future glory and wealth depends on you. Yang Wei knelt directly on the ground and hugged Sukan's thighs. I say, can you please be a little more promising? Sukan said speechlessly. My future depends on you, Godfather. Yang Wei howled. That's true. I will lead you to the pinnacle of life. Sukan smiled and patted Yang Wei's head. Let go, I'm going to sleep. After the system appeared, Sukan always had low energy, especially at night, when he felt extremely sleepy. He went to bed and was about to go to sleep when he found that Mo Yu had sent him another message. Sukan. Are you asleep? I can't sleep. Sukan, I'm asleep, don't disturb me. Mo Yu, angrykitten.jpg. Mo Yu, how could you send a message when you were asleep? Sukan, sleepwalking. Mo Yu, pouting. Sukan, you slept for so long today, it's strange that you can still fall asleep now. Mo Yu, what should I do? Staying up late will cause acne. I have a competition next month. I have to pay attention to my skin care. Sukan, it shouldn't be a problem to get through the day, right? Mo Yu, really? Sukan, fake. Mo Yu, rage.jpg. Mo Yu, have you seen the video I sent you on TikTok? Sukan, no. Sukan, how come you have me as your friend? Mo Yu, I added you using your phone yesterday. Sukan, got it, I'll block you now. Mo Yu, you dare. Sukan, pull.jpg. He opened a certain audio app and found that Mo Yu's ID in this app was also Mo Yu. She sent a video of a cute silver tabby kitten. Mo Yu, R. It's so cute. Sukan, yeah, one punch made her cry. Mo Yu, Sukan, you are such a straight man. Sukan, is there? Mo Yu, yes. Mo Yu, straighter than steel. Sukan, please call me how the steel was tempered Paul Korchikan. Mo Yu, har 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 har. Mo Yu, I was so sorry that the hero and heroine didn't end up together. Sukan, Comrade Mo Yu, there is something wrong with your thinking. Sukan, for the sake of national rejuvenation and the revolutionary cause, love affairs between men and women are not worth mentioning. Mo Yu, why do you talk like my grandfather? Sukan, this is called high ideological awareness. Mo Yu, oh, right, right. I am not very conscious. I am just a little girl. Sukan, it is a great virtue to correct one's mistakes as soon as one realizes them. I will punish you by making you copy Marx's thoughts 100 times. Mo Yu, I was actually punished by my grandfather. Good job. No wonder he is a general. In this way, the tool used by the two to chat changed from WeChat to audio. The conversation ended only when Sukan could no longer bear the sleepiness. Chapter 17 Sukan, I want it. What a hateful invention. The person who invented the early 8 should be thrown into a pig cage. Despite feeling sleepy, Sukan woke up his 3 rebellious sons and went to the classroom for class. But he didn't listen to the class. Instead, he browsed the information of the order he received yesterday and started writing code. The morning was full of classes, and Sukan spent the whole morning coding and completed 10% of the task. School is over at 12 o'clock, the bell rings on time, and the system also starts speaking at this time. Good afternoon, Dad, said the system. Do you want to sleep between midnight and noon? Sukan asked. He discovered this pattern: the system had been silent after midnight for the past 2 days. And today we will speak at exactly 12 noon. Yeah, that's right. Dad is so smart, said the system somewhat unnaturally. Your system is a bit useless. Sukan said. Whose system needs hibernation? Oh, it turns out it's his house. This is a bug, is it that my future self is unable to fix it, or has he forgotten about it? HMPH. Yao Yao was created by Dad. If Yao Yao is a waste, then Dad is also a waste, said the system angrily and dissatisfiedly. Okay. You are the best. Sukan coaxed. He found that he didn't have an extra system, but rather an extra daughter. Will I be a daughter slave in the future? Design the system to be like this. Well, he is now. Sukan likes his daughter very much. The little girl is so cute. Perfunctory. Sukan came to the cafeteria while communicating with the system. He can now communicate with the system while doing other things. Maybe it's because the body has become accustomed to the system. Kanzi, what do you want to eat? After arriving at the cafeteria, Sai Kwan asked. Ramen, please. Sukan replied. Then I'll have ramen too. Wang Ting said. I'm going to buy some rice noodles. Yang Wei said. Sure enough, the ramen from Peking University and Tsinghua University is still delicious. Sukan sighed after buying the ramen. Is it dark at night? Mo Yu wants to play with me. Sukan asked his 3 sons. Sure. All 3 agreed. You 3 should restrain yourself when the time comes and don't scare her, Sukan said. Ouch. Yang Wei said in a yin-yang tone. This is just a friend and he's protecting her like this. Sai Kwan joked. Sukan rolled his eyes at them both. Dad, you have to pay attention to your distance from other girls, the system reminded angrily. Dad belongs to Mom, no one can take him away from her. I know. Sukan sent a message to Mo Yu that his roommate wanted to play together, and she readily agreed. During a water class in the afternoon, 4 of them ran away together. Sukan spent another afternoon writing code and had completed 20% of it. At this rate, he will be able to complete the order in another 4 days. Sukan stood up and stretched his body. His back and waist ached after a busy day. Thank you for your hard work, Dad, said the system. Yao Yao, do you have any knowledge of computers? Just transfer it to me. Sukan thought that the system should have such a function. Yes, there is, but Dad needs to exchange it with happiness points. It costs 1 million happiness points, said the system. All right. Sukan felt that she seemed to have made it up on the spot. This system always seems unreliable. Sukan. Are you done with your work? It's almost 7 o'clock. At this time, Mo Yu sent a message. Sukan, come on, it's only 6 o'clock. Mo Yu, but I'm so bored. Sukan, then wait for me to rest for a while, have a meal and then log in. Mo Yu, yeah. Mo Yu, what did you eat? Sukan, I asked my roommate to bring me fried rice, but I haven't eaten it yet. Mo Yu, 3. The fried rice on the first floor of the cafeteria is also delicious. Sukan, there is no bad food in Peking University and Tsinghua University. Mo Yu, maybe. I've only eaten half of the food in the cafeteria and haven't come across anything bad yet. Sukan, have you eaten in half of the 13 canteens at Peking University and Tsinghua University? Mo Yu, Ang. Sukan, 6. Mo Yu, the only thing in the world that cannot be wasted is delicious food. Sukan, I won't kill you if I'm fat. Mo Yu, I'm sorry to disappoint you, I have never been fat since I was a child. Brother Chan, your meal. At this time, Wang Teng and the other two came back from dinner. Sukan, let us eat. Mo Yu, eat faster, eat faster. Sukan, eye-rolling expression. Boys always eat very quickly, and Sukan was very hungry, so he finished dinner in just 4 minutes. Sukan, on the number. Mo Yu? Mo Yu, have you finished eating? Sukan, yes. Mo Yu, it's been less than 5 minutes. Sukan, I'm hungry, so I eat fast. It seems like Suchan eats ramen very quickly too. Mo Yu thought while lying on the bed. When they were eating noodles yesterday, she had eaten less than half of it and Sukan drank up all the soup. Is this a special ability for boys? Sons, get on board. Sukan shouted to the 3 people. Here it comes. In the team room, Sukan turned on the microphone and asked. What are you playing? Assist. Mo Yu also responded through their microphone. Enter the game, Sukan Jing, Princess Mo Yu Yao Yao, Wang Ting Di Renjia, Yang Wei Li Hua, Sai Quan Lu Bu. You go clear the line in the middle first. Seeing that Mo Yu followed him from the beginning, Sukan was speechless. I believe he can do it alone. Mo Yu said. Yes, you can. The opponent has Gao Jianli and Gigu, so just dodge at the beginning. As soon as Sukan finished killing the blue buff, Yang Wei gave away their first blood. What the hell? Yang Wei cursed. If it wasn't Mo Yu, he would definitely ask politely to support his family's health. You go with him first, and then follow me when I turn 4. Sukan said with a wry smile. All right. Mo Yu reluctantly came to the middle lane. Hello, hello. What's your name? Mo Yu asked in the middle. Oops. I seem to have forgotten to introduce it to you. Sukan just remembered it then. Yang Wei. Yang Wei said and typed his name. Wang Teng and Sai Quan also introduced themselves. Hello, my name is Mo Yu. I know. Kanzi mentioned you. Yang Wei said with a smile. Kanzi is a good friend who depends on each other. Sai Quan Jian said with a smile. Mo Yu on the other side turned off the microphone with a red face. Why is Sukan's roommate like this? You? Hey. They are the ones who are trying to talk to us. It would be rude if we didn't answer. Sai Quan interrupted Sukan. That's right. We didn't take the initiative to speak. Yang Wei said in a mean way. You two scared people so much that they turned off the microphone. Wang Teng laughed. After a few minutes, Mo Yu turned on the microphone again. Wow. Sukan is so awesome. Mo Yu said excitedly. Sukan was seen riding on the princess on his head, and he killed 4 people in the bottom lane with 2 against 4. Yang Wei, wow. Sukan is amazing. Sai Quan, wow. That's amazing. Wang Teng, wow. Damn it. Son of a bitch. Sukan cursed with a smile. These 3 rebellious sons frightened Mo Yu so much that he shut up again. Sukan, can you please wear headphones? Pitiful expression. Mo Yu sent a message. Okay. Sukan smiled helplessly. Hey. We can hear it even if you wear headphones. Yang Wei said. People can't block you. Sai Quan said. TSK. This young lady is so easily shy. Yang Wei teased. Sure enough, Mo Yu blocked all 3 people and only talked to Sukan, who was wearing headphones. Sukan, your roommate is so weird. Mo Yu said aggrievedly. They are like this, they like to be servile, they don't mean any harm, you'll get used to it. Sukan said with a smile. Yang Wei, is he talking about us? Sai Quan, what else? Wang Teng, I'm talking to you too, don't take me with you. Just like that, after playing the game, Sukan and Mo Yu, Yang Wei, Wang Teng and Sai Quan formed 2 different circles, each chatting about their own things. Sukan, I'm out of mana. Mo Yu said. Then go home. Sukan said. There is blue at home, give it to me. What do you, a support, need blue for? Sukan rarely played as a playmate because he found it troublesome. Most of the orders I take are for substitute training, so naturally I don't know how to give blue to girls. Sukan tilder I wanted tilder. Mo Yu acts coquettishly and makes a sweet voice, but it is not disgusting. Instead, it is very cute and a little tempting, which can arouse people's desire. When Sukan heard this, goosebumps instantly appeared all over his body. Here you go, he said speechlessly. Sukan is the best. Mo Yu smiled happily. HMPH. Dad, you have to be careful. You are a married man, said the system angrily. Okay. That's proper. Chapter 18. Ji Qingyun is urged to get married. Tomorrow is Saturday, and the five of them will not stop until 2 in the morning. Sukan, who had been CD all night and had to deal with Mo Yu's constant coquettishness, was exhausted and fell asleep on the bed without washing. During these 2 days, Sukan chatted with Mo Yu from time to time, but spent most of his time writing code and didn't even follow his 3 sons to play in the escape room. In just 2 days, the results were remarkable. He has completed nearly 80% and is becoming more and more proficient. Just 1 more day and I can earn 4,000. Dad, don't forget, we have to go to Tsinghua and Peking University for classes tomorrow morning. When the system saw that Sukan had finished his work, it reminded him. Teaching building no XXX. I know. Sukan sighed. I finally don't have to go to bed early, but I still have to get up early. It's so tense. Dad has to behave better. The content of Mom's class is very difficult. If Dad actively answers the questions, it will be remembered, said the system excitedly. Her idea was simple. But I can't do that either. It doesn't matter. Yao Yao helps Daddy. Yao Yao knows everything. Somewhere in Kyoto. The residence of senior government officials. Ji Qingyun and his family were having dinner. Yunyun, you are already 26 years old, it's time to think about your personal problems. Ji Guo sat in the main seat and spoke gently and earnestly. He was wearing a Zhongshan suit and had a square face, and looked like a big shot in a high position. But at this moment, he put away his majestic aura and looked gentle. Ji Guo's hair is already half white, but that is not a mark left by the years, but a proof of his dedication to the people. Yeah, I heard that the kid from Old Yarn's family, the big silly guy who played with you when you were little, has a daughter this year. Now he has a son and a daughter. Old Yarn's family is very proud of him. He kept talking about it when we were playing cards a few days ago. Liu Yinman complained. She was wearing a red cheongsam. Although she was middle-aged, she looked very noble. It was obvious that she was definitely a beauty when she was young. Ji Qingyun inherited her advantages perfectly, with a peerless appearance that is 70% similar to her mother. Not interested. Ji Qingyun said while eating without raising his head. Dating is not as interesting as doing experiments. She might not be able to complete the new superparticle collision experiment in her lifetime, so how could she have the time to get married and have children? You girl! Stop eating. Liu Yinman angrily took away her daughter's bowl and snatched the chopsticks from her hand. Mom! Ji Qingyun looked at his father aggrievedly, hoping that he could seek justice for him. Yunyun, you can't be single forever, don't blame me and your mom, your grandpa is so old, but he still keeps talking about wanting to have a great-granddaughter. It was rare for Ji Guo to not protect his daughter. Ji Ming is already 113 years old and suffers from Alzheimer's disease. He is only lucid occasionally. He lived in a room with special care and was looked after by a group of professionals, who were afraid that something might happen to this founding hero. Grandpa didn't say that. I didn't hear anything when I went to see him yesterday. Ji Qingyun pouted, and her cold and beautiful face looked very cute. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't he have gone home. Yesterday, when Dad didn't he come back, Mom urged him all day. Today, when Dad came back, both of them urged him again. If you keep doing this, I won't come back. Ji Qingyun said in a petty tone. Hey! You little bitch! You're threatening me. Liu Yinman stood up angrily and pointed at her daughter. Man, sit down and talk properly. Ji Guo said softly. Shut up. You're the one who spoiled her like this. Liu Yinman glared at her husband angrily. What does it have to do with me? Of course, Jigwo would never dare to say this. He finally had time to go home, and he didn't want to sleep on the sofa. Mom. I'm only 26. 26? You know you're 26. And you've never been in a relationship. Didn't you and my dad get married at 28? Your father and I have known each other since we were wearing open crotch pants. The reason we got married late is because we were too busy with work. I'm busy at work too. You. Liu Yinman was so angry that she was about to rush over and beat her daughter. Dad. Look at her. Ji Qingyun quickly stood up and hid behind his father. Ji Qingyun, next time if you don't bring a boyfriend with you, don't go home. If you don't want to reply, then don't reply. Ji Qingyun made faces at her mother, looking very playful. Okay, both of you, let's eat. Jigwa said with a wry smile. No one dares to persuade him. I don't want to eat anymore. Ji Qingyun trotted upstairs and locked himself in. It's all your fault. Liu Yinman glared at her husband fiercely. I told you not to let her go abroad. You insisted at the beginning that the child had grown up and had her own ideas, so we should support her. Look what happened now. You can't do anything about it. Jigwa didn't say anything, and he didn't dare to, so he just lowered his head and ate quietly. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. Stop eating. Liu Yinman angrily snatched Jigwa's bowl and chopsticks. No, man, I'm hungry. Starve you to death. Why? Jigwa shook his head helplessly and sighed, preparing to go into their house to sleep. Where are you going? I'm sleeping. You sleep on the sofa. Don't. As long as my daughter is single, you are not allowed to go to bed with her. Just like that, Jigwa, who was implicated by Liu Yinman's rage, came to the sofa with a quilt in his arms. Late at night, Ji Qingyun quietly came out of the room and saw his father looking at his phone on the sofa. He burst out laughing. You haven't slept yet. Jigwa spotted his daughter and smiled softly. Dad, why were you kicked out again? Ji Qingyun went downstairs, pushed Jigwa aside, sat on the sofa, picked up the grapes on the coffee table and started eating. It's all because of you. Jigwa rolled his eyes at his daughter in annoyance. What does it have to do with me? I think my mother is in menopause. Ji Qingyun said with a pout. What are you talking about your mother? Jigwa was so angry that he patted his daughter's head lightly. That's right. I've been back for 2 days and she's been annoyed with me for 2 days. Ji Qingyun said very aggrievedly. She's not worried that you won't be able to find someone to marry. Please. Dad. Your daughter is so pretty, there's no one else you can't find. Ji Qingyun lifted her hair in a charming manner and looked at her father narcissistically. But she does have the capital to be narcissistic, and every part of her body is perfect. Come on. If you used this trick on someone else, you would have found a partner long ago. My experiment is at a critical step now. I really don't have time. Ji Qingyun said with a bitter face. She had already anticipated being nagged by her mother in the future. 1 phone call a day, 1 video call every 2 days. Hey, Dad. Ji Qingyun's eyes lit up, he thought of an idea, and took his father's arm. What bad ideas do you have now? Jigwa said with a wry smile. Whenever his daughter is like this, he is in trouble. Dad, my experiment is almost finished. By then, Dacia will be 10 years ahead of the United States in this regard. Ji Qingyun narrowed his eyes, like a cunning fox, waiting for his prey to take the bait. Are you serious? Jigwa asked seriously. When have I ever lied to you about this? Okay, if you have any difficulties, just call me. If I can't do it, I will find a way to solve it for you. Jigwa said seriously. Family and national affairs must not be taken lightly. Dacia has always lagged behind the United States in science and technology, but now my daughter's research is the most advanced technology in the world. If we can break through the blockade of the United States, or even overtake it, then the technology of the entire Dacia will benefit, and the overall strength will be raised to a higher level. Now there is difficulty. Ji Qingyun said pitifully. You mean your mom? Yes. If she keeps urging me every few days, your daughter will be in a bad mood. If she is in a bad mood, she will lose inspiration and motivation to do experiments, and the progress will slow down. Ji Qingyun sighed regretfully. You little bitch. Wait for me here. Ji-gwa smiled bitterly and pressed a finger on his daughter's forehead. Dad. This is for the whole of Daxia. Ji Qingyun said righteously. Okay. I'll help you stop it. Hey, hey. Dad is the best. Ji Qingyun happily put his head on his father's shoulder, revealing a look of joy at having succeeded in his evil plan. Yunyun, tell me the truth, do you like girls? Dad. What nonsense are you talking about? If you really like it, just tell me. Dad is not a feudal person. I will go and persuade your mom. Oh. No. Really? Really not. Chapter 19, Sukan solves a problem and shocks the genius class. The next day, Sukan was awakened by the alarm clock at 7 o'clock and got up reluctantly to wash. Yao yao. Yao yao. He called the system, but no one answered. Still in hibernation. Sukan said with a wry smile. I forgot about this last night. Sure enough, this system is not reliable at all. So will he still go? He couldn't understand the physics department of Peking University or Tsinghua University. Risk your life to answer the question. After thinking for a while, Sukan set off with the thought that since he was already up, he might as well go. After all, he hasn't officially dealt with this so-called future wife yet. If possible, it would be better if we could resolve the misunderstanding that day. Sukan came to the classroom as the system instructed. He arrived very early, half an hour early, but the classroom was almost full. This is not a small classroom, but a stepped one with a large space that can accommodate more than 100 people. Now the seats are almost full, with only the left side of the first row near the road left. Sukan had no choice but to sit down. But his sitting shocked everyone in the classroom. Is this person from our department? No way, I've never heard of anyone so handsome. If you're not from our department, you dare to sit there. It's probably his first time auditing a class, so he doesn't know Professor G's rules yet. The ignorant are fearless. For a moment, everyone started talking. Dude, this is your first time attending class. A student wearing glasses next to Sukan smiled and patted his shoulder. Yeah. Can't I sit in this seat? Sukan asked blankly. You can sit here, but you have to answer the questions assigned in the last class. This is the rule set by Professor G. Generally speaking, people in our department don't dare to sit here because the questions are too difficult, explained the man with glasses. But there's no room left. Sukan said. Next time. Come 2 hours early. Professor G's class is very popular, said the man with glasses. Ji Qingyun's class is always hard to get a seat. If you don't come 2 hours in advance, there is no chance of getting in, even if you are a student in the class. A business had even spawned before, where students paid to buy seats, with prices as high as 50 yuan each. However, it didn't take long for the school to stop the practice. Anyone who dared to take advantage of the situation again would be given a serious warning. After all, Ji Qingyun's most valuable thing is her knowledge, and the purpose of her teaching is to impart it to students, rather than being admired as a vase. Of course, Sukan, who is not from this school, naturally doesn't he know this. Are her lectures interesting? Sukan asked puzzledly. It's not that it's interesting. Everyone comes here just because Professor G is good looking. The man with glasses smiled with an expression that said, you know what I mean. This is the recognized #1 goddess in our school. First of all, I'm not from Peking University or Tsinghua University. Secondly, do students from Peking University and Tsinghua University also chase stars? Dude, aren't you? Are you here to attend the class because you are interested in physics? Then I advise you to give up this idea. The Department of Physics at Peking University and Tsinghua University is not a place where ordinary people can learn, said the man with glasses. The Department of Physics at Peking University and Tsinghua University is ranked among the top 5 in the world, and the courses are extremely difficult. Most of the students here are admitted through physics competitions, and few college entrance examination candidates dare to apply. The class that Ji Qingyun teaches is the one with the best academic performance and the most difficult entrance exams in the physics department, and is known as their genius class of the physics departments of Peking University and Tsinghua University. The man with glasses is a student in this class. Don't worry, Dad. Yao Yao is here. The system suddenly spoke, its tone carrying a hint of fatigue and the haziness of having just woken up. You finally woke up. Sukan said unhappily. I forgot about this yesterday, Tilda, the system said coquettishly. I'll give it a try. Sukan said with a smile, can I take a look at the questions from last class? Now that the system has woken up, he has the confidence. All right. You got guts, bro. The man with glasses gave a thumbs up, opened the notebook and handed it to Sukan. This sheet only has one question, but it is filled with the steps to solve it. I've been calculating for the whole day, but I still can't figure it out. The man with glasses smiled embarrassedly. Yao Yao, how do we solve this problem? Sukan asked. With his limited knowledge of high school physics, he could only understand the text. Wait for Yao Yao to take a look, said the system. System, hey. Isn't this the research topic of my mother's graduate thesis? The system transmitted the answer directly into Sukan's mind. This. I don't understand. Sukan complained inwardly. The question only had 3 lines, but the answer took up a whole page. The various formulas on it were like runes from another world, obscure and difficult to understand. Never mind, just write it down. Brother, can you lend me a pen? Sukan said to the man with glasses. Give. Sukan took the pen, turned to a new page, and finished transcribing the answers amid the increasingly shocked expression of the man with glasses. Brother, what's your name? The man with glasses asked admiringly. Sukan, Kaubansu, Washan Khan. Sukan said with a smile. My name is Yang Ning of Yangjining. Which department are you from? Yang Ning asked excitedly. He is definitely not from the physics department. I have never heard of a great man named Sukan in the department. After all, he was at the top of the gifted class and one of the best students in the entire physics department. Is he from the Department of Mathematics? I'm not from this school. I study computer science. Sukan said with a wry smile. No way. Brother, with your talent for physics, how can you learn computers? Yang Ning said excitedly in confusion. His voice was so loud that everyone nearby looked over in surprise. What's wrong, God Yang? The student next to Yang Ning asked. He is also a student in this class. Since Yang Ning always ranks among the top in the exams, everyone calls him Yang God. Look, this guy is a computer science student. He solved the problem that Professor G taught in the last class. Yang Ning handed him the notebook. This. Everyone in the class noticed this and gathered around at once, making the place so crowded that no one could get in or out. Hey! Bring some over here. Hey! Your head! Station over there. But there is so little space here, how could a class of more than 30 people possibly fit in? A group of top students from Peking University and Tsinghua University almost got into a fight just to see the answer to a question. This step is so beautiful, it's the standard answer. Yeah. That's so neat. Professor G can't write so well. Hello, can you write it again? A girl wearing black framed glasses and with thick and long bangs that almost covered half of her face, timidly squeezed next to Sukan, holding a notebook and a pen. Forehead. Sukan didn't expect it to cause such a big commotion. The others also noticed this and stopped scrambling to look at the answers on the notebooks. They all crowded towards Sukan. Master! Write it for me too! Great God! I want one too! All right, you guys! Yang Ning slammed the table, stopped them, and looked at Sukan. Brother, why don't you write on the blackboard? All right. Sukan stood up and said to the girl embarrassedly. Then I'll go write it on the blackboard. The girl nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Disperse, disperse. Yang Ning dispersed the crowd. Chapter 20. Our future is legal. Hey, this boy is so handsome. Yeah. Even male celebrities aren't this handsome. Some girls below started discussing Sukan's appearance. My evaluation is that he is not as handsome as you readers. Under the gaze of more than 100 people in the class, Sukan wrote the answers on half of the blackboard. Awesome! Awesome! The audience burst into thunderous applause. Cough. Sukan shyly ran down from the podium, his cheeks slightly red. Brother, which school are you from? Renmin University. Aerospace. Yang Ning asked impatiently. Oh, from Kyoto Financial School. Sukan replied embarrassedly. Financial school? Yang Ning asked the student next to him, is there such a school in Kyoto? Yes, it seems to be nearby, it's a private school. Hearing this, Yang Ning's face was full of disbelief. How can a private school produce such students? This can't be cheating. Sukan didn't even know the title, it was written right in front of him. Are there experts among the people? Brother, why didn't you come to Tsinghua University? Yang Ning took a long time to utter this sentence. Sukan, do you think I don't want to? Something unexpected happened during my college entrance exam. Sukan touched his nose and said embarrassedly. Oh tilde. Yang Ning suddenly realized. Do you want to come to Tsinghua and Peking University? I can introduce you to Professor Ji. As long as you can pass her test, you should be able to come in. Yang Ning patted Sukan's shoulder confidently and said. With Ji Qingyun's strength and status, it would be extremely easy for him to recruit a student to Peking University or Tsinghua University. Let's talk about it later. Sukan smiled embarrassedly. At this time, Ji Qingyun walked into the classroom, and the noisy environment became quiet in an instant. She wore a white shirt and a tight skirt, revealing her flawless white calves and perfectly showing off her devilish figure. She was wearing a pair of pink flat shoes and a silk scarf around her neck, which made her look very fashionable. She didn't look like a professor from Peking University or Tsinghua University at all, but rather a female celebrity. 80% of the students in this classroom are boys, but even the girls are attracted by Ji Qingyun's stunning beauty and stare at her infatuatedly. But one cannot judge a book by its cover, and one cannot judge the depth of the sea by its depth. This woman who looks like a star is actually a leading expert in the physics community of Daxia. If he were not so young, he would have been elected as an academician. As soon as Ji Qingyun entered the classroom, he found the answer on the blackboard. How is this? Even more concise than my thesis. She was also shocked by the answer Sukan wrote. After all, this is her future self. After perfecting her results, the report she wrote will naturally be better than the one she wrote when she was young. Who wrote this? Ji Qingyun turned around to ask a question and found Sukan sitting in the first row. That scumbag? He dares to sit here? Professor Ji, it was this brother who solved it. Yang Ning pointed at Sukan and said. Did you write this? Ji Qingyun asked coldly. For some reason, the moment she saw Sukan, she felt a surge of nameless anger in her heart. Yes. Sukan nodded. This scumbag is capable of this? Ji Qingyun was very confused. Even her mentor at Harvard could not have written such an answer. What's your name? Ji Qingyun asked. Sukan, Kaobansu, Washan Kan. Sukan? When Ji Qingyun heard this name, the anger in his heart burned even more vigorously. Come up and tell us. Ji Qingyun said, suppressing his anger. Today this is. What's wrong? She couldn't understand why she got so angry when she saw this scumbag. If it weren't for her good upbringing, she would have wanted to slap Sukan in the face. No, one slap is not enough. Several slaps. Dad, Mom seems angry, the system said weakly. She is most afraid of her angry mother. In this state, her mother wanted to teach her a lesson, and even her grandparents couldn't stop her. Should I go up then? Sukan asked. Go ahead, just say whatever Yao Yao says. Good. Sukan walked up to the podium, pretended to be natural, and started explaining to the students. He was not nervous because he had done this many times in high school and often spoke at conferences as an outstanding representative. But for some reason, when he saw the angry Ji Qingyun, he felt an inexplicable chill in his heart, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Sukan says whatever the system says. Even when faced with students' questions, he can answer them with ease. Ji Qingyun was watching Sukan speaking eloquently in the audience. The anger in his heart subsided a little, and he actually felt a sense of inexplicable pride. It was like the pride one feels when seeing one's own child succeed, but it wasn't accurate and she couldn't say what it was exactly. What's going on today? Ji Qingyun frowned, wondering about his own psychological changes. This was not normal. After a long time, applause in the classroom interrupted her thoughts. Professor Ji, I'm done. Sukan said with a smile. The 1.85-meter tall sunny boy had a harmless smile on his face. Even Ji Qingyun had to say he was handsome. Well, sit back down. Ji Qingyun's eyes were wandering and he felt like his heart was beating fast. She felt her heartbeat quicken and became even more confused. After all, she had never experienced this situation before. Dad did a great job. Mom is not so angry anymore, the system said excitedly. As Yao Yao often makes Ji Qingyun angry, she naturally controls her emotions very well. That's good. Sukan returned to his seat, feeling relieved, and the fear in his heart was alleviated a lot. Ox. Yang Ning gave Sukan a thumbs up. Even he, who was called God Yarn, benefited a lot from what Sukan said, as he did not know many of the knowledge points. Har har. Sukan touched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. Next we will talk about. Ji Qingyun erased the blackboard with one click and started teaching seriously. Born into a family where all members have made outstanding contributions to Daxia, Ji Qingyun also hopes that Daxia will become better and better. Therefore, she attaches great importance to the training of students and enters the teaching state in just 1 second. Sukan looked at the beautiful figure on the podium, her lips moving. Although she was speaking Mandarin, he couldn't understand a word. It was like he was listening to a foreign language. But he was still fascinated by what he heard. No, I should say that I was fascinated by it. When Ji Qingyun was giving lectures, she had the sacred aura of a people's teacher, which added a bit of color to her beauty. It looked so beautiful. Sukan's eyes gradually became obsessed, and he wished he could focus his eyes on Ji Qingyun. Hey! Dad! Control your expression. Stop acting like a pervert, the system said with disgust. Hey! What do you care about me? I want to see what's wrong with my future wife. Sukan retorted. We are legal. Our future is legal. Oh, no shame. The system rolled its eyes. Of course, if she can turn it. Chapter 21 Sukan, come to my office after class. Just when everyone was either listening to the class attentively or attracted by Ji Qingyun's beauty. She was sitting on the podium, feeling uneasy and having many thoughts. From the very beginning, she noticed that Sukan was staring at her motionlessly. But unlike those men who coveted her beauty, Sukan's eyes were filled with pure admiration, mixed with a hint of love. Yes, it's love. I recognized Ji Qingyun, who was once dragged by my mother to watch a Korean idol drama. This was the way the male protagonist looked at the female protagonist in the drama. Snort. What a scumbag. Love everyone you meet. Pooh. Thinking of this, Ji Qingyun's anger, which had finally been calmed down, burned up again. She planned to make things difficult for Sukan. You can answer my graduate thesis, but you can't possibly answer my doctoral thesis. Ji Qingyun is indeed a genius. As he spoke, he combined completely unrelated content together and even talked about the content of his doctoral thesis. Then she wrote a question on the blackboard. This was the main research direction of her doctoral thesis at the time. It was thanks to solving this problem that she was able to complete her doctorate degree ahead of schedule and return home. Not to mention students from Peking University and Tsinghua University, even some old professors would have to study the answers for a long time, and they may not be able to understand them thoroughly. She just didn't believe that Sukan could answer it. Sukan, come up and do this question. Ji Qingyun glared at him. R. Sukan, who was obsessed with Ji Qingyun's beauty, broke out in cold sweats when he was stared at by her. Dad, go quickly. Yao Yao knows how to do this, the system said excitedly. Once this problem is solved, Mom will like Dad better. Why is Mom angry again? Oh, I don't understand, the adult world is so complicated. Sukan walked up with confidence, picked up a pen and pretended to think. Is Professor Ji angry? It seems so. Professor Ji looks so good even when he's angry. The students below began to whisper. God Yang, do you think this guy can answer this question? Probably not. Yang Ning smiled bitterly and shook his head. He could barely understand this question. He is already considered a genius. Even if Sukan is very good, he is still so young. The gap between them can't be that big. But then, Sukan made him realize that there are gaps between geniuses. After pretending to think for a few minutes, Sukan wrote down the answer given by the system on the blackboard without missing a word. This answer had more to it, and Sukan had tried to write it as small as possible, but he still managed to fill up the entire blackboard. This. Ji Qingyun's heart was in turmoil. This is even more perfect than the answer in her doctoral thesis. The answer she gave at the time had some minor loopholes, and these minor problems were not resolved until a year after graduation. But the one written by Sukan solved all those small loopholes. It can be called the standard answer. Even more perfect than the one she solved later. Professor G, do you think what I wrote is correct? Sukan asked. Yeah. Ji Qingyun suppressed his inner shock and nodded. Then I'll go down. Sukan asked weakly. For some reason, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Sukan trotted away, while Ji Qingyun stared at the answer blankly without saying a word. Oh my god. Man. You are so awesome. Yang Ning said excitedly. He could only partially understand the answer. Just average, just average. Sukan smiled awkwardly. Sukan, right. Ji Qingyun turned around and stared at him with complicated eyes. Which class are you from? She planned to transfer Sukan to her class. Although such a talent is a bit scum, I should be able to make him turn over a new leaf and train a top physicist for Daxia. I'm not from the physics department. Sukan replied embarrassedly. Ji Qingyun's face was full of disbelief. Can someone who is not from the physics department answer this question? Which department are you from? She asked again. I'm not a student of Peking University or Tsinghua University. I study computer science. Sukan answered without confidence. Nonsense. Ji Qingyun said angrily. What the hell is a computer? It would be a waste of talent like this if he doesn't learn physics. Come to my office after class. Ji Qingyun said harshly. Oh. Seeing Ji Qingyun like this, Sukan didn't dare to refuse. He was afraid that if he refused, he would be asked to kneel on the washboard the next second. What a crap thing. Why am I kneeling on a washboard? Sukan shook his head, getting rid of these messy thoughts. This question is beyond the scope of your syllabus, so I won't explain it. Ji Qingyun clicked the button to clear the contents on the blackboard. Even the graduate students she supervised could not solve this problem independently. Hearing Ji Qingyun say this, everyone in the audience looked at Sukan with admiration. Great God! Respy! Some girls became infatuated with him, their eyes sparkling. He is so handsome and also so good at studying. He is definitely a potential stock. I want a certain letter. Sukan felt goosebumps all over under these gazes, as if a group of ants were crawling on his body, and he felt very uncomfortable. At this time, the bell for the end of Get Out of Class rang. Yang Ning, Xie Hui, please continue your lecture in the next class. Ji Qingyun said. She wants to take Sukan to the office for a talk. Okay, Professor G. Xie Hui is the girl who just asked Sukan to write down her answers. Like Yang Ning, she is one of the top students in the physics department. Come with me to the office. Ji Qingyun glanced at Sukan and walked out. Dad, hurry up and catch up, the system said excitedly. She felt that her plan had achieved great success. Sukan stood up and followed. However, he was not as happy as the system and felt mixed emotions. There was fear and panic, just like a student who made a mistake and was called in for a talk by the teacher. But why is there such a hint of joy? Is it because he is going to be alone with his future wife? Teacher and student, a man and a woman, in the same room. I can't think about it anymore. Sukan followed Ji Qingyun obediently, looking at her beautiful back and exquisite curves, and couldn't help but feel deeply moved. With this figure, even models can't be this perfect. Hello, Professor G. On their way, students who were finishing their classes were all greeting Ji Qingyun. The title of the #1 goddess of Peking University and Tsinghua University is very famous, and almost all students of Peking University and Tsinghua University know her. From time to time, some boys would meet me, say hello, and then stand still and salute me. This is the highest recognition a man can give to a woman's appearance. When Sukan saw these boys, he sneered in his heart. What are you looking at? Is she your wife? Just look. No manners. Why is this boy always following Professor G? Professor G looks a little angry. Isn't it because he made a mistake and was taken to the office for a lecture? Professor G has a very good temper. Some students were talking in low voices on the road. Although Ji Qingyun is a cold and domineering lady, she has a good relationship with her students and has a gentle attitude. Occasionally, there would be some students who were brave enough to confess their love to her, but she would not get angry, but would just refuse them with a smile. Hey! I hope this guy will take care of himself. Chapter 22, rejecting the request of my future wife to stay in the same room with me. Ji Qingyun's office is in the office building next door. It is a very spacious room. After all, he is their vice president, so the treatment will naturally not be bad. Close the door. Ji Qingyun walked towards the office chair aggressively. Sukan was so frightened by her that he dared not breathe and obediently closed the door. He turned around and stood at the door, feeling uneasy, at a loss, and not daring to move. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Sit down. Ji Qingyun couldn't help but want to laugh when he saw his silly look. However, in order to maintain her dignity as a teacher, she held it back. But the cutest moment of a woman is when she wants to keep a straight face but can't help laughing. Oh. Looking at Ji Qingyun's lovely appearance, Sukan's heart was moved. This woman was so beautiful that it was unfair. So beautiful that Sukan, who had just met her for the first time, had already readily accepted the fact that she was his future wife. I even developed a strange possessiveness in my heart, and I couldn't help getting angry if other people looked at me for even a few seconds. He sat opposite Ji Qingyun in a daze. Which school are you from? Ji Qingyun asked. No matter which school Sukan is from, whether it is aerospace, Renmin University, or even national defense, she has to recruit him to her class. Only by studying physics with her can such talents fully develop their talents and shine for Daxia. It's okay to be a scumbag. Ji Qingyun believed that with his careful teaching, he could bring Sukan back on the right track. I'm from Kyoto Financial School. Sukan replied. Finance school? Is there such a university in Kyoto? Ji Qingyun recalled the names of famous schools in his mind, but could not find any impression of the financial school. It's a private school, not a good one. Sukan saw Ji Qingyun's doubts and explained embarrassedly. Privately run? Can private schools produce such talents? It seems that there is a big problem with Daxia's talent selection mechanism. I have to find an opportunity to talk to my dad about it. How could such a talent go undiscovered? If she hadn't discovered Sukan's talent now, who knows how many years such a talent would have been hidden and buried. It doesn't matter what school you're from. Do you want to come to Peking University or Tsinghua University and study physics with me? Ji Qingyun looked into Sukan's eyes and said seriously. Sukan opened his mouth, not knowing how to answer. This is a bit sudden. We are not ready to be in the same room. Oh. Be prepared to be in the same classroom. As long as you are willing, I will handle all the procedures for you, and you can just come and study with me with peace of mind. Ji Qingyun said confidently. If she can't do it, she'll ask her dad to do it. With the status and position of the Ji state, there are few things that cannot be done in Daxia. Dad, please agree, said the system excitedly. Victory is just around the corner. I don't want to. Sukan shook his head and refused. He has his own pride. He would get into Peking University and Tsinghua University through his own examination instead of relying on the system. This is his love for physics, his regrets during the college entrance examination, and his obsession with getting into Peking University or Tsinghua University. After all, what Grandpa hoped most was that he could be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. He must complete this task on his own. Huh? Ji Qingyun asked in surprise. Almost no students from other schools can refuse such conditions. What's more, it was she who proposed it. From childhood to adulthood, Ji Qingyun's request has never been rejected. Of course, except for not being in a relationship. Why? Ji Qingyun was not angry and asked seriously. She couldn't understand why Sukan refused. Dad. Why? The system asked, not understanding either. What a great opportunity. Compared to the normal development trajectory, I spent 3 years spending time with my mother earlier. Old bitch. You are confused. The system was extremely anxious and angry, wishing it could jump out of Sukan's body, slap him twice, and then agree on his behalf. Sukan didn't know how to explain it. He couldn't tell Ji Qingyun about the existence of the system. Hey. Why not? Yao Yao, can I tell her about you? Sukan asked. No. The system quickly rejected. Don't tell anyone about Yao Yao's existence. Otherwise, Dad will die. The system threatened fiercely. If my mother knew about her existence, with her intelligence, she would definitely be able to guess the truth. Okay, so how do I explain it? HMPH. Whatever you say, said the system angrily. Tired, destroy it. She was so angry that she almost didn't want to care about Sukan anymore. What a good opportunity, you rejected it. At this moment, in a certain space, a little girl was so angry that she wanted to cry but had no tears. I want to get in through my own exam. Sukan said. Is that so? This scumbag is quite proud. With your current abilities, there is no need to take the exam anymore. Ji Qingyun said with a smile. The saying that one smile can conquer a city, another smile can conquer a country was realized at this moment. Sukan also experienced the situation firsthand at this moment. When Ji Qingyun smiles, she is so beautiful. If you insist, I can give you a set of papers, which will be evaluated by all the teachers in the physics department. As long as one of them objects, you don't have to come. Ji Qingyun continued. She believed that there was no teacher in the physics department of Peking University or Tsinghua University who would remain indifferent after discovering Sukan's talent. I didn't rely on the system to make the test papers, and now I can't do it. Yao, what should we do? Sukan asked for help helplessly. HMPH. Get out, the system said angrily. What to do? Serve cold. Hey. Why are you swearing? Get away, the system said angrily. Yao seems really angry. Oh, let us coax her later. Let us solve the problem at hand first. Professor G, I have unavoidable reasons and cannot come to Peking University and Tsinghua University now. Sukan said. This is not a lie, because I have no choice but to not reveal the existence of the system. Tell me what your difficulties are and I will solve them for you. Ji Qingyun said domineeringly. I can't say. Sukan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Do you really have to insist on passing the exam? Hearing Sukan's insistence, Ji Qingyun narrowed his eyes, looked at the table, and thought about a solution. How about this? It's October now, and the postgraduate entrance examination will be held in 2 months. I will give you an examination quota for Peking University and Tsinghua University, and you can take the exam. Ji Qingyun said. This way, it not only does not go against Sukan's insistence, but also allows him to come and study with me as soon as possible. It's the best of both worlds. Ji Qingyun believes that if Sukan spend 1 more second learning computer now, it would be a waste of his talent. 2 months later. In 2 months, no matter how talented Sukan is, it is impossible for him to reach the level of graduate students in Peking University or Tsinghua University through self-study. Is it okay next year? Sukan asked weakly. No. Ji Qingyun refused sternly and glared at him. What's going on? I'm giving you so much face, but you keep refusing. No man can refuse me a second time. Sukan, I suddenly felt my legs go weak and I wanted to kneel down. What's going on? Professor G, it really won't work after 2 months. Sukan said with a wry smile. Does it have to be a year later? Ji Qingyun said with a frown. Sukan nodded heavily. Chapter 23. Sukan guessed the future outcome. All right. Ji Qingyun agreed reluctantly. She didn't like being forced to do things, nor did she like forcing others to do things against their will. Don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you. She took out 15 thick new textbooks from the cabinet behind her, each of which was as thick as the original version of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. This is a textbook from the Department of Physics. Take it back and study it. Ji Qingyun said. Although Sukan's level is far beyond that of undergraduates from Peking University and Tsinghua University. But learning never ends, and even she needs to ponder some of the knowledge points in these textbooks. Thank you, Professor G. Sukan said excitedly. Or should I bow to this future wife? It's settled. Come take the test next year. Ji Qingyun slammed his hand heavily on the pile of textbooks and said fiercely. If you don't come next year, I'll tie you up. As if it was the most primitive fear in his bones, Sukan was so scared that he got goosebumps all over his body. Okay. He replied in a mosquito-like voice. Take out your cell phone. Ji Qingyun said unhappily. Add me on WeChat. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Ji Qingyun rolled his eyes. Oh. Sukan took out his cell phone. Huh? You use the same one as me. Ji Qingyun also took out his own Red Master. Really? It's fate, fate. Sukan said with a smile. Pooh. Scumbag. You want to use these words to coax little girls on me too? I, Ji Qingyun, will never fall for a scumbag like you in my life. If it weren't for the fact that you have some talent, the security would drag you out right now. I'm warning you. Don't have any inappropriate thoughts about me. I asked you to add me just for learning. Ji Qingyun said fiercely. R. Sukan said blankly. Did she find out? She can also read minds. Woman, you are special and I love you even more. R what? Turn on your phone. The more Ji Qingyun looked at Sukan, the more he disliked him. Oh. The two added their contact information. Spend less time harming little girls in the future. Spend more time studying. Ji Qingyun hated him for not fighting back. No, we are just friends, let me explain. Stop. You don't have to explain to me. Ji Qingyun waved his hand to interrupt Sukan. No. We're just friends. Listen to my explanation. Okay, that's the trilogy of scumbag men, right? What a scumbag. Just open your mouth. You can go back now. Ji Qingyun sat back in his chair and said in a cold voice, his face full of displeasure. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Enter. Professor Ji, there's something wrong with the experiment again. A man in a white coat opened the door breathlessly. What's going on? Ji Qingyun stood up with a frown and walked towards the door. The instrument shows that all the data are wrong. How is this possible? Absolutely true. Hearing this, Ji Qingyun ran away anxiously, wishing he could fly to the laboratory right away. The man also ran behind her. The two of them just left, leaving Sukan here. Mom was like this when she was young, the system sighed. When it comes to experiments, I become very anxious. When she was just born, I almost jumped up and ran back to the laboratory when I heard there was a problem with the experiment. Fortunately, my grandparents stopped me and asked my dad to go back, so the plan was finally put to rest. Yao, you're not angry anymore. Sukan said with a smile. HMPH. Damn dad. I don't want to pay attention to you, said the system angrily. Hey, don't be angry. How can you, a system, act like a child? Just like a child. Just like a child, the system said angrily. Stinky dad. Stinky dad. Beat you to death. Beat you to death. In an unknown space, a little girl was helpless and furious, punching the air angrily. Speaking of which, why did you want me and Ji Qingyun to meet earlier? I don't care about me. Do I have the same disease as Grandpa? Sukan asked boldly. Apart from this, there is no reason for the system to be so anxious for him and Ji Qingyun to get to know each other as soon as possible. No. You think too much, said the system guiltily. Okay. Stop lying to me. Sukan said with a wry smile. He is not stupid, and is even smarter than most people in this world. He can naturally guess the reason now. Will the research results of Ji Qingyun and I be completed in the future just one step away, and can I rely on this result to cure my disease? Sukan guessed. So that's why you traveled back in time, hoping that Ji Qingyun and I could get to know each other earlier, invent that invention earlier, and cure the disease. Stupid dad. Why are you so smart? The system choked. Is it true? Sukan sighed silently. I heard from my grandfather before that my great-grandfather died very young, and the same was true for my great-great-grandfather. However, the technology at that time was not so advanced and could not detect the genetic level, so the Su family thought it was a curse. But Grandpa almost broke this curse and was about to live out his days in peace. Thinking of this, Sukan was overwhelmed with sadness, and his eyes became dull. So Dad agrees with Mom, okay? The system begged while sobbing. Sukan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He reached into his pocket to light a cigarette, but came up empty-handed. He touched his nose awkwardly and said earnestly. Yao, I used to think that the future is irreversible, but now that you've traveled back, you've changed my mind. Since the future can be changed, why rush it now? Besides, now that I have you, am I still worried about not being able to accomplish that achievement or cure the disease? But, you told Mom that you might not be able to complete it in your next life. The missing step is like an insurmountable chasm. The system burst into tears. A natural chasm. Except for curing his grandfather's illness, Sukan has never failed. Now that he has the system, he is even more confident that he can succeed. Yao Yao, do you believe me? Believe. Then give me a year, and I'll get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. I will definitely be able to accomplish that goal in this lifetime, okay? Good. The system replied stupidly. In her memory, as long as her father said so, there was nothing that could not be accomplished. It is a sense of security like a towering mountain. How old was I when I died? Sukan asked with a smile. He was neither depressed nor sad, as if he was not questioning his own life or death. 44 years old. 44. It's not too early to die. Believe me, I will definitely be able to cure the disease in this life. Sukan stood up and said confidently. Yes. Yao Yao believes in Daddy. Then let's go back. Sukan hugged the pile of books and prepared to leave. But he underestimated the weight of the 15 books and almost hurt his waist. Har har. Daddy is so stupid. The system laughed, its voice still choking and trembling with sobs after crying. Accident. Sukan used all his strength to carry the pile of books and walked outside. Damn. Why is it so heavy? Chapter 24 Opening the System Store. Tsinghua and Peking University Laboratory. How so? Ji Qingyun, wearing a white coat, checked all the instruments with a frown on his face. Even if the direction of the experiment is wrong, all instruments should not show wrong data. This machine. Ji Qingyun lay beside the machine that had broken down before and examined it carefully. Has this been fixed? She asked. Fixed. Ji Qingyun observed this machine for a long time and made a bold guess. She simply unplugged the machine. After the power was unplugged, the data displayed by all instruments returned to normal values. This machine is from the economics department, right? Ji Qingyun asked with a dark face. Yes. Call the police, there's a problem. The books were really too heavy, so Sukan, who was always frugal, for the first time ever, scanned a shared bicycle and rode back to school. The 5th floor. Damn. Call someone. It's already past 10 o'clock. The 3 rebellious sons should. Okay, not awake. Sukan made 3 calls but none of them answered. Waste. He struggled to carry the pile of books, which weighed more than 30 kilograms, back to the dormitory. The snoring of the 3 rebellious sons was still rising and falling, and Wang Ting's was the loudest. Why? Sukan took a glass of water and sat on a chair to rest. Yao Yao, is the first mission completed? Sukan thought of this. But the system did not answer him. Hibernation again. Sukan shook his head and smiled, opened his notebook and started writing code again. I'm about to earn $4,000. The more he writes, the more motivated he becomes. It was not until noon that the 3 rebellious sons woke up one after another. However, when they saw Sukan was busy, they did not disturb him and brought him food instead. After taking a few bites, Sukan continued to work. At 2:42 in the afternoon, he finally completed the order and sent the program to Sun Lin. Xiao Quanzi, bring a lotus flower to your father. Sukan stood up, stretched his muscles. Get it yourself. Rebellious son. Dad, you're not allowed to smoke. At this time, the system sleep mode ends and a sound is emitted to stop it. Huh? You're awake. Dad, you are not allowed to smoke, the system repeated angrily. Why do you manage so many things in one system? Sukan rolled his eyes, picked up a cigarette and was about to light it. No way. Nicotine will speed up the onset of Dad's illness. The system was very anxious and its voice was almost broken from shouting. Is it true? Sukan asked suspiciously. He is not addicted to smoking. He smoked only as a way to vent his feelings after his grandfather passed away. Later I found that this thing is indeed a good way to relieve stress, and I would smoke one occasionally. Really, the system said seriously. All right. Sukan put the cigarette back. Since it is so harmful to yourself, I will not smoke anymore. Dad has completed 1% of the task. Reward, 100,000 happiness points. The system store is now open. A virtual picture appeared in Sukan's mind. There are only 4 types of items in the store. New Super Particle Collider, 100 million happiness points. Exclusive Body Strengthening Fluid, 10 million happiness points. Computer Technology, 10 million happiness points. 1 happiness point can be exchanged for 100 Dashir coins. New superparticle collider? Is this what I will be studying in the future? Sukan asked. Yes. Sukan knew something about this research, and Ji Qingyun was currently conducting this experiment. The large particle colliders in the world currently have roughly 5 functions. 1. Explore the microscopic world. 2. Discovering new particles. 3. Study the origin of the universe. 4. Promote technological development. 5. Cultivate talents. The new superparticle collider experiment that Ji Qingyun is engaged in is based on its enhanced version. Greater impact, more results. A group of scientists predict that if this experiment can be completed 60%, humans will probably be able to break through the scientific limits and create a 1 nanometer lithography machine. If 70% is completed, humans will probably be able to master controlled nuclear fusion. If 80% is completed, humans will probably be able to master the technology to exceed the speed of light. If we complete 90%, humans will probably be able to explore 99% of the human body and solve 100% of the world's diseases. If 95% is completed, humans will probably be able to unify the 4 fundamental forces. Unifying the 4 fundamental forces is what Einstein and other geniuses have always dreamed of. As for 100% completion, humans will probably be able to explore the ultimate secrets of the universe. However, the United States and Bactria, which have made the fastest progress, have only just reached 21%. According to the boldest prediction of the World Association of Scientists, within 100 years, humans will be able to advance this experiment to 70% at most. Yao Yao, since you want me to invent research results and cure the disease as soon as possible, why don't you just give them to me directly? Sukan asked puzzledly. Because the time travel instrument malfunctioned. Yao Yao can't change the world too much at once, otherwise Yao Yao will disappear, and the world will also undergo uncontrollable changes. We can only take it slowly. So it's up to Dad to earn happiness points little by little, and use happiness points to redeem them. This is a bug in the Yao Yao card, the system explained. But the malfunction of the instrument was much more serious than what she had just brushed off. Is that so? Was it Ji Qingyun who asked you to travel back in time? Sukan asked. Yes. It was Mom who asked me to come back to save Dad. Traveling through time to save a dead lover. How touching. Sukan smiled and continued to ask, what is this exclusive body strengthening liquid? It's a strengthening fluid specially developed for Dad in the future. It can greatly improve Dad's physical fitness. It can also suppress the disease. Bringing back this bottle of strengthening liquid. It was not easy for me. Dad will definitely be moved to tears when he finds out. It's a pity that I can't give it directly to my dad. Will I become Captain America if I use it? Stupid Dad. Don't believe in science fiction movies. They are not that magical. But they work really well. Your appearance is sci-fi enough. Sukan complained in his heart, and then asked, what is computer technology? It's the technology that Dad will master in the future. It's probably the top level that will be 26 years ahead of the world. Oh my God. Is it so awesome? Well, Yao Yao, can we discuss an advance payment for this computer? Sukan said with a wicked smile. Can't. Look, with this thing, my computer skills will improve immediately, right? Then, can I make money faster? After making money, can I study and do research with peace of mind? Then, can I cure diseases faster? Sukan is like a bad uncle, patiently guiding and persuading. That's not possible either, the system refused. Her appearance has disrupted the operation of the world. It took a lot of effort to fix the bug and turn it into a system. If she breaks the rules again, the consequences will be unimaginable. Then how about we pay in installments? You disassemble this computer and sell it to me. I'll use 100,000 happiness points to buy 1/10 of it. This seems to work. Look. Right. Then I will change it for Dad now. Change. Upon hearing this, the system started the exchange. The 100,000 happiness points were instantly reset to 0, but a lot of computer knowledge magically appeared in Sukan's mind. Although it appeared inexplicably, he instantly became one with it. Sukan now feels that his computer skills have improved many times. Maybe it's a little higher than Lao Baldy's level. Lao too graduated from a prestigious university and worked in a large company for more than 10 years, almost becoming their vice president. Although I am just lying down here teaching now, my skills are still top-notch. Even if you submit your resume to big companies like Penguin and Ant, you can easily get in and become a project leader directly. From this we can see that Sukan's skills are now terrifying. But this is normal. After all, in the future, he will be the great god who created the system. It is not an exaggeration to say that only 1/10 of the skills have brought him to this level. Chapter 25, Suspected of collaborating with the enemy. In Dacia, any enemy is a clown. Before Sukan started to verify his current skills, Sun Lin sent him a message. The customer is very happy. Below is a transfer of 4,000. Sukan's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. He was ecstatic. Dad will treat you to dinner tonight. Sukan waved his hand and announced to the three rebellious sons in a domineering manner. Fuck. The sun is rising from the west. Yang Wei looked at Sukan in confusion and even rubbed his eyes, fearing that he had recognized the wrong person. Let's go to the cafeteria. Wang Ting joked. Hey. Is your father the kind of stingy person? Wang Ting, yes. Yang Wei, yes. He. Just choose whatever you want. Eat whatever you want to eat in the evening. Sukan said with a smile. Brother Kan has made a fortune. Wang Ting said. Private order completed, 4,000 received. Sukan proudly showed the payment interface to the two of them. Awesome. Wang Ting gave a thumbs up. Hey. Where the hell have you been? Date? What the hell? Chanzi is treating us to dinner today. I'm not awake yet. Damn you. Really? Yang Wei on the side had already called Sai Quan. What to eat? Wang Ting said. Let's talk about it after class. Isn't the last period Mr. Tu's class? Yang Wei said. It's okay. Let's take a leave. Sukan smiled confidently. Invite 4 people at once. Will the instructor agree? Yang Wei said. Why are you looking for a counselor? Just ask Lao Tu. Sukan sat back in his chair and fiddled with his notebook. Looking for old Baldy. You can hire him because you have good grades, but there is no chance for the 3 of us. Yang Wei asked puzzledly. Wait for me 10 minutes. Sukan solved a difficult problem that Lao Tu had assigned. At that time, Lao Bao said, whoever can solve this problem will not have to attend my class anymore and can graduate directly. In Sukan's eyes now, although this question is not easy to solve, it is still easy. 5 minutes later, he had fixed all the bugs in the code for this question. Old 2, the assignment is done. Wang Ting, Sai Quan, Yang Wei and I are going to ask for leave. Sukan contacted Lao Tu through a certain messaging system. Old Baldy. Old Baldy, wait a minute, let me take a look. 2 minutes later. Old Baldy, did you do this yourself? Sukan, do you think I can find someone else? Old Baldy, that's true. It is almost common knowledge in the finance school that there is a boy in the computer class who has good grades and is very handsome but comes from a poor family. Old Baldy, boy, I felt you were a talent as soon as I entered the class. Old Baldy, what do you want to ask for leave for? Sukan, I made some money from taking private orders, so I'll treat them to a meal. Lao Bald, I was wondering how he could improve so quickly, so here it is. Old Baldy, okay, go ahead, come to my office tomorrow morning. Sukan, okay, thank you Lao Tu. I finished my leave. Sukan said with a smile. Awesome. Awesome, Chainer. Wang Ting and Yang Wei each grabbed Sukan's shoulders and shook him excitedly. They just stood there motionlessly looking at Sukan and witnessed the whole process. You two are trying to shake me to death. Sukan broke free from the clutches of the 2 men. Hello, Dad. Ji Qingyun dialed Ji Guo's number in the lounge. What's wrong, Yunyun? Ji Guo, who was sitting in the office marking documents, stood up and looked a little anxious after receiving a call from his daughter. My daughter usually doesn't call me during work hours. There is a problem with the equipment our laboratory bought from Jinker. I suspect it is related to the United States. Economics? Have you called the police? I was just about to call the police, but I thought about it again and decided not to. Well, you did a good job. Don't alert the enemy yet. This kind of thing should be investigated by the Dragon team. I have confiscated the communication equipment of the people in the laboratory. Please send someone as soon as possible. Well, someone will definitely be there within 20 minutes. Also, please help me check if there is a student named Sukan in Kyoto Financial School. Why? He has a problem too. No, he is very talented in physics, maybe even better than me, but there is no reason for him to go to a private school. I want to recruit him to Tsinghua or Peking University, but he is unwilling to do so and won't tell me the reason. Can you help me check it out? Okay, this is a simple, easy thing to do. Well, that's it, bye dad. Bye bye. After ending the call with his daughter, Jigwa looked solemn. He used a landline to dial a number that ordinary people could not get through. Hello? Lao Li, there is a problem with the equipment in my daughter's lab. She bought it from the economics department. It may be related to the United States and is suspected of collaborating with the enemy. Send someone to control it now, and then investigate the economics department. No evidence. I don't care if it's a star company or a big taxpayer. What a shit report, this is an emergency. Send someone first. I'll go find number 1. I take full responsibility if anything goes wrong. Jigwa hung up the phone angrily and prepared to go upstairs to report to number 1. The highest leader of Daxia, the number 1 chief, is a 68-year-old man. Wearing a Zhongshan suit and ordinary reading glasses, he is busy working in the office. There is a calligraphy painting on the back with 5 big words, "Serve the people," written on it. He looked older than his age because he was carrying the entire Daxia on his shoulders. The pressure of the country, the huge workload, and the serious responsibility to the people have resulted in every wrinkle and every gray hair on his body. Enter. Hearing the knock on the door, number 1 said without even raising his head. He is too busy and every moment is precious. Jigwa pushed the door open and walked in hurriedly. Chief. He reported everything to number 1. Since this concerns the superpower across the ocean, the decision must be made by number 1 himself. Well, you and Li Bin are fully responsible for this matter. I'll talk to him. Number 1 had a gloomy face, foreshadowing that things were about to change in Kyoto. Special circumstances require special treatment to ensure the safety of the people. No matter who it is, get to the bottom of it. First, we need to protect the relevant scientific researchers. They are the country's most valuable asset. Let Yun Girl get involved. She's smart and might be able to give us some surprises. Commander, but give her the highest level of security. Don't worry, there will be no trouble in Kyoto. Number 1 smiled and dispelled Jigwa's concerns. In Daxia and Kyoto, any enemy is just a clown and cannot cause any trouble. By the way, let her come to my place and I'll hear her opinion. Good. After finishing the report, Jigwa immediately returned to his office, contacted his secretary, and prepared to go to Peking University and Tsinghua University in person to check. Since number 1 has entrusted this matter to me, I must not let him and the people down. Hey, Lao Li, didn't number 1 tell you everything? Send someone over immediately. I'll go with you to the scene. You control Jinku first. My daughter, who are you going to send next? Ruji. Where's Ryuichi? He's on a mission. Okay. By the way, ask someone to check. There is a student named Sukan in the finance school. He's fine. Just check his college entrance exams and family background. Chapter 26. What kind of pride does he have? Damn scumbag. When the leaders of Daxia began to thoroughly investigate the School of Economics and Tsinghua University, Sukan received a call from Mo Yu. Sukan. Nan's plane is coming soon. Can you come with me to pick her up? But I have to have dinner with my roommate today, and your car can only accommodate 2 people, right? Oh well. Why don't you bring her to have dinner with us and I'll ask if they agree? Yes. Wangteng, agree. Young Wei, I agree with both hands. They have never seen in person what this beautiful woman looks like. Besides, Sukan is treating us today, so he is the boss. Thank you. I'll treat you to milk tea. Mo Yu said happily. Wangteng, you're welcome. Young Wei, helping others is my hobby. Go to hell. You're so mean. Sukan smiled and kicked Yang Wei. That's it for now, we'll find a restaurant, send you the address, and you can just bring her over. Mum? That's it, bye. Bye, see you later. Mo Yu's voice is so pleasant to the ear, making people feel as if there is really a girl, smiling and waving goodbye in front of them. Young Wei, TSK. You still say there's nothing wrong. Get out, get out. Sukan was too lazy to pay attention to him. Such a dirty-minded person would never understand the pure revolutionary friendship between him and Mo Yu. Where are we going to eat? At this time Sai Quan pushed the door open, panting. In fact, his voice came in before the door was even opened. This is the first time Sukan is treating everyone to a meal, so he dare not neglect it. I'm not waiting for you to come back. You know a lot of places. Sukan said with a smile. Let me rest for a while. Sai Quan sat down on the chair, breathing heavily. I say, are you really so anxious? Sukan said speechlessly. The child has grown up and knows how to respect his father. As a father, I am very pleased. Sai Quan said humbly. You uncle. Sukan grabbed his neck. Ahem. Wrong, wrong. Sai Quan quickly begged for mercy. There's a good hot pot restaurant. How about having hot pot? Sai Quan said. Okay. The three of them readily agreed. It doesn't matter what men eat together, and it matters even less if someone pays. It's still early, what are you going to do? Wang Ting asked. There's a new internet cafe opened in front of the school gate, with a configuration of 4090, why don't we go and play some games? Yang Wei suggested. Let's go. Dad, please. Sukan said domineeringly. It doesn't matter if the three rebellious sons skip classes. With my current strength, I can easily make up for it. When 4 people were fighting in Summoner's Rift, Tsinghua and Peking University Laboratory. All the scientific researchers were taken away quietly and investigated by the Dragon team members. Yunyun, number 1 is going to let you participate in the investigation. Ji Guo said. Yes, sure. Ji Qingyun agreed. Be careful. Ji Guo said worriedly. This concerns a superpower on the other side of the ocean. No matter how good the security is, as a father, he is very worried about his precious daughter. Don't worry, Dad. Ji Qingyun said with a smile. The economics and science department is too big to be touched all at once. It will take a long time to investigate and collect evidence. It's a tough battle. How long can it be? Your daughter has been doing this experiment for more than 6 years. How can it be longer than this? You little bitch. You should be prepared. Dad, I'm not a child anymore. Ji Guo caressed his daughter's hair lovingly. No matter how old you are still a child in front of your dad. Alas, time flies. The little girl has grown up to the point where she can take up the banner of scientific research in Daxia. Dad, it's not good for you to suddenly become sentimental about such a serious matter. Ji Qingyun joked, suppressing the sour feeling in his nose. Hey! Ji Guo was so angry that he lightly hit his daughter on the head. This girl is nothing like her mother. She really ruins the atmosphere. Dad, you can't afford to pay for it if it's broken. How can you not afford to pay for it? I gave birth to him. You can't have children again. Good, the little cotton jacket is leaking. Ji Guo felt so angry at these words that he scored 100 million critical points. Indeed, as the children grow up, they grow old too. Why? Ji Guo sighed sadly. Dad, I won't make you sad. Ji Guo gave the leaky little cotton jacket a cold look and didn't want to pay any attention to her. Small-minded. Ji Qingyun muttered. Ji Guo, damn it. I should have given birth to a son. I couldn't bear to beat a girl. Dad, how's Sukan's investigation going? I just checked. How can it be that fast? The earliest it can be is tomorrow. Okay. Tell Dad, what's going on with this Sukan? He came to my class and solved the problem I assigned. I gave him another one, which was the topic of my doctoral thesis. Guess what? He solved it again. And it was even more perfect than my thesis at that time. And in such a short time. That's a rare talent. She knows best how outstanding her daughter is. She was almost stopped by the United States and could not return home. Being able to solve the problem more perfectly at a younger age than her, if his daughter hadn't said it herself, Ji Guo would have thought that the man was bragging. Then why is he in an ordinary undergraduate program? I don't know either. He said he had his own reasons. He was asked to come to Peking University and Tsinghua University, but he insisted on passing the exam himself. And he insisted on taking the exam next year. Ji Qingyun got angry when he thought of this. The little guy is quite proud. Ji Guo said with a smile. What kind of pride does he have? Damn scumbag. Ji State became interested. Is there a story behind this? The pigs finally come to eat the cabbages in your own garden. He cheated on you. Bar. He's not worthy. I don't like him. A few days ago, when we were eating in the cafeteria, he was harassing a female student and I found out. I see. Ji Guo, why do I feel disappointed when I heard that my daughter was not cheated on? It's no wonder Ji Guo thinks this way. His daughter has never had a scandal in 26 years. She's like an insulator from the opposite sex. He and her mother are very worried. It's so hard to have a boy around me, but nothing happened. It's normal to feel a little disappointed. Then why did he attend your class? Dad. Have you forgotten my strength? He came to Tsinghua and Peking University to study physics. If he doesn't listen to me, who else should he listen to? That's true. Ji Qingyun's words were so Versailles that they did not make people feel disgusted at all. Because she really has the ability. Professors at Peking University and Tsinghua University who are more capable than her no longer teach because they are too old. Ji Qingyun is now the most famous person in the physics department of Peking University and Tsinghua University. Even the dean is not as good as her. How old is this child? About 18 or 19, didn't ask. 18 or 19, a little small. Ji Guo muttered softly, but Ji Qingyun still heard it. Dad. What are you thinking about? I wasn't thinking about that. Ji Qingyun rolled his eyes at his old father and let him experience it himself. Don't tell my mom about this. Otherwise she'll nag me even more than you do. Hey. Where is your dad nagging? What were you mumbling about? Nothing. Chapter 27 Sukan invites us to dinner. 5:30 p.m. Mo Yu called. Sukan. I picked up Nan. Where are you? We're at Penterkill. Beautiful, Chanji. Okay, China. You're still as good as ever. We're in an internet cafe. I'll send you the address. You two can go over first. Sukan said. He got a pentacle while answering the call. Okay, hurry up. Well, we are closer, so we are definitely faster than you. Then I'll hang up first, bye. Bye. After Sukan hung up the phone, he said to his 3 rebellious sons, push quickly. All 5 enemy heroes have been killed, and the troops have reached the high ground. The crystal was destroyed in just half a minute. Sukan, who was once a master at the top of the canyon and even received an olive branch from the youth training team. Now it's so easy to play in the silver tier with 3 rebellious sons. I played Blood Sea all afternoon and didn't lose a single game. Let's go and take a taxi. Xiaoyu, why do you want to eat with them? Li Nan was dressed in jeans and had sunglasses on his forehead, looking very reluctant. She dyed her short hair back to black, and there was no strange makeup or marks on her face. She looked capable and refreshing. You and Sukan are both my friends, let me introduce you to each other. Mo Yu's idea is very simple. Humph. That game guy. I don't want to be friends with him. He was just playing games. You don't know Sukan. He makes money by playing games. And he's also a great student. Hey. You've only known each other for a few days. Why are you speaking in his favor? Oh no. No way. You just misunderstood him. Mo Yu stuck out her tongue playfully. I think there's something fishy going on between you two. Li Nan put her eyes close to Mo Yu's face and examined it carefully like a detective. I'm driving. Stop making trouble. Trojan horse. Li Nan kissed Mo Yu hard. Oops. Xiaoyu, you still smell so good. You must be envious. It's a natural. Cut you neither. You stupid girl. Wait till tonight and see if I will beat you up. Lulu. Sure enough, Sukan and his friends arrived first and booked a private room. No, this portion of tripe is 188. Sukan looked at the menu and already felt pain in his flesh. A lamb roll costs 199. Sukan stood up angrily and turned to leave. Damn. Can't afford it. Hey. What are you doing? Sai Quan and Yang Wei stopped him directly and pushed him back to his seat. Look at the environment, look at the decoration, look at the service, it's worth the price. Sai Quan said. The main decoration of this store is red, and the entire structure is made of wood without any steel or concrete, making it look antique. There was a guzheng player and a guqin player downstairs, playing pleasant music. The store is burning precious sandalwood, which doesn't smell cheap and can soothe the mind. The waiters are all beautiful women with good figures and good looks. No, let's go get some. Sukan said with a sad face, the service there is good too. I said I'd treat you. How stingy. Yang Wei mocked. How can they be the same? Sai Quan said. Yes, brother Can. Be more generous. Isn't it necessary for such a beautiful lady to bring her friends? Don't embarrass yourself in front of others. Wang Ting said. Eat, eat, eat. Sukan closed his eyes, his face ashen, and he looked ready to be slaughtered. Oh, my money. That's right. Sai Quan and the other two looked at each other and smiled as if they had succeeded in their evil plan. They started scanning the QR code to order food. Let's order these first, and then order more when they arrive. Sai Quan said. No. Order 3 servings of tripe. Order 6 servings of mutton rolls. Sukan wailed at the top of his voice. 6 people, isn't that just right? The quantity at his house is very small. Sai Quan said. Fuck. I won't eat. Sukan cancelled an order of mutton roll. Stingy. If you don't eat it, I will. Yang Wei added it back. You? Sukan covered his heart with one hand and pointed at Yang Wei with the other hand tremblingly, pretending to be dying. Rebellious sons. You rebellious sons. Har ha 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 ha. All 3 of them burst out laughing. They won't kill Sukan. 4 days later, October 10th, Friday, is Sukan's birthday. The 3 of them prepared a big gift for him and were thinking about how to make him accept it. Well, today I have the chance. I can just give him a meal and convince him to accept his birthday present. Dad, you're so funny. The system also laughed. She heard Sukan say that on the eve of his 19th birthday, Uncle Sai Quan and his men slaughtered him just to make him feel at ease accepting the gift. Although there are some deviations now, it's almost the same. However, she didn't plan to tell Sukan in advance. Surprise, only when you are surprised can you be happy. No. 20 for a bottle of Coke. Why is it so expensive? The more Sukan looked at the bill, the more heartbroken he felt. A big bottle of Coke outside costs at most 10 yuan. Now that we are here, just make the best of it. Sai Quan patted his shoulder and consoled him. This is a place only you rich guys come to. Sukan said, gritting his teeth. The capitalists deserve death. Sukan suppressed the heartache and clicked the payment button. 2,876. Damn. This meal has almost been wasted these days. However, although Sukan complained, he did not hate Sai Quan and the others. After all, compared with the help and care they give me on a daily basis, this meal seems insignificant. The food had just been served when Mo Yu called. Suchan. We're here. Okay, I'll pick you up. Sukan was holding his cell phone and just walked downstairs when he saw Mo Yu and Li Nan. It's quite beautiful here. Mo Yu said excitedly. I didn't expect you to have such good taste. Li Nan said. Sukan gave her a cold look and didn't want to pay any attention to her. Xiaoyu, look at him. What's his attitude? Li Nan said angrily. Okay, alright. You are all my friends, so don't create conflicts. Mo Yu took Li Nan's arm and acted coquettishly. Maybe it's because he grew up in the United States and ate high-calorie food. Li Nan is taller than Mo Yu and his frame looks wider. Mo Yu leaned on her, giving her a feeling of being like a little bird. Come on, I'll take you up. Sukan smiled and led the way. Let's go. Mo Yu smiled sweetly and pulled the reluctant Li Nan to follow. This must be the beautiful lady. Hello, my name is Yang Wei. Hello, my name is Sai Quan. Hello, my name is Wang Teng. When the 3 saw Sukan bringing people back, they stood up and greeted Mo Yu. Hello. My name is Mo Yu. This is my best friend. Li Nan. Mo Yu smiled and waved hello. Hello. Out of politeness, even if she hated Sukan, she had to give Mo Yu face, so Li Nan also greeted him with a smile. Come, sit down. We are all Sukan's good friends. Sai Quan teased. Suddenly, Mo Yu's face turned red again. Fuck you. Sukan stepped forward and punched the bitch. Chapter 28 Mo Yu with severe bipolar disorder. Mo Yu lowered her head shyly and sat next to Sukan. Li Nan followed and sat next to her. What else would you like to eat? Sukan said. Mo Yu took out his mobile phone and scanned the code to place the order. Nan, what do you want to eat? She asked as she approached Li Nan. Order some shrimp and crab. Li Nan likes eating seafood the most. She feels that it has the taste of the sea and symbolizes freedom. Then I'll order some rice cakes and glutinous rice cakes. Mo Yu loves desserts the most. She needs sweetness to stimulate her dopamine secretion. Sukan and his friends had already ordered a lot, so the two of them ordered these for types, and Mo Yu paid the bill directly. Why did you pay? It's my treat. Hey, we're all friends, don't worry about it. Mo Yu waved indifferently. What kind of milk tea would you like? I'm ordering takeout now, she asked everyone. No need to order, there's a tea house right at the door. Sukan said. Yeah. I didn't notice it when Mo Yu came. She opened the mini program and found that there was indeed one more than 100 meters away. All four of us want that new product. Sukan said. Then I'll try it too. What do you want to drink, Nan? I want this too. They all drink this, and if she drinks something different, it would seem like she is out of place. Then let's go down and get it. Mo Yu took Li Nan's hand. I'll go. Sukan stood up and said with a smile, send me the code. Okay. I'll go with you. Li Nan actually stood up as well. Nan tilted her. Mo Yu grabbed her arm, as if he was afraid that she would fight with Sukan. Don't worry, I won't argue with him. Li Nan said with a smile. Although Sukan didn't understand, he didn't refuse. He didn't hate Li Nan, it was just that this woman was so annoying when she was so domineering and always doubted him. Let's go. Li Nan said. Since the girl has said so, there is no reason for Sukan not to go. The two people walked out of the hot pot restaurant. Do you know Xiaoyu? Li Nan stopped Sukan on the side of the road. Does she have severe bipolar disorder? Sukan? What is this? I don't know. Sukan said puzzledly. Open your phone and search it. Hearing this, Sukan typed these 8 words on Baidu. Bipolar disorder, also known as bipolar disorder, is a common psychiatric illness characterized by distinct episodes of mania and depression. The symptoms of bipolar disorder are complex, manifested by repeated, alternating, and irregular lows and highs. Mo Yu has a mental illness? Sukan asked in surprise. Well, it has been like this for a long time, so Xiaoyu doesn't like making friends. Li Nan said sadly with a worried look on her face. I don't know why Xiaoyu suddenly accepts you as her friend, but you have to remember that she is a good girl, especially simple and kind. If you really want to be friends with her, you have to accept her unstable emotions and don't hurt her a second time when her illness relapses. Li Nan said seriously. After she went abroad, the friends Xiaoyu made in high school turned out to be bastards who unscrupulously hurt her when she was vulnerable due to her illness. They knew that Xiaoyu was kind-hearted, and because of her illness, she was very cowardly and would not complain. So they bullied her again and again. Damn. What a bunch of bastards. If Grandpa Mo knew this, he would blow up their ancestral graves. Fortunately, after she found out, she hired someone to deal with them, and scared these bastards into transferring to another school. From then on, Mo Yu never took the initiative to make friends again. Don't worry, I will. Sukan promised seriously. He couldn't help but feel sorry for the girl again. That's easy to say. Li Nan sneered. Don't look at her now, she's lively and cute. When she's sick, sometimes she can keep silent for a month and ignore everyone. It's so frustrating. Sometimes she just gets angry at you for no reason, making you want to argue with her or even beat her up. Are you sure you can accept her as a friend? Li Nan asked seriously. I can accept that. Sukan also answered seriously. He now feels mixed emotions. How could such a good person like Mo Yu get this disease? Well, if Xiaoyu gets hurt again because of you in the future, I won't forgive you. Li Nan said calmly. But her calm tone made Sukan feel that she was more serious than when she was holding the knife in the previous video. Grandpa Mo is gone. Xiaoyu must have had an attack during this period. Maybe she had already had an attack before. Li Nan turned around and walked towards the milk tea shop, and Sukan hurriedly followed. She's been pretty normal these days, Sukan said. I wonder too, said Li Nan. Could it be that this guy named Sukan has the ability to alleviate Xiaoyu's condition? Is she taking medicine? Sukan asked. I don't know. Li Nan shook her head. She doesn't like taking medicine. Although she said she kept taking it, no one watched her take it. I saw her throw all the medicine into the trash once. It was fine when Grandpa Mo was around, he would take care of her, but now. Li Nan didn't continue talking. Don't Mo Yu's parents care about her? Xiaoyu's family is very complicated. Uncle Mo and Auntie are close relatives and are cousins, so Xiaoyu was diagnosed with this disease when she was very young. Grandpa Mo is very capable, so my uncle and aunt are under a lot of pressure. They don't want to embarrass him. They have built such a big family business from scratch, and they have been very busy all the time. They hardly stay at home. When Xiaoyu was a child, she was raised by Grandpa Mo. In fact, when Xiaoyu was in high school, her condition had stabilized and she was almost cured. It's all because of those scumbags. Li Nan gritted her teeth and said. If it weren't for the strict laws in Daxia that prohibited firearms, she would have definitely pierced a hole in the foreheads of those scumbags. At the very least, we have to sell it to the Golden Triangle. After that, Xiaoyu's condition worsened again, but she only told me. Grandpa Mo didn't know about it, let alone my uncle and aunt. I'm overseas and can't control her that much, but every time I call her, I'll watch her take the medicine. As for the rest of the time, I don't think she would eat. Li Nan smiled bitterly and shook her head. But now that I'm back in China, I'll live with her and watch her eat every day. After listening to Li Nan say so much, Sukan finally understood why she was so anxious and spoke so sharply at the time. The slight dissatisfaction he felt towards her also disappeared. If he had a friend like this, he would do the same thing. Let's add each other's contact information. Sukan said. It's good to have a friend like you, Mo Yu. No. Li Nan turned around and looked at Sukan and said with a smile. You will understand later that being able to be friends with Xiaoyu is a great fortune. Chapter 29 Daxia Jingwei Technology Company, Limited. Sukan chatted with Li Nan for a few more things before going back with the milk tea. Why are you taking so long to come back? Mo Yu asked. There are a lot of people. Li Nan said with a smile. Yeah? But the phone shows that it has been completed long ago. Mo Yu didn't understand, but he didn't ask. Nan, look, this is the dipping sauce I made for you. Mo Yu said to Li Nan. Sukan, I made it for you too. The dipping sauce I made is the best. She said to Sukan again. Sure enough, everyone is most confident when they are preparing the dipping sauce in the hot pot restaurant. Everyone thinks that the dipping sauce they make is the most delicious. My dish is delicious too. I'll make it for you after you finish eating. Sukan said with a smile. It's definitely not as delicious as the one I made. Okay, you two, you can start cooking now. The pot is already boiling. Saikwan said. In just a while, relying on his high emotional intelligence and skilled techniques in picking up girls, he has become quite familiar with Yang Wei, Wang Teng and Mo Yu, and even added them on WeChat. My loquats and rice cakes are not ready yet. Speak of the devil, and here he comes. The waiter knocks on the door and comes in carrying rice cakes and loquats. There are 7 in total, 1 for each of you and I'll eat 2. Mo Yu's eyes sparkled. I don't eat. Li Nan said with a smile. We don't want to eat it either. You can eat it by yourself. Sukan also smiled. All right then. Mo Yu showed a little regret, but more of it was joy that he couldn't hide. Then I'll just eat it all reluctantly. All mine. Wang Teng, who was standing by, saw Mo Yu eating so happily that he stuck out his tongue to cool down from time to time and smacked his lips. Wang Teng, actually, I want to eat one. Sukan, no, you don't want to. Yao, can you cure Mo Yu's illness? Sukan asked. No, the system said regretfully, there will be no direct and effective treatment for mental illness in the future. All right. Sukan was a little disappointed. But if Dad can break through the experiment that he failed to complete in his previous life, he may be able to be cured, said the system. Sukan's disease involves genetic factors and is already the most difficult type. If that machine can be built and can cure Sukan, perhaps we can get an effective solution to treat mental illness. Is that so? It seems that I have to study harder in the future, not only to heal myself, but also to heal you. The 6 people were talking and laughing while eating their hot pot. Daxier Jingwei Technology Company, Limited, referred to as Jinker. It was founded 40 years ago by 2 brothers, Jin Jing and Jin Wei. Mainly engaged in high-tech machinery, medical treatment, scientific research, construction, lithography machine. We have covered relevant equipment in various fields. Although Daxier is being strangled by foreign countries in terms of cutting-edge technology, most of its cutting-edge machines need to be imported. However, Jinker has continuously invested in research and development in recent years and has been gradually replacing imported machines with its own products. According to relevant reports, Jinker's domestic market share this year has reached an astonishing 38.3%. It is only 8 percentage points lower than the import rate of 46.5%. And this share is still expanding. Jinker's market value also rose accordingly. From $20 billion when it went public 10 years ago, it has soared to $280 billion today. Economics and science provide hundreds of thousands of jobs for Daxier, and the amount of tax paid each year is as high as nearly 100 billion Daxier currency. It is one of the most important technology companies in Daxier. Their headquarters of Jinker is in Kyoto, a science and technology park with an area of 300,000 square meters. There are 6 buildings in the park, accommodating more than 10,000 employees, and it is the most important scientific research base of Jinker. The chairman's office is on the top floor of the office building. Zheng Long, who is only 31 years old, took over the position of chairman from his father Xing Jing after returning to China after graduating with a PhD from Harvard at the age of 28. He is just over 30 years old, but he is already the helmsman of this huge economic and scientific enterprise, and his career can be said to be very successful. He was wearing a tailor-made suit, had an exquisite hairstyle, had a handsome face and a dignified demeanor, and was sitting in a chair looking over documents. Under the table, the female secretary, her face hidden by messy hair, was squatting there, swallowing something in her mouth, which was bulging. Her clothes were disheveled, revealing large areas of her alluring white skin, and her beautiful breasts were about to pop out. The black stockings on her legs were torn, and it looked like she had been through a fierce battle. Enter. There was a knock on the door and Jin Long looked up. A blond foreign man walked in quickly. Jack, is there anything wrong? Zheng Long smiled gently. If one could not see the scene below him, I am afraid everyone would think that he was a gentleman, gentle as jade. The machine at Tsinghua and Peking University is broken. Jack said in broken Mandarin. Didn't it break down just a few days ago? Zheng Long frowned. I wonder if we've been discovered. Jack said anxiously. It shouldn't happen. Daxia's technological level is not high enough to discover it. This is the CIA's latest invention, which is 10 years ahead of Daxia. Zheng Long said calmly. Have Peking University and Tsinghua University contacted us? He asked again. I've contacted them and sent technicians to repair it, Jack replied. Well, let's stop collecting data first and talk about it after a while. Zheng Long said. Okay. Jack nodded and hurried out again. Stand up. Zheng Long patted the female secretary on the head and stepped back to make enough space. The female secretary raised her head, revealing a pretty face that was 3/4 similar to Ji Qingyun. On her slightly red cheeks were lips of even brighter color, with some unknown liquid hanging next to them. Sit up. Zheng Long picked up the phone and dialed a foreign number. Seeing this, the female secretary was not shy. She naturally took off her hip skirt and did as Zheng Long instructed. While she was busy, Zheng Long was also talking to a mysterious person. About 15 minutes later, the call ended. Zheng Long held the cell phone in one hand and hugged the female secretary with the other. He stood up and turned around, pressing her against the floor-to-ceiling window behind him. Ji Qingyun, Zheng Long murmured. He opened the photo album, and it was full of photos of Ji Qingyun. Judging from the angle, they were probably all candid shots. There are when she is in class, when she is studying in the library, and when she is walking. Zheng Long clicked on a picture and saw Ji Qingyun thinking with his head down. The perfect side profile with frowning eyebrows makes her even more beautiful and charming. Hold it. His expression turned ferocious, completely different from the elegant gentleman he had just been. There was a lewd and evil smile on the corner of his mouth. The female secretary struggled to support herself by holding onto the glass with one hand. He took the phone with his other hand and held it above his head. She did it very skillfully, and it seemed like she had done it many times. Zheng Long freed his hands, pressed them on the secretary's slender waist, and searched for memories in his mind. When he first saw her in Harvard, he was attracted by her peerless beauty and was stunned by her beauty. After much inquiry, I finally found out that her name was Ji Qingyun, and she was a freshman in the Department of Physics and the youngest graduate student in the history of the school. That year, she was only 17 years old, but she had already grown into a stunning beauty. She is so dazzling that she can stand out in Harvard, a school full of talented people. She has too many suitors. The sons of the world's top tycoons, top scientific research geniuses, and even high-ranking politicians and rising business stars all flock to her. Although his family background is good, it pales in comparison to these people. But she doesn't seem to care about these at all, and is just busy with scientific research and study every day. No one could ask her out for a meal or a dance at a party, including him. He tried to meet her by chance countless times and tried to strike up a conversation with her, but she always ignored him. Her life seemed to be filled with only study and scientific research. At the age of 18, she had published 2 papers in top journals, completed her graduate studies ahead of schedule, and was admitted to a doctorate. At that time, he had just completed his doctorate. He almost gave up when the project she participated in at the age of 21 was nominated for the Nobel Prize. If it were a star, people would praise its brilliance and look at it through a telescope. If it is a moon, people will praise it for its beauty, take pictures with cameras and record it with paintbrushes. But Ji Qingyun is like a blazing sun, and all the stars and the moon pale in comparison to her. The light she radiated was enough to blind anyone. The heat she possesses is enough to stop everyone in their tracks. No one goes near the sun. No one will look directly at it. He didn't dare to get close to her anymore, but secretly filmed her every moment like a sassing fan. Every night he could stay up all night fantasizing about her photos. Later, when they learned that she was going to return to China, the FBI sent out an effort to stop her. Some even suggested imprisoning her and keeping her here for life. She is so smart and has mastered the most advanced knowledge. Even her mentor, the Nobel Prize-winning scientific researcher, said that her future achievements would be enough to change history. After she returns to China, she will be able to single-handedly bring Daxia's strength in this field to the same level as the United States. But it was only at this time that he learned that her family background was also so dazzling. The international situation is so tense that the United States does not dare to offend Daxia to death and can only release the person. After she returned to China, the CIA began to contact him, trying to steal her scientific research results through him. He was brainwashed. Or rather, he readily agreed. He reached a cooperation with the CIA. He returned to his country. His father and uncle handed the company over to him and he lived out his days in retirement. At the age of 28, he is already the king of the technology empire of Jinker. But it was far from enough to get close to her. He was almost driven crazy by the regret of not being able to get what he wanted. He tried to get his own machines into Peking University and Tsinghua University to steal her latest research. The problem that had troubled the United States for years was almost solved before she returned home. She will lead Daxia to overtake others. But she couldn't get past it. By the time she completes this difficult task, the next global scientific research conference will be held. She would definitely be invited to attend. The CIA agreed. At this time, let him eat her. Chapter 30. Mo Yu is sick. Daxia Central Office Building. Office number 1. Grandpa number 1. Ji Qingyun smiled sweetly and sat on the chair like a good girl. You're beautiful again. Number 1 smiled. Do you have a boyfriend? Oh, how come you are just like my parents? Okay, I won't ask any more questions. Just tell me what you think about this matter. Number 1 asked seriously. Although I can't find any problems with the machine in the economic science department, the structure inside it is the method of the United States. Ji Qingyun said with a serious face. Just because of this. I checked the funds of Jinker over the years, and most of them flowed between the United States and China. After Zheng Long returned to China, foreign capital increased its investment in Jinke and its acquisition of shares. This is not normal. Do you know this Zheng Long? I don't think I know him. He seemed to have pursued me for a while at Harvard. I have some impression of him. So what do you think we should do next? Build another secret laboratory, and conduct research in 2 labs at the same time. But the one that uses the economical machine should progress more slowly, and the data should have errors, not too many, but it should be able to conceal the truth. 2 laboratories, are there enough staff? It's indeed not enough. Ji Qingyun said with a wry smile. In a laboratory, she and her staff were almost busy. Who else do you need? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. How about I make a list for you? You can investigate and approve it if you think it's suitable. Ji Qingyun said with a playful smile. Girl, you've already thought about it, right? Hey. Okay, you're an expert in this area, you have the final say. Thank you, Grandpa number 1. What's your particle collision experiment up to? It's a new type of superparticle collision test. It should take another 1.5 to 2 years before we can enter the next stage and surpass foreign countries. After Ji Qingyun returned to China, he took the lead in organizing this project. Almost single-handedly, he narrowed the technological gap between Great China and the United States of nearly 20 years in just 3 years. Current research has reached the same progress as that of the United States. And the United States has been trapped here for 5 years. Before Ji Qingyun returned to China, she had made progress in solving this difficult problem, surpassing her mentor. Although it has not been completely solved, there is already hope. Next, it will depend on who can overcome the current difficulties and enter the next stage ahead of schedule. Well, I'll let your father take full responsibility for this matter. If you need anything, tell him. If it doesn't work, come to me. Okay. Then you go ahead and do your thing. I'll go back to school. Go back. Please take good rest. Har, okay, you too. Professor G, if we build another laboratory, even if we have enough manpower, we still won't have enough machines. What about the batch that was eliminated earlier? Under the current circumstances, we definitely cannot buy from abroad anymore. The performance of the previous batch was too poor. The speed of the current machines is hundreds of times faster than them. Just use that batch. But this efficiency is too low. When our predecessors created Miss Joe, they used an abacus to tap out the information bit by bit. Now the efficiency is low, so let's just lower it. I will apply for more bonuses for everyone. Professor G, let's all do this. The bonus doesn't matter. The key is that the workload is too heavy. Some people have been transferred here. Here is the list. This can be given to us. It's already been approved, how can it be fake? Okay. Then let's follow the example of our seniors. Professor Keji, there are 2 laboratories. Which one are you on? I must be outside. I can't hide. If Ji Qingyun's whereabouts disappeared, it would definitely alert the enemy. Without you, we wouldn't be able to make this progress. Don't worry, I'll come over every week and synchronize with you guys. Hot Pot Restaurant. Sukan and his group had already eaten and drunk their fill. Where are you going next? Nan and I are going back to school, and she also needs to buy some things. Mo Yu said. Let's go back to school too. Sukan said. He has to go back and study quickly. Then let's go. The 6 people parted ways. Xiaoyu, let's go to the hotel where you stayed before. In the car, Li Nan suddenly said this. What are you going there for? Mo Yu asked in confusion. I want to see if this Su can ask the front desk to change your clothes for you. Li Nan was still worried after all, no matter how serious Sukan looked. In her class, there are many scums who appear to be beasts in human form. She really didn't believe that anyone could remain unmoved by Mo Yu's temptation and emulate Liu Xiaohui. Oh. Sukan is really not that kind of person. You've only known him for a few days. He really isn't. Mo Yu stopped the car angrily, his face full of anger. Are you not taking your medicine? Li Nan frowned. Why do you care if I take medicine or not? Mo Yu flew into a rage, completely losing her previous innocent and lovely look. Li Nan, oh. I'm sick. Okay, I don't care about you. Li Nan Nan said softly. Who are you to control me? Where were you when Grandpa passed away? I couldn't even contact you. Sorry. Li Nanan's face was filled with guilt and she wanted to hug Mo Yu. Don't touch me. Mo Yu pushed her away angrily. Then let's go back to school, okay? Aren't you going to the hotel? Go by yourself. Mo Yu turned his head and opened the car door on the other side. Please stop making trouble. Li Nan Nan sighed helplessly. I'm not making a fuss. Mo Yu's eyes were red, and she turned around and shouted heartbreakingly. Go away. Okay, I'll go, be careful on the road. Li Nan Nan knew very well that Mo Yu needed to be alone in this state. She unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car. Before she could say anything else, Mo Yu stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Why? I should have gone there by myself. What was the name of that hotel? Li Nan Nan recalled the memory of that time. It seemed as if her name was printed on the quilt. She tried searching several times, finally found it on the map, and took a taxi there. Hello, beautiful lady, would you like to stay? Let me ask you something. Do you remember last Thursday night, a handsome guy came to stay with a drunk beauty? Sorry, this is customer privacy. Hearing this, Li Nan Nan took out 1,000 cash from her bag and handed it to the front desk. Remember. The front desk clerk smiled happily and put it away. Then boy, do you want me to help the girls change their clothes? Yeah. That handsome boy looks quite shy and doesn't even admit their relationship. Turn up the surveillance video for me to see. This is not in compliance with the regulations. I will adjust it for you now. Li Nan Nan used his money ability again to get the front desk to change their words. She checked the surveillance time and found that it was exactly as Sukan said, and she felt relieved. It seems that the person Xiaoyu met this time is not a bad person. Beauty, can I ask you who are you and those two? The front desk clerk had a gossipy expression on her face. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Li Nan Nan put on sunglasses and turned away. There won't be any problem with this guy named Sukan, right? Although Li Nan Nan admired his character very much, this question still arose in her mind. Even Xiaoyu couldn't help but touch her with her figure, so how could Sukan resist? This is the same as Liu Xiaohui, worse than beasts. Somewhere on the roadside. Mo Yu parked the car here, leaned over the steering wheel, and cried loudly. I lost my temper with Nan Nan again. Grandpa, Xiaoyu misses you so much. Xiaoyu still can't control herself. Chapter 31, Sukan gets close to full marks in 3 major subjects. After returning to the dormitory, Sukan picked up a textbook and started studying on his own. Hey! What are you doing, Chainer? Sai Quan found out that he was reading a book and snatched it away. From Tsinghua University and Peking University? You are going to take the postgraduate entrance examination in physics at Tsinghua University and Peking University. Sai Quan teased. Why, no. Sukan smiled and snatched it back. Kana. I am smart, but isn't the gap a bit too big? Sai Quan asked in confusion. Yes, brother Kan, if you have to take an exam, take the computer exam. Wang Teng echoed. Yang Wei, did you take the wrong medicine? You know shit. This is called passion. Learning computer is just for a living. Sukan said. No, it's not easy to get into the Department of Physics at Peking University or Tsinghua University. Sai Quan said. That's right. Those who study physics are all geniuses, said Yang Wei. What a coincidence, I am a genius. Sukan said with a smile. Kana. If you can pass the exam, I will use the money my old man gave me to buy you a car. If it's not enough, I will buy you one myself. Sai Quan patted Sukan's shoulder and said. That's what you said. Don't regret it. Sukan said with a smile. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Then prepare the money. After finishing the conversation, Sukan started reading again. College physics is difficult in itself, not to mention that this is a textbook from Peking University and Tsinghua University, and you have to learn it by yourself. Even a genius like Sukan couldn't understand it at a glance, he had to study it carefully. Come on, Dad, the system encouraged. According to normal development, this bet should have taken place 2 years later. But because of her appearance, it has come earlier than now. She still remembered the distressed look on Uncle Saikwan's face whenever he mentioned this incident later. Sukan's birthday surprise Team 3. Saikwan, is he serious? Wangting, brother can always keeps his word. Yang Wei, you can't aim for the physics exam at Peking University or Tsinghua University. Saikwan, yes. For a second-tier university like ours, it's good enough to be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. He even picked the most difficult one. Wangting, I went to the office before and I seemed to hear Lao Tu and the chancellor talking about Brother Kan. Yang Wei, what are you talking about? Wangting, when Kan Ji took the college entrance examination, he seemed to have scored 0 in the comprehensive test. Saikwan. Yang Wei, the passing score for our class is almost 430, right? Wangting, yes, I am 432. Saikwan, I am 435. Wangting, brother can seem to have said that he was 444. Saikwan, oh my god. I almost got full marks in all 3 major subjects. Wangting, probably. I didn't hear it clearly at that time. Yang Wei, then why did Kanzi get 0 in the comprehensive science exam? Saikwan, yes. If it doesn't work, repeat the year. Wangting, it may have something to do with Brother Kan's family. I've never heard him mention it. Saikwan, oh, forget it, he will tell me when he has the chance. Saikwan, the things I bought will arrive the day after tomorrow, what about you too? Yang Wei, my tomorrow. Wangting, mine is also tomorrow. Saikwan, just in time, the cake has been ordered. Yang Wei, the beautiful lady knew that it was his birthday. Saikwan, you probably don't know. Let me ask. Saikwan, I asked, but I haven't received a reply yet. Wangting, brother Kan will have to kowtow to the 3 of us when the time comes. Yang Wei, just call me daddy. Saikwan, I have to ask him to kowtow to me. Dormitory building number 8 of Tsinghua University and Peking University. These are single dormitories of about 40 square meters, where doctoral students and some teachers live. Mo Yu's new dormitory is here, 810. Li Nan came over according to the location she told him, and entered the password to open the door. It was almost 8 o'clock, but the lights were not on in the room. It was pitch black. Li Nan used the light from her mobile phone screen to quietly walk to the bedside. There was a person on the bed, curled up in the quilt, with nothing leaking out. A little rain. She sat on the edge of the bed and gently patted the quilt. Mo Yu curled up tighter in the quilt. Xiaoyu, come out, I don't blame you. Li Nan lifted the quilt and found that Mo Yu was just like a wounded kitten. He curled up into a ball with his head buried in his knees, sobbing silently. Be good, stop crying. She leaned down gently and hugged him lightly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I know. I know. I can't control myself. It's okay, it'll be fine, it'll be fine. Wow. Mo Yu turned around, hugged Li Nan tightly, and burst into tears. How long has it been since you last took your medicine? Li Nan asked softly. Okay, it's been a long time, Mo Yu choked. You have to eat it every day from now on. I'll watch you eat. Yes, I eat. I told Sukan about your illness today. Then he doesn't dislike me, right? No, the friends you found this time are pretty good. Sukan, he is also very pitiful. Why, tell me about it. No, that's violating his privacy. Okay, have you taken your medicine today? Not yet. Where is the medicine? In the desk drawer. Li Nan let go of Mo Yu, found the medicine and gave it to Mo Yu. Can we eat it tomorrow? No. Li Nan rejected the request coldly. Under her gaze, Mo Yu drank the medicine reluctantly. My dormitory is right across from you. Isn't there someone living there? I have some money. Li Nan lifted Mo Yu's chin and wiped her tears with a smile. Have you bought the things? Mo Yu asked guiltily. I was originally going to buy daily necessities, but because of her. Not yet, so I'll sleep here today. You can sleep, but you can't touch me. Every time I sleep with Nan, her hands are always naughty. I really don't understand, they are all girls, and I don't have any. And Nan is not the same. No, let me measure it to see if it has grown again. Li Nan smiled wickedly and climbed directly to the top of the mountain with both hands. R. The two started fighting. For a moment, the garden was full of spring colors. After about 10 minutes, the two were tired from playing and lay flat on the bed in dishevel. Of course, Mo Yu was no longer in dishevel, as his shirt had been taken off. If she hadn't resisted with all her might, Li Nan would have probably torn down her last line of defense. Xiaoyu, what did you eat? Why is it so big? Li Nan glanced at her own, it was ordinary, and sighed softly. Maybe it's talent. Mo Yu didn't know why it was so big, it was so troublesome. You have to tie it up when dancing, otherwise it will keep moving around. Cut it when you get a chance. I'm going to take a shower first. Li Nan stood up, she was sweating all over. There are new bath towels in that cabinet. No, I want to use yours. Li Nan said with a wicked smile. Xiaoyu has a unique body odor, which smells so nice. It has the elegant fragrance of jasmine, the fresh sweetness of jasmine, and the rich fragrance of rose. One sip is like a spring breeze. One kiss and you'll feel relaxed and happy. Mo Yu curled her lips. Female hooligan. The sound of splashing water was heard, and Mo Yu picked up his phone to look at it. She found out that Sai Quan sent her a message. Sai Quan, beautiful lady, did you know that the 10th is Chanzi's birthday? Mo Yu, I don't know. Sai Quan replied immediately, do you want to come to the event tonight? Celebrate Chanzi's birthday. Mo Yu, okay. Mo Yu, can we bring Nan with us? Sai Quan, sure, you can bring anyone. Mo Yu, what gifts did you give? Sai Quan, hey, the three of us bought him a computer together. Computer? Mo Yu bit a finger and thought about what to give. Mo Yu, what does Sukan like? Sai Quan, he doesn't seem to have anything he likes, he plays games just to make money. Sai Quan, it doesn't matter, as long as you guys come. Mo Yu, okay, then send me the address. Sai Quan, okay. Chapter 32 International Collegiate Programming Contest. Nan, Sukan's birthday is on Friday, what do you think I should give him? Mo Yu asked Li Nan who had just finished taking a shower. Whatever. Li Nan responded while wiping her hair. What do you think about giving him a car? He seems to like the car my mom gave me very much. Why, you want to give him the car? Li Nan rolled her eyes. That won't work. This is a coming-of-age gift from my mom. Come on, big sister. How long have you two known each other? There's no need to give him such an expensive gift. Why don't you give him yourself instead? Bar. What nonsense are you talking about? Mo Yu's face suddenly turned red. She and Sukan are good friends who depend on each other. A good friend with a clear conscience. Give him some clothes. I think his clothes are fading. Today Li Nan noticed that the clothes Sukan was wearing were a bit worn out. Clothes, but I don't know what size he wears. Idiot. Why don't you ask his roommate? Oh. Mo Yu pouted unconvinced. Why didn't I think of that? She sent another message to Sai Quan. What size clothes does Sukan wear? Driver's power, 185, 75 kg. Sukan has a pretty good figure. Nan, is one set enough? You might as well give him a clothing store. Li Nan rolled her eyes again. He won't accept it. You're really going to send it? Li Nan picked up the hair dryer. Just buy a set of casual clothes, I'll give it to you later when I have the chance. Oh, that's right. Buzz. The sound of a hair dryer was heard. Which one should I give? Mo Yu browses the shopping app. This is a good one. It should look good on Sukan. This one is also okay, Sukan will definitely look handsome in it. This one looks good too. By the time Li Nan had finished blow drying her hair and packed her things, Mo Yu was already in a state of decision-making difficulty. She had a bitter face and a frown on her face, like an abandoned and resentful woman. Who buys just one set of clothes? How do you buy a whole set of clothes? How can one set of clothes be enough? Pfft. Why are you like that? Li Nan was amused by Mo Yu's appearance. I don't know what to buy. Li Nan walked over, snatched Mo Yu's phone, randomly picked a jacket and pants from her shopping cart, placed the order and paid. She knew Mo Yu's payment password. Yes, I've bought it. She returned the phone to Mo Yu. These three items are a bit average. Girls are always like this, they don't like something very much after buying it. In their minds, the next one is always the best looking. That's enough. Do you think the courier will be delivered in time? For more days. You still bought it from JD.com. If they can't deliver, they'll just go bankrupt. Well, do you want to buy another pair of shoes? Buy. I'm going to the mall to buy clothes tomorrow, you can buy him a pair while I'm at it. That's fine. I should buy some clothes too. Mo, what size shoes does Sukan wear? Power, 44. The next day, Sukan got up early and went to the office building to find Lao too. Teacher. Sukan greeted with a smile. Come on, sit down. Lao Bale turned over his computer, on which was a mock test question. The school decided on a whim this year to sign up for ICPC. This is the selection question. See if you can solve it. If you can, I will submit it and let you lead the team. So careless. Why? Do you think you can't lead a team with your level? The bald old man smiled with his eyes narrowed. If he were the principal, he would have directly appointed Sukan to lead the team, and there would be no need to work on this question. This problem is not as difficult as the one Sukan solved yesterday. When he assigned the task, he just wanted to stimulate this group of students, but he didn't expect that someone would actually be able to do it. Then I'll try it. Sukan smiled embarrassedly. He sat on a chair nearby and began to solve the problem. It's really simple, not as difficult as yesterday. In less than 3 minutes, Sukan finished the question. Good boy. The old bald man excitedly slapped Sukan's shoulder hard, causing him to gasp in pain. With your level, you have a chance of winning runner-up in the regional competition. How much is the championship prize? That's all Sukan cares about. The runner-up gets 10,000, and the champion gets 20,000. Don't worry, old baldy. I will definitely bring you a championship in the finals. Hiss. Things have changed. Sukan excitedly slapped the bald old man on the shoulder, causing him to gasp in pain. You little brat. Do you know who you're going to play against in the finals? They are Peking University and Tsinghua University. The bald old man said unhappily as he opened his hand and rubbed his shoulder. The brat didn't hold back when he attacked. It's just Tsinghua and Peking University. Sukan shrugged indifferently. Peking University and Tsinghua University. The target is Peking University and Tsinghua University. Old Baldy, how much is the prize money for the global finals champion? Sukan asked again. The champion is worth $12,000, the runner-up is worth $12,000. Sukan no longer cared about what the bald old man said next, and secretly calculated how many Dashare coins were equal to $12,000. 12,000 equals 84,000. Don't worry, old baldy. I'll get the championship back for you. Sukan excitedly slapped the bald old man on his other shoulder again, causing him to gasp in pain. No matter how excited you are. Pat yourself on the shoulder. The old bald man twitched his face and shook off Sukan's hand, rubbing his shoulders with his arms crossed. It hurts so much. Don't you know that middle-aged people are very fragile? You're really ambitious. The finals will not only feature students from Peking University and Tsinghua University. They are talented students from all over the world. Genius. The one who beats is a genius. Just wait, old baldy. I'll definitely catch you. Sukan said confidently. Looking at Sukan's confident look, the bald old man seemed to see his high-spirited self back then. At that time, I made the same promise to my teacher, although I didn't even make it into the top 10. But Sukan's self-confidence had an inexplicable appeal that made him feel dazed. Maybe. This kid. Is it really possible? Brat. If you can win the championship in the finals, I will pay for your tuition for the next 2 years. Do you keep your word? Sukan's eyes sparkled. The tuition for 2 years is almost 50,000. Although he may not be here next year's tuition still needs to be paid. More than 20,000. If I lie to you, all the hair on my head will fall out. The old baldy made the most vicious oath in the world for him. After all, the amount of hair on his head should be less than 4 digits now. Okay. ICPC, the full name of which is International Collegiate Programming Contest, is the Association for Computing Machinery International Collegiate Programming Contest. Organized by the United States Computer Association, it is recognized as the world's largest, highest level, and most influential international college student programming competition. The top 3 in the last global finals: Massachusetts, Tsinghua University, Harvard. The top 3 in the last Darshir regional competition: Tsinghua University, Doubleday, Jiaotong University. Lao Tu is a student of Jiaotong University. 22 years ago, Lao Tu was not bald and had thick hair. He led the team to the best result in the school's history, first place in the regional competition. But just one day before the finals, there was a car accident. The teacher in charge died on the spot, but the 3 participating students were not seriously injured. But after this incident, the 3 of them lost the confidence and mood to win the game. In the finals on the second day, the ranking was outside the top 30. It was not even as good as the school that ranked 3rd in the Darshir regional competition at that time. Since this incident, Old Baldy has never participated in any competition again.